車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the challenger stage rankings. In the challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the challenger stage rankings. In the challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into last chance qualifier stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through last chance qualifier stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the last chance qualifier stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Of MPL Singapore Season 9 for the seeded teams are here. This is the final chance for our seeded teams to be able to collect points. We shall today find out who shall be dropping down to the challenger stage and who shall be going up into the playoff. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Juros. Will be your casters for today. How are you feeling, my man?
Pretty good. It's been 5 days of the MPL Singapore. A lot of upsets, especially from the community teams. But this time around, today especially, it's going to be the MPL teams that have made it through Season 8 right here to Season 9. And seeing one of the teams drop down into the challenger stage will be a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely. You say it's upset. I see it as an improvement. I'm the kind of guy that I would like to believe to see a glass that is full, even though it's half empty. But you know what? Let's take a look at the schedule, ladies and gents. Let's just bring you through what kind of actions that we have for you today. We got a total of three best of 3 matches. We're going to start the day off. Later on is Evo versus Kings Vanguard, RSG versus FLSG. Hey, that's the one I'm looking forward to, Ashiro. And also Kingdom Esports with going up against Evo as well.
Yeah, looking forward to RSG versus FLSG. I mean, first week they've actually showed a lot of prowess, especially
Definitely.
from RSG, bringing Mooks into the mix as a coach
Yep.
and changing the whole dynamic of the gameplay for RSG per se.
Yep, definitely. Of course, don't forget MPL Singapore Season 9. Once again, want to give a huge shout out over to our people who made it actually happen, right? Of course, MPL Singapore Season 9 is powered by Muntan Pulse Nova Entertainment, partner in esports, Head and Shoulders, and Singapore Esports Association, and or as known as GEA, and official venue partner Capital Lands. And if you notice down the bottom, Churros, man, we're going to all the malls.
We're in Chua Chu Kang Lot 1 today, sir. If you're around the area, please head on down to Lot 1 because there's going to be a lot of action. You'll be able to catch Fire Larios hosting the event as well right on the ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of things happening, right? Apart from our host, there's also the 1v1s that I've if you guys pay attention to the Kingdom Esports Telegram or Instagram as well.
But are you a tank main? We got a tank main 1v1. We'll see who can out-survive each other first. I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, that'll be funny, right? So basically, you have a marksman in the middle and you just start attacking each other and see which one lasts longer. That's right. But before we go into our game, we gotta have to introduce our challengers, Trills.
Nandes in the jungle, Bao in the roam, Walker Knuckle in the mid lane, Luxenstein in the gold lane, and Super Ryan in EXP. So the thing that we talked about in the first day with Abstract was actually how Luxenstein actually performs without Nick Stain. So the whole dynamics has shifted, but they have shown prowess in week 1. But unfortunately, in week 2, they suffered a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. But more, we can talk a lot more about that, Churros. But because we're gonna have to take a look at the Evils roster right here, represented by Vincent, Powerful Sailor, Ven, and Gear. Man, this roster, I mean, it's a total new roster. It's a very different flavor of Team Evil. And after witnessing since their debut since season 3, you were there as well, right? Like, how they've grown throughout the different seasons, but this season though, they definitely need the points. And because I think all eyes is definitely on Team Evil, because for today, Team Evil, they will be the one that will be, determining how the whole seeded structure is going to be, because they could potentially upset everybody, go in full on 2-0s, and they can be at second place, pushing RSG down. That's the potential error that may potentially happen.
Speaking of second place, Season 8, they were the second place, and they were my personal favorite teams back then. Right now, it's a little bit changed. We don't see a lot of the old faces that we see anymore.
Definitely.
There's a lot of things that need to work through, especially the chemistry coming in and bringing two new imports into the mix as well. But I have to say, luck is definitely on Evil's side this time around, especially today, because the first game of today is King's Vanguard. Last game they'll be playing again. So if they ride the momentum they have in the first game, then bring it through the second game, then they'll be at the top of the bracket.
Yeah, definitely, right? But I think more importantly, you talk about chemistry, right? Like the fact that, yes, they really got to fix it again because they've brought in Vincent from Geek Fam, like all the way from Indonesia. There's also the Van joining in. And apart from chemistry, we also have to focus on the duo, right? Sailor and Gear. This duo has been here since Season 2, and they finally reunited in the form of Team Evil.
It has been that long.
It has been that long. I think they broke off around maybe Season 5,
That
and
was
they're finally coming back
the
together.
classic Evil stack. But Gear was actually in EXP lane. Is he playing EXP lane this time around?
He is playing EXP lane.
So Powerful is the roam.
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Correct.
That's what I remember. Because
Yeah.
if you put Gear in the roam position and how things can be shifted around anytime, he doesn't really operate as well as he would in EXP lane. And I remember back then when he was a child prodigy alongside Diablo, and that was like his nemesis.
It was Bray.
It was Bray.
It was Bray.
It was Bray's nemesis.
Child nemesis, right?
No, not child nemesis, but lane nemesis.
Like, because the reason why is because when he entered in Season 2, he was only 16. Season 3, when Bray debuted, and remember we're like calling Gear the child prodigy. Then after that, Bray comes in, he becomes the immediate the child prodigy as well. So I think that's where a little bit of a rivalry. We don't see Bray, unfortunately, anymore, but we should have the draft coming up very, very soon. So let's pull out the draft when it's ready. But let's talk more about King's Vanguard, since we've already shed a lot of light on Evil, right? King's Vanguard, in my opinion, for the past week 2, I was there casting alongside Deadeye. Yeah, the performance wasn't as expected, right? You saw in week 1 they were so strong.
They were popping off. They were crazy. Like it shows, like, without Nick Stain, they can do pretty much the same thing, or even better than with Nick Stain in the mix. But right now, we still talk about Nick Stain being in the entire mix together with Luxian Stain. So the entire dynamics and the chemistry that they bring to the table in the first week, they actually sort things out. They were able to pop off quite a bit. They understand their win conditions. Walker Knuckle was playing a heck of a game, especially in the mid lane, and bring these two new imports into the team actually created a new dimension of gameplay as well.
Yeah, definitely, right? I think another thing that we'll also have to take a look at from the side of King's Vanguard is that Nandes is also taking a lot of this attention,
Nandes
right?
business.
Yeah, Nandes. I like that one. Nandes business, man. The Nandes business that Nandes was able to bring into King's Vanguard as well to basically like drag away the attention of the rest of the team coming up from the side of King's Vanguard was actually quite strong, right? Like now all of a sudden you don't need to focus on Luxian Stain anymore, right? Luxian Stain has a lot of pressure being lifted away. He can farm like no tomorrow, and then after that they could just easily take a lot, allowing Luxian Stain to do like split pushes to farm to get his power items, where Nandes goes around and kill people.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really goes to show, like the thing that the Achilles heel for King's Vanguard is basically learning to adapt. Because in the first week, they done exceptionally well. Like people were not expecting them to beat big teams. People were not expecting them to just breeze through the entire round of the seeded stage. But in the second week, people or teams have started learning, start analyzing their gameplay, understanding how they work around all of this. The draft is ready, so we'll see which heroes they start to ban first. I think it's definitely targeted for both sides. Kalea, Kimmy's, Lucas's would be taken off, especially the Chip.
Yes, actually, right. To be honest, Chip hasn't. We thought he was quite broken, but once you start seeing Chip getting leaked in, I feel like some of the teams are starting to realize that it's basically very easy to deal with, right? Chip actually only had like 72% bans, 27 bans out of your 31 games. So yeah, it's quite high on the bans, but when he finally get leaks through, he only has like a 50% win rate. He only wins half the games that he was picked. So yeah, but his global is something that we have to take a look out for. So King's Vanguard, if you notice, Coach Zhu H identified that, took away the Luoyi, took away the Chip as well. These are two massive globals that Zhu H was able to take away.
On the other side of the table, Carrot taking out the Lucas, Matilda, and the Kalea, all very annoying heroes to take down, especially the Matilda, knowing that Bao was able to play that Matilda to its maximum effectiveness. So first pick on the tables, Kimmy's still wide open. Is there anything in the second week that you see with Kimmy that maybe teams are learning to, breeze through Kimmy pick?
You know what? Kimmy actually is surprisingly has 83%.
Because of the first week, it was 100%.
Yeah, it was basically almost first pick.
Oh, the box has actually picked up again.
All of a sudden, because after week 2, I think week 1, you guys were the first one who witnessed the Baxia Estes one-bomb combo. That's something that some of the challenger teams are starting to use against each other. And now you can see that the teams are actually adapting to the MPL Singapore kind of meta, right? That the challenger stage brought into, and that's, I would say, it's massive adaptation.
Interesting. So this is the first time that I'm casting the Baxia game. I'm happy to see the Ubi strategy being into light again, but there's a lot of things that are changing in this current meta, and teams are still testing things out. We really need a hero that could split push and force the side lanes.
Definitely.
A lot of teams are building towards that pick-off kind of strategy with a added member to go towards that long lanes to try to maintain lane priority, maintain lane pressure. But if you throw all your eggs in one basket, knowing how Evil likes to operate around, remember back then they used to be called the Death Ball team. So very, very heavy in team fights. They'll pick up the Badang and the Farsa, very team fight oriented. On the other side of the table, responding with the Kimmy and the Irithel for KGV.
I like what King's Vanguard has selected for themselves. One, they have got decent, what we mentioned, lane priority by having Baxia to be able to rotate around. Usually you see that in the form of the Moscows or the Fanny. Baxia is coming out as one of the flavors that do so, right? And Evil, I love what I'm seeing from Coach Carrot right here. Now, the problem is for the past 2 weeks, they have been playing a bit of a very different composition. Usually you expect Team Evil to really go in for this massive death ball, like what you mentioned, the team fight magic, right?
Yep.
But all of a sudden they start playing a lot of pickoffs. And now, if you notice how Team Evo is drafting, this looks like and gearing up to be a massive clash composition. Unga munga, what Abstract like to say, a massive ultimate kind of clash
We
comp.
will see atomic bombs exploding left, right, and
Yep.
center all over the map, especially with the X-Borg pick. A direct counter for the Boxia, dealing true damage and just melting that armor down. But second phase off that ban, both teams are still lacking marks, or for the side of Evo though, lacking a marksman, lacking a mage, banning out the Angela to not giving over to the side of KGV.
Yep.
But I think Boxia still has flexibility. You can play the Boxia in the roam or the jungle. I
Or the
think
EXP lane that
or
Utah played, right?
Or the EXP lane.
Yeah.
Adamir brought that out before.
So that's pretty interesting. But if you notice how Team Evo is banning this, like how Carrot is going for, I think they're sensing like a little Ube strat, right? Imagine an Angela on top of the Boxia that is rolling around, or even a Nestus, right? Now you got to ask the question, King's Vanguard, that first pick is also very interesting, right? Are you going to be bringing this Boxia? It's so flexible.
Yeah.
And that's the power of your blue first pick, right? You need somebody that's flexible. Boxia fits that role. And now instead of going for the SS man, Team Evo is like, you know what, I'm going to take away Super Ryan's high loss as well for this one.
Interesting. I thought they would ban out either the Estes or the Florin
Yeah, me too.
because it's like very strong enchanter heroes, and all they need is just pure sustain throughout a lot of these team fights. And in a battle of like a head-to-head with a Death Ball versus Death Ball, the one that stays alive the longest
Yep.
actually wins out. But last ban though, that could be a marksman ban. I'm just
Definitely.
thinking like, what other marksman is there to play? Because it's like you're just taking out all the core marksmen. It's interesting that they ban out the Granger because the Earthbound is basically a direct lane-to-lane counter. But
Yep.
what is your thoughts on all of this?
Apart from that, I think right now what King's Vanguard is looking out for is DPS is a very big problem to them, right? They cannot deal with DPS. So I'm also agreeing. Granger is also one of them that could snipe them down, poke them before they go in for these massive team clashes, and also still perform quite well in these team clashes, right? So Team Evil, they will go for something like a third best. Bruno, I personally feel like it's not exactly like a DPS kind of hero. It's kind of more like a slightly big bursty, does a lot of big damage, but not exactly the DPS that you expect to deal with Ube composition or a potential tank composition that King's Vanguard is throwing at Team Evil.
Bruno, super irritating in the late game, especially with the Haas Claws and the lifesteal that it provides and the range that the Malefic Gun brings to the table as well. So definitely something to look out for. On the other hand, though, Coach Joel picks up the Hanzo and the Cho. So it will be the Boxia in the EXP or Roam. It's still very flexible. You could pick the Cho in EXP or Roam as well. So we'll leave that to Coach Joel's hands. Last pick, though, that's going to be a Roam position. I think if you pick up Enchanter here, it kind of works well with the rest of the team.
You know what could be also very interesting coming out of Team Evil? Yeah, they can drop an assassin
it's
right
gonna-
here, then after that bamboozle all of us into like, Xbox can go in the EXP. So I really like this draft pick, right? Like from the side of Drew H, they kind of baited Carrot into banning more Ube, and then after that, boom, Hanzo Assassin, let's go. And then after that, from the side of Team Evil, right, it seems like they're setting it up for a potential X-Borg jungle, boom, Fanny. That provides you with cosmetic plays, but that's in the hands of Vincent. Will he be able to execute that for Fanny in a better position? Because from what we've been seeing for the past 2 weeks, Vincent feels like he's more comfortable in more of a utility jungle kind of style.
Yeah. But it doesn't really show right there. I don't know if it's like a graphic error or something, but
Yeah, we'll see. We'll confirm that.
we'll see. If it's like a Bruno jungle, I'm super,
No
super
way,
surprised.
no way. The Bruno is definitely going into the gold lane.
Okay,
mind
okay.
you.
Let's talk about like targets, especially for the Hanzo. Easy targets onto the Farsa, easy targets onto the Bruno. How do you deal with the Hanzo though?
I think it's very hard to deal with the Hanzo, right? Like Hanzo's main magic power is that Hanzo can just bypass your tanks. You can have a very solid front line, because that's how King Vanguard like to play, right? King Vanguard's like to put a solid front line in front of Liechtenstein, right? But now that Hanzo bypasses that front line to deal with Liechtenstein. So that's what I love coming out from this, this Hanzo pick, right? Sorry, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
To deal with the Bruno,
to
right?
deal with Ven.
Yeah, correct. It's very hard to kite against a Hanzo as a Bruno, but so I love how this Hanzo basically executes how this Hanzo would turn out.
Actually, it kind of pairs well with the with the Baxia as well. Baxia is very all in. You roll yourself into the back line, try to disrupt it a little bit, try to burn all the purifies, all the skills, and then Hanzo swoops in, tries to get in, come in for the cleanup. So I think really solid kind of picks over there.
Or on top of that, Hanzo can be the one that baits out all these skills.
Oh yeah.
The best part is
non-committal,
right?
He doesn't actually die.
He doesn't actually die, and Baxia could just go in total point persons, and then after that just starting just to do a lot of damage in the backline. So that's something I'm definitely loving from the side of King's Vanguard. I cannot put a finger where I like what kind of this team composition. I personally feel like both these two teams really selected the best form of roster for their for each of their teams.
Yeah. To be honest though, I think the Fanny is still a little bit risky though, because it's a very high gamble. If you scale and snowball well through the early game, it kind of makes sense for the rest of the team. Then you can send the Fanny into the off lanes because you know for sure that King's Vanguard is playing a deathball composition. So they fight together as 5-8 strong together. If you split them apart, that's where they suffer. That's where the chink in the armor comes into play.
Yeah, and apart from that, I think the Fanny was a very good response over the side of the Baxia, because remember, Moscow was banned, so you don't really have these kind of cross-map plays. So the next best thing is the Fanny, right? So basically, the Fanny was able to react against what Baxia wants to do. So I really like this roster, like what I mentioned. It's just a lot of things that we can definitely talk about. And apart from the fact the Fanny can also do side lane push, the Fanny is a good answer over to Kimi. Burst the Kimi down before Kimi does massive DPS damage, then bug out.
Actually, speaking of which, Kimi does have the traction pulse as well. Very non-committal ultimate. It's basically like a invisible Tigreal kind of thing. We throw that gun, a long-range Tigreal. Yes, that's it. So I think there is a lot of ways that King's Vanguard can layer things out. That's why I really prefer King's Vanguard's kind of composition right now. It will be difficult to break through to the Hanzo, albeit Hanzo is very vulnerable in his own jungle.
Definitely.
So I think if Evil finds a way to break into the jungle, tries to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game, that might be able to work and then get them the dubs.
And that's in the hands of Powerful, right? At the Badang, are they going to start invading? I think that's also one question, right? Fanny can also start having some kill pressure at level 2 when she unlocks level 2. Hanzo, on the other hand, still needs a little more time, needs to get to level 4 before he unlocks his full potential. So maybe you're expecting a bit more aggression coming off of Vincent and Powerful together tag team. And don't forget, Xbox can wave clear very quickly against as compared to a Cho. Maybe you're starting to see a lot more action around the EXP lane at the start.
I like that you brought up the Cho, because there's a lot of rotational kind of momentums that Cho as well as Baxia actually brings to the table. When you say aggression, you have the Fanny, you have the Badang actually going into the jungles, and then Hanzo is just wide and open. I don't think it's going to be that easy because Baxia is going to be always right there. Cho definitely going to proxy the wave and start farming that jungle, trying to be counter-aggressive into the Fanny, the face of Fanny. So I think for both sides, they do have their sort of like game plan. For Evil though, very late game. For King's Vanguard, early game as well as high rotational pressure.
Yeah, I think King's Vanguard definitely popped off in the mid. Level 4 is where they pop up. That's where Hanzo's ultimate starts coming in. Baxia's ultimate starts coming in. Aerithel also reached its power spike at level 4 as well with the giant crossbow, right? And after that, Cho. So you're expecting a lot more fights that will go into favor from the side of King Vanguard, especially the first and second turtle. But for the side of Team Evo, though, I think if you go towards the later parts of the game, yes, the Farsa is a very solid, high ground defense that helps them to basically hunker around the base. Hopefully, King's Vanguard making mistakes before Team Evo strikes. That's one way to do it.
Actually, I like that you bring up the artillery kind of mages, because there's a lot of teams that actually pick up the Juicin. Juicin was wide open in the entirety of the draft, but no one picked that up. They opted to go for the Farsa instead to counteract the Kimi, or actually they picked the Farsa up first. Then King's Vanguard actually picked up the Kimi. Is there a lot of teams actually using artillery mages at this meta to counteract the team Kimi, and how does it play into the dynamic, you think?
I personally feel like in the mid, Farsa has definitely more bursting power.
More range as well,
More bursting and more range. I think
wave clear much faster. You don't rely on your passive to just get that, that split.
Kimi, for Kimi to work, you need to basically stay on the target as long as possible, and that's where the damage starts to rank up a lot, right? But if the Farsa, for example, in the hands of Sayla, was able to outbully the Kimi in the early game, in the mid, just start shoving her away, and then after that, she loses a lot of farm. It's the same situation that we've seen before between Curtizi and one of the Vexana players, right? Like, Farsa just shoved Vexana away, cannot farm. Kimi without items, yeah, still not too shabby either because, Kimi's ultimate can potentially make a massive change. So yeah, definitely in the mid lane, I want to see more rotations. I feel like in terms of rotation, both of these two teams have it. But I really cannot point a finger which one has the better rotation because it feels like both of these two teams are jam-packed load of mobility.
Yeah, we'll have to see the execution because wings by wings, I'm not counting that out. Like, Farsa can be anywhere on that map.
True.
But the Badang, though, I think the fact of the matter is, I think Badang has a couple different ways to play it. You can be defensive or aggressive, depending on how you want it. If you want to be aggressive, it kind of rewards you in the early game, super fast because you can set up a lot of team fight pressures and pairs well with the Fanny. You have the wall spam as well.
Yep.
So hoping to see that coming from Powerful and how he plays this around. But I like that you're super smart in all of this kind of like.
Nah, stop
like
glazing
things.
me, Churros.
Man.
Stop glazing me, Churros. Not on stream. Off stream.
Hey, we'll stop the glaze. We'll go back into the game. Welcome
you.
to the Land of Dawn, the first game of day 5 of today. The seeded stage ends in today.
Yeah, and something interesting, right? Super Ryan is on the Baxia going up against the Xborg instead. And this is something that allows you to be very, like, you don't expect a Baxia to basically roam all the way down to the gold lane. So Liechtenstein and Ven are super safe in that lane. That's definitely going to be a very neutralized lane because both of these two heroes rely on the hard spell so easily and so much in terms of the playstyle. So Power Spike, that's going to be a neutral lane. The bottom lane, however, like what I mentioned, expect more rotations and also action around the EXP lane.
Now, I was expecting Evo to be more aggressive, especially since they have the Badang. They do have more level 1 or level 2 kind of stuns or crowd controls right from the get-go. But it's the Cho in the roam position.
Correct.
From the EXP side, though, Baxia versus Xborg, I'm not liking the Baxia and EXP lane because you do need to hit a hero for your first skill to get that reset.
Correct.
So it lane clearing speed super slow. Xborg definitely out clears you, but your rotational speed would be much faster.
Yeah.
I would feel like if they put the Cho in the EXP lane, they would have so much better rotations.
I mean, definitely speaking, right, I would agree with you to a certain extent, but Baxia definitely still at least rolls faster as compared. Even though, yes, the clearing speed for the Xborg is a lot more faster. You don't expect the Xbox to roll down the lane, right? You expect the Baxia to rotate even faster. So maybe that's how they want to play it. And don't forget, another way that Cho has to clear is basically put himself in front of the flamethrowers coming off the Xborg. So in terms of that bottom lane, the winning lane, I would say, definitely is going to be Team Evo. That bottom lane is going to be constantly shoved.
I agree with you. But as the old adage goes, a rolling stone gathers no moss. As long as the Baxia keeps moving,
I never heard of that
driving
quote.
that momentum.
That reveals his age.
That reveals my age. We're the same age.
Are you
What
sure?
are you talking about? Yeah. Yeah. It's an old adage.
Okay, old adage.
Oh,
Any
and
other
I'm
old adage? Any other wise words from a wise
the early
person?
bird
Catches the worm.
the early bird snatches up the worm, yeah. And that's a pun towards Farsa. So I'm actually thinking about puns.
Now who is the worm? Now I'm thinking who
Who's
is
the
the worm?
worm?
Who's gonna be the worm? Who's gonna be the target coming out from King's Vanguard?
I think it'll be quite
from this-
easy for Farsa to find targets though. Will be difficult because it's kind of balanced. Because right now you have to face up against a Hanzo. When the Hanzo flies at you, the only way to counter that Hanzo is to kill him before he actually gets close. The range helps a little bit, but then when you're doing your feather airstrike, you're super vulnerable, and that gives you opportunities or gives the Hanzo windows of opportunities to get into your face and try to take you out.
Yeah, so which means that Sayla cannot use the feather airstrike until he sees the shadow from the Hanzo, right? I think that's one way to from Nandes, right? That's one way to do it. But that also means the feather airstrike is not in the fight. That's one of the win cons coming out from Team Evo, right? You lock away. They basically need to unlock their feather airstrike in order to do a lot of damage.
Well, we talked a lot about the mid lane matchups, the EXP lane matchups. This game is all about tempo. I think we have to
Definitely.
call it's tempo.
Team Evo momentum kind of play.
Team Evo, momentum kind
Definitely.
of team. Very team fight heavy, very death ball, magical team fights kind of thing. But for King's Vanguard, though, they need to be able to play a little bit more passively, I feel. Because in the past, I think that their aggressiveness actually bit them like is their Achilles heel for a lot of the games that they played so far.
Okay.
When they were a little bit too aggressive, they start dropping hits, losing players,
Oh.
and then that kind of just like they can't crawl back from a deficit. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly, and that's going up against Team Evil
Mm-hmm.
with the evil magic, the evil voodoo basically making you feel like, hey, you think you can fight, and all of a sudden they win a team fight, and we sometimes the analysts and the team people just don't understand how it happened, right?
Yeah.
And that's the team fight evil magic that we're expecting. So right now it's about whether team fight magic, the evil magic, can crack open King's Vanguard's defense on Liechtenstein. And that, I think, also relies on the rotations coming out from King's Vanguard.
Yeah.
The attention seeking of Nandes as a Hanzo to basically pull away the pressure from Liechtenstein. That's what I want to see from this game.
Interesting. Interesting. I mean, it's all about
Very
the
interesting.
execution. I mean, we want these players to have the best kind of optimal situation and environment to play in as well. So if you're around the area, go check them out at Lot 1.
Definitely.
I think they're playing the outdoor arena. You see Fire Latios there as well.
I don't know. I just come here.
You just come here.
I
Yeah,
just
we're
come
casting
here.
offside.
I'm just
though.
reading my script. It's like, oh, there's lot 1. Okay, they're at lot 1.
Yeah, it's actually a couple of stops away from my place, so
Oh,
I
nice.
should have went
Thanks for
down.
doxing everybody. Now we know where he stays.
Yeah,
Time to
west side,
send-
best side,
time to
brother.
Oh, west side, best side?
West side, best
Where am
side.
I?
You're still north.
Oh, damn it.
North. North is for the Borths.
Huh?
I don't know.
I don't know where you're going.
Line, bro.
I don't know where you're going. This one.
North for the Borths.
Yeah.
Man,
I think we've exhausted everything in terms of
exhausted
the draft, right?
everything. Like
Like, in
there's
terms
nothing
of-
else to cast when we jump back into
Yeah,
the game.
I feel like right now we've planned so many. There's so many ways that they can basically bring these drafts around. And the
Yeah.
best part is you also don't know how they're gonna path, right? Because looking at their team stats and as well as their past games. There's a lot, like Team E will definitely need the points, right? We mentioned how Team E will potentially can upset the whole seeding for the seeded teams, right? Like like what I mentioned earlier just now when we started the show. Like if Team Evil get a 2-0 here, they start the momentum growing. Team Evil is a momentous kind of team. They win another 2-0 in the last best of 3. They're basically going to shake up the whole roster, the whole seeding.
Actually, we haven't talked about like the points standings as of now. I think we did a little bit of calculations right before the match started. I think Evil is 9 points ahead. Okay, so Flash 8 points, RSG 8 points. So that's gonna be a really, really tricky situation. I think it matters just for seeding, especially in the playoffs. The top 4 teams that we have right here: Flash, RSG, KE, and KGV.
King's Vanguard, yep.
King's Vanguard. So
Yeah.
6 points each for Kingdom Esports and King's Vanguard. Evil with 4 points. If they win this on a 2-0 sweep, they'll have 3 points, 3 points. Which
Yep.
will bring them up to 10 points total. That's
Yep.
the best case scenario if they win this game.
Yep.
If not,
So imagine if Evil actually got 2 points from King's Vanguard and Kingdom Esports, they're gonna get 10 points. And then assuming RSG loses against Team Flash, they're gonna get 8 points. They're basically gonna overtake RSG. So basically, Team Evil has a chance to basically save themselves from potential doom of dropping down to the challenger stage, or they get 2-0 both teams and then shoot all the way up to second, confirming their slot in the playoffs. And the best part is it doesn't really matter whether it's RSG or Team Flash that wins the game.
Yeah.
Because either way, if Team Evil wins those 2 games, they're gonna jump all the way up, shoot all the way up to the second position.
So jumping back into the game, let's talk about stakes really quickly. If Evil loses this, are they out? They will have 4 points. They need to be able to win Kingdom Esports later on today with 7 points to be able to knock Kingdom Esports down. So if they lose this one, there's a lot of pressure because they'll be facing the community teams.
Yeah,
fight
definitely.
for their survival in the challenger stage or last chance qualifiers.
And the worst part is, once you're down at challenger stage as a seeded team, you cannot play any additional games because you have to wait for last chance qualifier, and that's actually the even scarier part. Your luck or your outcome is now dependent on others. That's where it's actually scary, Churros.
Dude, from a second team in MPL Season 8 and dropping off to the bottom challenger stage is not a good look for you, especially so. Now, starting off with the turtle. Oh, powerful, taking a lot of damage. Foul, caught in the wall. Fair airstrike to push everyone back. Last Insanity! Gear actually takes him out from the back line. Traction Pulse pulls them back in. Super Ryan actually holding on to the front lines. Able to barely missed. Powerful. Vincent caught in the spot. Nandes chasing him down. Takes out Vincent in process. Still alive. Barely standing. 1-1.
Oh, man.
Turtle untouched.
Drills, that's a massive, big problem right here. The anti-synergy of a Fanny and a Badang on the team. Take a look. Powerful sets up the wall. Vincent cannot rotate over to the other side, allowing Nandes a golden opportunity to start counter assassination. Assassinating on Vincent, and now he's going to be couple levels down. Nandes picks up the turtle at the same time. It's going to be 2 levels ahead. So right now, King's Vanguard is definitely ahead in the lead.
Man, I think the Boxia is so difficult to break down, and he's got to revitalize as well, so he was a little bit back up. Whenever we have that team fights, it's so hard for Powerful and for Gear to actually break through the defenses that the Boxia has built for King's Vanguard. So the backline was free hitting. Vincent was in a spot of bother, unable to get out safely, and Nandes actually chased him down with the ultimate. So in this case, it's still even Stevens. Scoreline, King's Vanguard has a little bit more economy than Evil, 1,000 gold lead. What's the play for Evil right now? Because losing out that turtle was massive for them in the early game.
It is a massive blow, right? No, don't forget, King's Vanguard, take a look. Liechtenstein already secured a Heart's Claws because of the turtle takedown. Apart from that, your Nandes is like 2 levels, at least 2 levels ahead in terms of Vincent, making 1.5 to round it up, which means that King's Vanguard is going to go into the second turtle, and if Team Evil don't take that one, they're going to be even down in the ground, and King's Vanguard is able to escalate. This is where King's Vanguard has secured their power spike. This is the mid-game. This is where they'll shine.
Yeah, I like the pathing that Sailor is taking because he knows that anywhere around that river line is going to be danger for him, especially so when Nandes is on the control, on the Hanzo. Coming in, 30 seconds until the turtle spawns up. Looks like King's Vanguard ramping up the aggression. What can Evil do at this point? Playing it very passive, playing it safe, then the Fanny will fall off.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's where the Fanny will fall off. And apart from that, the Fanny also, I think the other way is to start do a split pushing. You also pointed out that Sailor is already taking a very safe path. And in fact, if you notice where Sailor is hiding, man, it's so deep in his own jungle because of the Hanzo.
Yeah. I think it's easy for the Hanzo to just be non-committal, using the soul separate, just to get into the far ends of the jungle. And I think for Sailor, playing it very passively at this front, I mean, the only saving grace is the range that the Feather Airstrike brings because he's an artillery mage. But getting into the turtle and getting that setups for Gear, it's very important, very paramount that he clears the lane and starts the rotation faster than Boxia. He knows that you know, EXP lane, Evil wins out. If he doesn't start that rotation, if he doesn't prevent Boxia from coming into the team fights, then it's all a lost cause for Evil.
Yeah, definitely, right? You start also see that Xborg is the one that basically started rotation earlier as compared to the Boxia because of the wave clear, snipes out one of the first blood at the same time, so that's definitely looking a little bit good for the side of Team Evil. I think it's all about how Team Evil plays right now. Like, they are very strong in going into late as when they play defensively because of the wave clear coming out from Xborg, because of the wave coming out from the Farsa.
So we talked a lot about all the other roles, except for how Bruno and Irithel are doing. So in the early game, I think Bruno actually, or Ven per se, actually doing a lot of damage, keeping Irithel at bay. If Irithel or Liechtenstein is able to come back from this one, or having the team to coagulate the pressure down on the EXP side away from the gold lane pressure, I feel like they have a better shot in the mid game. So the fact of the matter is, Bruno is denying or delaying Irithel's mid game power spike.
Yes, definitely, right? The way that how Bruno is playing, I like how Ven is playing, right?
Yeah.
Don't give Liechtenstein way too much because Liechtenstein is a farm master. He
master.
has a lot of GPM, man. He has like an average GPM of 702.
It's pretty high on the average chart.
Yes, on average, like it's actually quite high as well for a gold laner. And apart from that, you also have the fact that he's also played Irithel like quite a few times. This is one of his comfort heroes in MPL. Whereas Ven, this is the first time we've seen him playing the Bruno. So definitely, if he plays safe, he don't give in over to Liechtenstein, he should be able to survive this one. But maybe we can start to see even more, you know, for the side of Fanny to start hard focusing on Irithel, because I feel personally Irithel is the one, Fanny is the one that could potentially reach against Irithel, start putting more pressure on the gold lane.
Yeah, it will be difficult to do so because from the backline perspective, I think they do have some protection in form of the Kimmy. You have a little bit more of your pew-pews just to bind you or root you to that position. I think Fanny is able to counteract that. The only issue is, I think a lot of team fights, they actually break down because on the back line, you have the assassins reaching out for that, but then you have heroes that can take out your back lines even faster.
Yep, and don't
You
forget,
don't really have a lot of support
yeah,
too.
don't forget right now, most of the attention are being focused down towards the bottom side where the EXP lane is because of
Yes.
the export, because of the Vaxia, right?
You have to deny the Baxia from the farm, and you have to push the pressure away from the gold lane so that it becomes safe lane again.
Correct. So what if, for the side of Team Evo, if Vincent wants to shake it up, his target needs to shift all the way to the side of Lucian Stain. That's why you get Bruno Snowball going. That's where you can potentially recover in the mid game as compared to waiting for the late game and hunkering down back at base.
Man, I think we really exhausted every single point that we want to make about this game. Jeez.
We can
and
continue.
even like the stakes.
Mhm.
If Evo loses this this game 2-0, there'll be 4 points.
Yep.
They'll be bottom of the charts. If they win the last game, will they be able to make it up to at least the top 4?
Well, let's take a look, right? I mean, assuming if Evo loses this at 4 points, they will get 7 points at the very least. 7 points is not too shabby either, right? But it's also depending on the other teams, like how they're going to perform. Don't forget, you also have Kingdom Esports that's slightly ahead. So I think you will be safer as compared to... I think they just need to win this one to be a little bit safer as compared to, dropping this entirely.
There might be a tiebreaker as well, right? If the last game was Kingdom Esports versus Evo,
We look to head-to-head.
and 2-1, and there'll be a tie for the bottom slot.
Yeah, we'll definitely look at tiebreaker. But of course, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of speculations right now because it's very hard. It's very hard to also put a good analyst for you guys for the side of these few teams, especially for Kings Vanguard and Team Evo, because the performance in week 1 and week 2 it's really inconsistent. Team Evo looks so strong in week 2, day 1, but after that, week 2, day 2, they kind of flop a little bit. So yeah, there's a lot of confusion. It's a little bit hard to basically put a finger in it. And as what I mentioned, Gear shoving Super Ryan down the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of chip damage. This last Insanity healed up by the revitalized Gear. Forced to pop a flicker out, so no valuable resource. That's Vincent getting caught out. Bao goes down. Nandes tries to go in straight for the back line. Salen's in a huge spot of bother, able to get taken down by Wakanackle. Powerful, unable to do anything about it. Vincent misses the cable just a little bit, but it opens up the turtle for Evo's taking. They have a manpower advantage. The entire game I was seeing, once we jump back in, Sayla was in a very defensive position. Luxian Stain tries to go ham with a heavy crossbow. Ven takes a lot of damage, able to get that retreat as King's Vanguard desperately need this turtle to their name.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing in terms of the brawl, but let me take it down. Vincent is just going ham on Wakanackle. The flicker being activated. Churros.
Oh, Feather Airstrike. Zones everyone out. Vincent, not enough energy to sustain that strike. They're starting things off with the turtle. Nandes is already there. Powerful, giving a little bit more intelligence, trying to reset that turtle. Gets that reset though. Here comes Gear. Down from the bottom side, finding the angle, finding the flank. Vincent actually takes down the turtle with the retribution. Powerful goes down by the hands of Luxian though. Wakanackle able to just prance out of there. Last Insanity will not be able to reach its target. As top side though, Sayla, Ven able to just take down Bao in the process as well. A lot of split fights. This is not the Magic that we kind of remember from Evo. There was no target prioritization at all. Very, very messy, very chaotic.
It is definitely chaotic, right? But apart from that, Nandes. This is the power of the Hanzo, right? Just immediately coming in and just assassinating. And you can see how Team Evo at the very least was able to maintain the stalemate, right? Vincent, remember what we're talking about. Vincent needs that turtle to be able to stay in the lane. He was able to steal it in the midst of all that chaos. And apart from that, there's a 1-2 blow down the bottom lane. So Team Evo is at the very least has some free real estate down in the bottom because, Gear has been shoving like no tomorrow.
Oh, nice little juke, but Ben still gets caught out, taking a lot of damage though. Sayla desperately trying to zone everyone back out of the way. Bao tries to reach in for the back line. Powerful catches him in the fist crack. Bao might be able to go down here. One more Shunpo, able to just dash out of Feather Airstrike's range. It's just a trade for trade, blows for blows, and no one's falling.
But it's okay because Team Evo was able to push away these defenders from coming off of King's Vanguard. Top side looks nice for the taking. If Luxian Stain wants to defend this, he needs to activate his heavy crossbow. It seems like he's not doing it, but if you notice how Team Evo, they're ganking up right now.
Gear's right there. Super Ryan seeks out Gear. You want to go in straight. I don't think they want to fight this though. They don't have a lot of resources. next Lord, next major objective spawns up in 30 seconds. They're starting to split push right now. Like we talked about, we have the assassins down on the long lanes, trying to maintain that pressure away from the 4v4s.
Interesting, right? This assassin versus assassin, if you notice how Vincent is going it, as a Fanny, you have a lot more mobility as compared to a Hanzo. Yes, we talk about burst damage, right? But Hanzo feels like a burst mobility. You have a solid mobility, you're unmatched for a short period of time, but after that, you just fall off, but it seems like you're going to go for this one.
Oh, Super Ryan finds the flank onto the backline. Sailor take a lot of hits though. Foul actually gets into the backline, takes Sailor out, but here comes Vincent cabling around on the backline, trying to split up that fight, but Evo still takes out 2 in the process. No, Bao still goes down though. Lord still up. I thought that was Nandes actually falling, but that was just his fake body. So Evo actually still in control. They don't have Sailor though. This is going to be a very tricky situation. No Bao to set up a team fight. No airstrike to zone everyone out from the fights, but it's so easy. It's so predictable. When Sailor pops in the fair airstrike, therein goes Nandes just targeting onto Sailor, taking him out.
This is exactly what we talk about. We talk about, the win conditions from the side of Team Evo is to maintain and use that feather airstrike properly. The win con of the other team, however, they just need to stop that feather airstrike from popping off. And now because of that, they're going to go into this Lord fight a little bit weirdly, because they're literally a bit down in terms of damage dealer, but don't forget, Gear as an Xborg does do pretty much a lot of damage even though he's building tank. His last Insanity is a massive pop, can potentially throw off Nandes. So right now, if we are able to just take a look at the replay and how that kind of boiled down just a little bit so that we kind of break it down for you. This starts off with Nandes, right? All eyes on Nandes and also Bao, just zoning out Sailor. Sailor was even unable to use his feather airstrike at all. He still has a feather airstrike, and because of that, they're going to go into this potential Lord fight with 1 man down. Not a lot of damage unless the Badang sets out right. But don't forget, you saw in the first turtle how the Badang wall actually messes up the pathing of Vincent as the Spanny.
Dude, actually, honestly though, I do like the fact that Vincent was trying to save his own teammates by splitting up and using him as bait so that they target prioritization onto the Fanny, but there is no catch from the side of King's Vanguard. The only thing that I think would be much better if Fanny was able to find Hanzo's real body first.
Definitely.
Wait for the team of 4 to just take down his fake body, then find his real body, wait for it, and take him down. But it's so difficult. Nandes is just jumping over the walls.
Correct.
He's just ashing back and forth. He's using his fake body so effectively. It's so difficult to get aggressive with him.
Yeah, and don't forget, Bao is basically hunting down Sailor, right?
Yeah.
Bao is basically zoning out Sailor from using his feather airstrike.
They're having chicken for dinner.
Like, it's so weird to see Varsa being hunted down like this, right?
Yeah.
Basically, the bird is the one that is the predator, but now he is the prey. But apart from that, we also have to talk about something else, is from the side of King's Vanguard, I like the trust that Bao is able to form, because I did say that Bao's positioning in the first week, I think you saw him as well, is a bit too far, but now it seems like they're starting to close that gap just a little bit, and King's Vanguard supporting each other in terms of executing these team fights.
Yeah, I still feel like, okay, it's still the first game, everyone's just woken up, everyone's still a little bit groggy, sleepy. The team fight's so chaotic, especially in this game. I remember in back in Season 8, or even the first week where Evo played, they were super target prioritized. They always go for 1 member. But in this game, it's like they're splitting up their team of 4. They are better together, ape strong together, right? But yeah, in the end of the day, I think there's a lot of kinks that Evo still needs to fix out and adapt, especially in this situation, though. The game's not over yet.
Definitely not, because definitely, remember what I talked about, second turtle was still secured by the side of Team Evo, so that's actually still good news. They're able to stabilize in terms of EXP loss, and also that turtle provides the very much required goal for Team Evo to basically hold on to their horses to make sure this is a stalemate. But in terms of aggression, in terms of positioning, it still definitely feels like, King's Vanguard does have this in the bag. But don't forget, bottom lane, that's that's 1 turret down for the side of King's Vanguard as well. Another thing, also how to deal with King's Vanguard, especially with Hanzo, is that, remember we talked about burst mobility?
Yes.
That's right. You need to be... If you notice how Team Evo is starting to adapt just a little bit in terms of how they're basically kiting this Hanzo. They see the Hanzo, they just back off first, and then maybe, potentially, hopefully, the Hanzo doesn't kill anybody. We go back in for that re-engage.
I still think it's too early for Bruno to pop off, because usually what happens is when an assassin comes close, your marksman starts shooting them down before they even deal any damage. That's the case with when you pick a Fanny, your opponent picks up a Beatrix, and Beatrix just uses the Miru to just target lock and missile onto you before you go down. The issue is with Bruno, you need a couple of hits before the Hanzo actually goes down. So it'll be a little bit tougher, but in the late game kind of advantage, I would say it goes over to the hands of Bruno.
Yes, definitely. We definitely, like what I mentioned, we need to wait for this Bruno to grow, to get more items, to get more damage in. We also have, don't forget, they have the high ground advantage in terms
Yes.
of defense. That's something that you can look for Team Evo. It's going to be a tough nut to crack for the side of Team Evo when they're in the base, when they're defending the 3 remaining turrets of their base.
Man. And what about Irithel though? Like I feel like the heavy crossbow is very underrated. When
It
he
is.
pops off the entire combo chain, the second skill actually reduces the physical defense. So that's the entire team, and then you have the Hanzo able to just chase down that back
Yep.
line, or not even the back line. Like he can even switch targets mid-flight
Correct.
with his fake body. So I feel like there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of layers into the team fights. I like the previous one where the boxer actually goes in first, and then Bao was like he's saving his jump, his last jump for that flicker combo. Goes in the back line, tries to force the flicker out of Sayla, and uses the burn to take him out.
Another way of thinking about this, right? I think we need to see how Vincent uses this Fanny. This Fanny shouldn't be joining these team fights.
Yeah,
Because
should be
definite-
split pushing, should be maintain the lane pressure.
or other flanking. Because right now, don't
Yes.
forget what's going to happen for the side powerful when he goes into team fights. The wall. The wall is going to mess up in terms of the
The
Fanny.
wall.
Yeah, the wall is going to mess up every the Fanny's pathing, right? In terms of the cables and everything. So yeah, maybe use the Fanny to basically coming from a split push, then coming on a flank, find either the Kimi or Lucian. Then that's where King's Vanguard will start to panic a little. It's okay to let the Hanzo just do the damage in the backline. You've got gear, you've got you got the Farsa,
You got a powerful as well.
you got powerful as well to basically help you deal with the Hanzo's ghost form at the very least.
Yeah, man, can't wait to see what happens in the second installment of this episode. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that we actually talked about.
We did.
For this one. Talked
We
about
did.
stakes. Talked about hero matchups. Talked
Mhm.
about early game to late game. Man,
What do you want to talk about?
no, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? So head on down to lot one. Head on down to lot one where we have it all
Brother's
live.
trying to
We
be a
talk
YouTuber.
I am. Like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah, brother's trying to be a YouTuber. But of course, apart from that, right? You want to talk about teams? Here we go. I got a select team
Yeah,
head
yeah, yeah.
that we can basically go forwards. Which one to talk about first? Team Evil or King's Vanguard?
Let's go, King's Vanguard. What's the match to match on the previous games so far?
In terms of the previous games, they haven't played yet. This is
King's
the first.
Vanguard?
Yeah, King's Vanguard versus Evil. They haven't played yet.
No, as in like previous games with other teams.
Okay,
You have
then-
the score lines for all of that.
Well,
so like
technically, yes.
we can see like okay, King Evil versus RSG versus King's Vanguard versus RSG, and then we can see like how they perform under a very big pressure, or even Flash.
Well, technically speaking, right? So in terms of game win rate, they have like a 46%.
46%.
Yeah, for the side of King's Vanguard, right? That's the rank number 6, alongside with the other community teams now. Don't forget the stats are a bit skewed because I also taken into the stats for the side of community teams. They haven't played. They played around like what 5 games only, whereas these seeded teams has played more than 9 games, around 9 games on average, right? But for the game win rate for the side of Team Evil is only 33%. So basically, in terms of win rate, there you go. King's Vanguard is slated to be a little
It's
bit
slightly
stronger.
higher because it's like 46 to 33.
Correct.
And
slightly
doing my
higher.
quick math, 46 is higher than 33.
Quick math indeed. Yeah. So,
Man.
so in terms of that, but I think apart from that, it's also we want to talk about whether they can hunker down in the later parts of the games or not, right? And that's usually when you tell in terms of how many lords is taken in their games, right? So in terms for Team Evil, they've secured around 1.1 on average, right? 1.1 lords per game, whereas for the side of King's Vanguard, they're able to secure 1.23, slightly more lords. So you can see, for the side of Team King's Vanguard, it's either they focus on prioritize onto objectives,
Yeah.
or they're just better at securing objectives. There's a
Actually-
lot of nuances in terms of these statistics.
So Kingdom Esports and King's Vanguard, they're tied for scores right now. If they lose, if both of them loses to Evil, Evil goes on top.
Definitely.
What's the tiebreaker for them? What's their head-to-head?
Will be based on what you see. Evil is gonna shoot all the ways up.
Yeah,
to
but
second.
for KGV and Kingdom Esports,
Hold
who
on,
won
let
the previous game? I remember it was KGV in the first week, if I'm not
yeah,
wrong.
KGV won against Kingdom Esports.
So KGV is in a safe
sorry.
position.
Sorry, it is Kingdom Esports that won against KGB. My bad.
Kingdom won KGV. Okay, so
Yeah, I
KGB
never know.
desperately
Guys,
needs
I
this
just
win.
screenshotted from Liquipedia. If you guys watched my stream last night, that's the reason why I don't like to use this.
Dude, you
because
were
I
on
don't
last
use
night
this.
at 1 a.m.
Yeah, I was working on this, doing homework.
Man, yeah, I saw it. I saw it on my mail,
you.
like notification.
Thank
I was
you.
like, I'm gonna see him tomorrow anyways. I'm not gonna enter his stream. Like, I'm gonna give him that pleasure.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports won against King's Vanguard 2-1 on the first day. You casted that one.
Yeah, I remember. I remember one of the Kings won. We'll go as fast as that, right?
Yeah.
But man, okay, so KGV is in a difficult position if they lose this one. If they lose one
Definitely.
game off of Evil, because this is
Definitely.
their tournament lives, and they might be able to get sent down to the lower brackets.
but-
If Evil wins out both KE and KGV.
Yeah, but I think apart from that, I think feels like right now, based on how the game's going, Team Evil's that's the one that's struggling against King's Vanguard, right? But let's
Yeah.
talk about more about Team Evil, right? In terms of how they're gonna go in against, because don't forget, after this, if they really drop down to the challenger stage, they cannot play any more games. They cannot secure any more points. Their points are fixed as they drop down. So they're reliant on the other challenger teams, right?
So we're gonna look at a community teams matchup.
Correct.
Oh man.
So from the side of Team Evil, they won only one game against the challenger team. So you can see from there on, they definitely feels like if Team Evil drops down all the way to the challenger stage, they are definitely going to be you're definitely going to see them in the last chance qualifier, and that's the saving grace. You still have a last chance qualifier.
At least you have a last chance qualifier. So jumping back into the game, man, it feels like it's been forever, but both teams are still 5-5. It's like left and right for both these teams, back and forth, team fights. No one's actually falling. You got a top side bank getting pushed down on that T2 from the Lord though.
Yep. I like how the Evil, even though they're struggling in terms of these team fights, it's still like as long as they keep up their turrets up, like what I mentioned, the defense is still solid, right? So which means that it's actually King's Vanguard's side now. They need to basically trade. Even after killing somebody, you really have to start getting any of these objectives. Turtles, yes, technically speaking, these are good objectives to take, but they're not permanent damage. We're looking at permanent damage in the form of turrets.
If we're talking about a range game, King's Vanguard actually using the skills to poke out and chip down onto Team Evil's members. Vincent, getting a little bit of intelligence onto that bear.
Oh, seems like they're going to
Super
go for
Ryan
it.
starting things off. You got a fair airstrike. Lord down low. Get a retribution down onto
Ooh,
Vincent. Evil
Vincent.
takes up the Lord, but here comes Nandes trying to find a target onto Bento. Takes him out in the process. There's two members left, Sayla and Vincent against the world as Nandes still trying desperately to chase down Sayla. Will be able to take him out before going back to his real body. Nandes is just so annoying. The only saving grace is Evil's Lord is marching up on that top side.
It's so funny, Churros, the fact that King's Vanguard looks so strong in terms of these team fights, but Vincent is going around just assassinating and getting these critical objectives, like for example the Lord and the Turtles, especially this Lord, which is very crucial as they go on the more of offense. Let's take a look. Ben is trying to burst it down. Super Ryan coming for the flank at the same time. The feather airstrike from the side of Sayla. That one poke onto Lucian-Stain. Lucian-Stain doesn't even dare to stand forward. This is what we're talking about as well. Nandes, the timing of that ghost must be impeccable. It seems like Vincent was there right there on time, ready to land the retribution right before Nandes does.
Oh man, it's so difficult because the team fight has been split so much. First, Super Ryan comes in with layered in, Foul goes in as well, and then Evil is just messed up. They don't know, they're confused. They don't know who to go for specifically. And you have Vincent driving down on the mid side, trying to desperately pick up all the scraps. But actually, at the end of the day, Evil actually equalized the scoreline. Right now, Gold is equalized, 32 to 32K. King's Vanguard just slightly up ahead. I think that Lord was definitely the saving grace for Evil.
Yeah, and don't forget, Evil, even though in terms of gold, they're equal, they have a lot more real estate to work with, right? It is now King's Vanguard that they have to protect and defend their bases instead. Their turrets are dropping like flies. King's Vanguard is unable to convert kills into objectives.
There's only one crowd control in Evil, and that's the wall that Powerful is gonna build. Oh, Vincent down low, actually taking a huge chunk out, and Nandes with the dragon kicks him straight into the wall. Lucian-Stain picks up the kill onto Vincent though. Evil losing out one member. They have the numbers advantage. Super Rhyme picking up the pace, picking up the tempo. They might want to go for this one again. They touch and they go. But you look left, you look right, everywhere you look, there's King's Vanguard. If only a career path was this easy.
Definitely. But Team Evo, on the other hand, losing Vincent, yeah, I thought that they can actually basically take something out of this trade. But if you notice also, King's Vanguard started upping the aggression, right? Taking down bottom lane turret using Nandes.
Oh, That's the fist crack onto Super Ryan. Won't be able to escape this one, but buying a lot of time for King's Vanguard to get that retreat. They're blocked by their own wall. Evil, they're crumbling.
Yeah, the anti-synergy coming off from the Badang is actually coming into play, right? Yes, Powerful is able to find a massive wall to trap people, but at the same time, they're also trapping their own team members from stepping forward.
Oh, nice fist crack onto Bao. Pops in their immortality. Might be able to escape this one. Not until Ben actually bursts that guy down. Gear seeks out where Nandez is.
Oh, man.
Able to just sneakily dash away from harm's way.
Yep.
King's Vanguard just playing it so safe and so strategically. Lord spawning up though. Evil, make it beeline for it.
Yeah, definitely. One member down for the side, King's Vanguard. Team Evil is definitely going to take this advantage unless Nandez has something else to do. He could go into the Ghost form to basically try to steal for this retreat. But of course, you know, we have to see how this Lord dance go.
Evil all in position. King's Vanguard looking for an angle, looking for an approach. Super Ryan seeks out information. Nandez goes into Ghost form.
Timing.
Locks under the wall.
Oh.
Huge play by Powerful though. Super Ryan trying to go for the backline, taking a lot of hits from Ben. Underneath the wall though, for Airstrike trying to keep him up alive. Ben takes left to stay down, but the Lord goes to the hands of Vincent though. Bow, nothing he can do with it. In the back line though, tries to take out Nandez. Nandez chases Vincent down, takes him out of the process, but it's a 4v1. Evil ramping up the tempo.
Yep, that's the teamfight magic that we all wanted from the side of Team Evil. King's Vanguard, yes, this is Nandez. This is a very hungry and also greedy kind of assassin, but if you notice how King's Vanguard is playing, they're unable to convert kills.
Hanzo against the world. Will he be able to do it? One goes down, no minions at all. Nandez though, one more hit. Evil takes game number 1.
Definitely. This is a massive showing for the side of Team Evil.
Woo!
They were struggling in the early parts of the game, but they managed to claw back. The clawback started from Vincent. The second turtle pickup allows him to stay relevant into the game. Then Vince and the adaptations that you see coming out of Team Evil, they finally fully adapted. They metamorphosized in the middle of the game, knowing that they're going to be basically Nandez's punching bag. Punching bag. And they reformat how they're going to have to play.
Yeah.
They basically kite back, wait for Nandez to go into the Ghost One, because you're rest assured Nandez need to go into Ghost One to pull away attention from Luxenstein, and they entered for the counterplay, massive play coming off on Team Evil.
Dude, Powerful sought out where Nandez is, got into Ghost Form, and fist crack him to the wall, unable to get into the backline. That just cascaded the entire sequence of events for Evil to actually make a play. Very risky play from Vendo. I don't know if you noticed this, but a fair airstrike just to block him away from Luxenstein. He jumped over the wall, popped the Wind of Nature. Luxenstein was still heavily on him. Luxenstein, without a Wind of Nature, just got down, got decimated by that Bruno. So I think that was a huge play by Ven. Very risky, but high risk, high reward.
Yeah, high risk, high reward, right? I think this particular drop coming out from Team Evil is definitely high risk, high reward. Because don't forget, when you come into Badang and also Fanny, the anti-synergy doesn't really make sense.
It's
right?
kind of like
awkward,
a pseudo-ish, because it kind of works together. Because if you have a wall, you build a wall and you have a nice wall spam, it kind of works.
Yep.
But then it kind of disrupts your entire team's flow and momentum.
Exactly, and you've seen sometimes two or three instances where the powerful wall actually blocked the escape.
Powerful wall.
The powerful wall stopped the escape, and you've also stopped King's Vanguard, basically adding a lot of chaos. And that's what Team Evil is. Chaos in team fights.
Man, I think they really showed themselves like right after the game, right in the late stage of the game, because they knew what the ring condition is.
Definitely.
Powerful, especially so, carrying the entire game. To be honest though, like if he didn't lock down that Hanzo, I think it would be all over going to the hands of KGV.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the statistics real quick. Ven with the MVP, 8-1-1, but in my eyes, it's definitely going to be Powerful. Without that play, it wouldn't have transcended into what it is now.
Yeah, and also I think also have to give props where the side of Vincent. If you notice, Vincent went for the anti-Kuras as well, because he knows the damage that potential the Hanzo can do. And apart from that, it's just also the amount of what Vincent is trying to maneuver around, going out against the flow of Powerful's wall, to bypass his wall, and also to take note where Nandez is. He's also giving a lot of information. Hey, Nandez is coming. Please take note. Let's pull back a little bit. And when what you mentioned, when Van starts to pick up his items, just take a look. Heart's Claws, the Berserkers, Fury goes into Mythic Gun. That's when he truly shines. That's when he can kick balls, and it damages the Ghost Form of Nandez over and over again.
But what went wrong in KGV? Because you have the Kimi with a lot of non-committal traction pulses. I think what happened, in my opinion, was KGV was too trigger go happy.
Yes.
Just using the skills when they can, as they can. Evil was just patiently waiting, saving all their skills and waiting for the right target.
Yep.
So I think that was the breakdown. I'm not sure what your opinion was.
I definitely agree. I would say in terms of Team Evo adapted along what King's Vanguard is trying to do. They're just basically waiting for Nandez's out.
Yeah.
Nandez's out is a little bit too trigger happy, like what you mentioned. That's how basically the cookie crumbles for the side of Team Evo. Team Evo adapted first, and King's Vanguard is unable, like what I mentioned, even though going to the mid parts of the game, that's where King's Vanguard has a lot more kill pressure. They're able to win these particular team fights. But we don't see any turret takedowns, right? We don't see any form of objective being secured apart from the turtle. Turtle can respawn. It just gives you a small little buff, but ultimately it's an excuse just to team fight.
Yeah.
Then after that, you go for the turrets, right? Evo, on the other hand, once they secure the second turret, immediately see, boom, Vincent's down bottom lane.
Yeah, cycle,
Pushes
cycle,
down bottom.
cycle.
Just constantly rotating, out-rotating King's Vanguard. And this is surprising. It's usually Team Evo that always get rotated, and now they're the ones out-rotating other teams.
I think they were really smart play, very smart from all the players from Team Evo. They know that they're in a tricky position, very, very challenging position, especially from the Hanzo. Sayla, the entire game was just a pacifist, can't even go out from his own turret. But the very fact of the matter is, KGV was unable to convert all the kills that they received, or all the kills that they got, into the main turret takedowns, main objectives. And I think one of the breakdown is that Super Ryan Bao was very sacrificial. Every single team fights, they go in first and they die first. So there wasn't any backline protection once the Evo goes down. It's just mainly the DPS going in and trying to take down all these objectives. And because the Fanny is there, and Fanny is super fast with the cables as well, they're in a very tough spot.
Yeah, definitely, right. And apart from that, Vincent, I think, is just doing a good show in terms of these objective takedowns. Ultimately, yes, it's powerful that set up all the team fights, helping, you know, Sayla to make sure that he's safe, making sure that Van is also safe as well, and also initiating the team fight, taking the attention onto him. But it's also Vincent that's going around dealing the killing blow, the turret takedown, the objective takedown that allows at least his team to basically pick up a lot more pace in terms of the gold and the EXP. And then after that, you start to see more turrets takedown from the side of Team Evo. At the very least, Team Evo knows how to play MLBB. Take down turrets, not the players.
I mean, they all know how to play MLBB.
Oh yeah, of course, but like,
but
how
hey,
to win MLBB is a different thing.
still game number one.
Yep.
Still game number one.
It's a long way to
Now
go.
we know Evo has one game ahead. They have
Momentum.
secured 1 point.
That's right.
So they have 5 points right now. If they win the next one, that's 6 points. Tied up with KE and KGV.
Are you sure?
I think so.
4 plus 3.
4 plus
2-0.
5.
2-0 is a sweep.
Oh, 2 is a sweep. It's 3.
2-0
Okay,
sweep, so
3
3.
points.
So that's a
They're guaranteed 1 point
points.
though.
Yep, they're guaranteed 1 point now, but I'm also looking forward to the Team Evo Magic and Team Evo momentum, right?
Yeah.
The momentum right now, after winning games, Powerful gets so engrossed in the games. Man, if you got eyes on site, you know how Powerful will smash the table.
But hey, you know, he's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy, of course.
To be
He
honest.
has white shoulders, though.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a huge fan of Powerful.
Yeah.
You
you're
missed
huge
that
fan
quite a bit, right?
Huge,
James?
huge fan of everybody.
Yeah, you know, I actually got in season 8. I actually got them to sign my,
Oh, really?
my placard
Oh, that's
or
cute.
the postcard kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And last week I was mentioning, because we really don't know what's going on. So hope you guys are able to tell us on the comments. Is that, hey, did Powerful bring the book?
The book, the red book, that's Carrot's book now.
Oh, that's Carrot's book.
That's
now.
Carrot's
Damn.
book now. Carrot's forte.
So Carrot's book is going to be what, orange? Because he's.
What a joke, Jace. Very nice joke.
I think I'm funny.
Wow.
Let's give a big round of applause to myself.
Wow. Cut the draft. No.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we're going into draft.
Oh no, we're going to go to MVP of the
We're
game.
going to MVP of the game. Vincent as Fanny, or Fanny as Vincent.
Yeah, of course. Vincent as Fanny right now, but like what I mentioned earlier just now, we kind of build up to this one. Vincent's the target prioritization onto these objectives. He doesn't really need to kill. Usually we expect the Fanny to basically go and kill, but turns out this Vincent has been going out, assassinating and killing objectives.
Yeah. I like the way that he played the Fanny to its full potential. He knows they can get kills. In the late game, he was 1-4 and 3 or something like that. But then he continued pummeling the main objectives, taking control of the turrets. The only one that can handle it is Hanzo, and Hanzo can't chase Fanny all the way back. So I think that was a really good call from Vincent, how he played around,
Yep.
especially with the Fanny. We'll see game number 2 if Fanny is still in the picture. But now we have a little bit of idea how both teams like to play.
Mhm.
What's the change and what's the adaptations for both sides?
I personally feel like what I mentioned at the start of the draft of game number 1, right? Both these two teams have selected a draft that they are very comfortable with, and this is
Yes.
something that you expect from these two teams.
If we're talking about comfortable, gear with the R-Lot. That's super
but
comfortable.
Arlot's
No,
only
no,
like
no.
what pick once. Unfortunately, in this whole MPL Singapore season 9 as well, Arlot unfortunately fell off really, really hard.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's difficult because people can read how the ultimates want to go to.
It is.
And you have to stay in one side of the map because their sweep only goes onto one side, onto the left or to the right.
Yeah, but of course, I think apart from that, you want to throw back gears Yu Zhong
Yu Zhong.
and
yeah,
Lapu
yeah.
Lapu.
Back in the day, that was what, season 4?
3,
Season 3, season
2
4.
to 5-ish.
Yeah.
2 to
I
4,
see the
yeah,
clash
2
of
to
the
4.
EXP Titans, like Diablo with the Ranas versus Asmin, and then both of them, it's like an unstoppable force versus unmovable object.
Yeah, so right.
Speaking of which, I think Uranus was actually picked up like this in this entire series, right?
Hold
No, like not series, but like this season.
Uranus wasn't picked a single time.
I think I remembered it wrongly. Maybe
Yeah,
it's
which
a
one?
different
Which
game.
one do you remember?
Maybe it's a different game.
Which game have you been playing?
I just remember Uranus.
Wow, churros.
Cut the draft.
You're just waiting for the draft to come back up, right?
We're just waiting for the draft to come back up. But
Mhm.
yeah, adaptations need to be made, especially
Definitely.
from both sides,
Definitely.
especially not only in the draft but in the execution.
I personally feel like it's really boils down to the execution, right? Like I think we point out constantly is the fact that King's Vanguard is unable to secure, even though they've got a very solid team fight composition, they can really team fight, and they're basically winning Team Evil, but Team Evil was the one that really pushes the objectives. Even if they're losing behind, they're using each other to basically take advantage and start pushing. It's a bottoming. It's like a push and pull. But the problem is the other side did not pull when you push. So that's where the
It's
imbalance.
just one-sided thing.
Correct, and
But
that's
to
where
be
the
honest,
imbalance
it's very
starts to come
close
in.
though. I would say like every single time there's a clash, it's always trade for trade, tit for tat.
But what do you do after the tit for tat?
That's
the
right.
main. I think that's the main takeaway from the side King's Vanguard. But you gotta have to admit that you saw the improvement for the side King's Vanguard, right? In terms of how they're more in sync.
They're
right
in
now.
unison. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair though, Baxia first pick. What do you think?
Baxia first pick is a good pick.
Mm.
I always like what I always mention. Your first pick has to always be a flex pick.
Yes.
Something that can either go into two different lanes, something that can basically throw off your opponent. That's the power of first pick. Last week we were talking about a lot of Kimi. We thought Kimi is a flex pick, but no. Apparently, a lot of MPL Singapore Season 9 teams likes
Mid lane.
always mid lane.
Always mid
There's
lane.
this one time going to go into a gold lane, but before that, ladies and gents, we're gonna go into a short break. Gonna make sure that we get the num noms, get the drinks. I'm
Don't
gonna
get my
get.
num nums.
I'm gonna get some drinks as well. We've been talking for a while. We're gonna go a short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the challenger stage rankings. In the challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into last chance qualifier stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through last chance qualifier stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the last chance qualifier stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ。車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じて。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ。車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
And finally, we are back for another MPL Singapore Season 9. My name is James. Joining me right here is Churros. We just watched game number 1 of Team Evo going up against King's Vanguard. Question is, are there any changes? There's a lot of breaks in between. Maybe there's some changes in strategies. I want to hear your thoughts.
There's a lot of time to talk about new strategies, new dimensions of gameplay
Definitely.
brought to the table. I think, for a fact of the matter, I know that Evil is going to stick to their guns and just play the magical team fight strategy
True.
that they know and love. It's just what heroes are they going to pick out.
Yeah.
For the side of King's Vanguard, though,
Definitely.
I think there's a lot of adaptations that needs to be done, especially in the gameplay and the execution, because we've read the comments on online as well on the streams that Luxenstein not performing so well in lanes. I think that in order to circumvent that, King's Vanguard needs to play a sort of like a push away from the gold lane.
Yeah.
Make sure that he has a safe lane so that he can pop off. I feel like we talked about this during the break.
Definitely, we did.
Luxenstein has the lane sort of like a lane advantage, or he wins in lanes. He does well in lanes, but he needs to be able to pop off, and that's what's not showing right now.
I think that's where Nandes shows up, right? And in the hands of Hanzo in terms of these kind of flashy assassins, right?
Yeah.
Then a lot of focus being applied on Nandes so that, Luxenstein can do Luxenstein things, right? Farm out of control. But there's also teams that also start to realize how to deal with Luxenstein, right? How do you deny Luxenstein? You just deny him from farm, start playing more aggressive, put a lot more pressure, send the assassin over to his side of the map, make him feel the pressure so that, you don't allow him to grow to become this late game monster. This is something what he likes to do. He likes to pop off in the late game. But also something that I'm very, very happy to see for Team Evo this time. But especially for this week, is that they went back to a lot of basics, right? They went back to the bare basics in terms of their more team fighting composition. I love to see Sayla on the far side, because for the past few times, Sayla has been playing like the Novaria, the Juicin, technically speaking, works in terms of these team fight comps. But then he is always paired up with something else that's kind of interesting. Like, for example, the Cho, which also kind of weird as well.
Yes.
Right? So I think that this kind of team fight magic, this kind of team roster is exactly what I feel Team Evo need in order to secure a 2-0 and even potentially another 2-0 later on the day.
You know, in the bans in the first game, King's Vanguard actually banned out the Loi.
Definitely.
In team fights, Sayla's one of his signature hero is the Loi, or if not, maybe bring out something a little bit more spicy. The Kagura comes out again. Maybe that kind of works with their gameplay, with their dimension, and how they want to roll things out, especially in the mid to late stage of the game. Early game, they suffer a little bit, fine, but Evo's that kind of team that it's known for a late warm-up or slow warm-up towards their peak.
Yeah, actually, in fact, last season is where they kind of break the norm. Usually you expect Team Evo to really suffer throughout the regular season, right? And then after that, suddenly when when Powerful gets the book, decides, and then the playoff buff comes early. This time round, this season, they're going back to the same traditional Team Evo that we know and love. They're late to the they're late to the playoff buff, and it feels like you can start to sense that, hey, they're securing that playoff buff creep, and they're slowly starting to take the buff away.
Well, we'll see in this draft. Starting it off, Evo banning out the Matilda and the Lucas. Very tough heroes to deal with, especially for the side of Evo. You want to play that team fight composition. Lucas is going to tear you apart, especially once he goes into Unleashed Beast form. That's going to be a huge mound to hurdle.
Yeah. Apart from the fact that I personally feel is that Lucas is just so broken in terms of his damage capabilities. I think when he's designed as a fighter, he's supposed to be fighter, right?
Yes.
But some players some other MPL start to realize that, hey, he has nutty numbers, and his growth in terms of his damage is actually very crazy. So people start putting him into assassin, especially when he goes in beast form. He gets bonus damage, bonus HP,
bonus defense,
bonus
resilience,
everything, and CC immunity.
Yeah.
And as an assassin, that's not what you want to deal with.
The only balance that they have is when Lucas is going to pop off. Once that passive bar fills up to red, that's when he starts to pop off, and that's when you don't want to start a team fight. On the other side of the table, though, KGV banning out the Kalea, Harith, and Chip. The Loi is on the tables this time around. Evo is open and up for pickings for it. You want to pick that up for Sayla, that would work very, very well. But to go for the Boxer instead, I think the Boxer first pick kind of works, but it gives a little bit of flexibility, especially for gear, as well as Powerful, how he wants to play this. And I remember Powerful in the jungle, he was basically using Baxia every single matchup in season 5 or 6, I remember. And him playing the Baxia again in the roam brings a whole new level of gameplay for
Yeah,
Evil.
yeah, and it's kind of interesting, right? Like, I definitely am looking forward to Powerful playing the Baxia as a roam, because technically speaking, you're doing especially what you're supposed to do as a jungler, except for the fact that you are holding on to Retri.
Yeah.
Right? So I really echo what you were saying. I hope this Baxia goes into the hands of Powerful instead of Gear. But we will never know, right? King's Vanguard, like what I mentioned, this is a flex pick going in. So they're going to go back to basics. Badang, once again, as well, can be flexed onto EXP, but we're seeing a lot of popularity in terms of the roam. And we're also going to get a Moskov as well. So more cross-map plays coming out, something that Liechtenstein also play. And in fact, Moskov is like one of the highest picks gold laners in MPL Singapore Season 9.
Yeah, I like the fact that Liechtenstein's getting Moskov right now, because he knows his own disadvantage, especially in the laning phase. Once you have that late game power spike, the late game space that you want to play all over that map, it gives you some time to really farm up, get your core items, and then really pop off in the late game. So Loy is going to be going to the hands of Sayla. There we go. One of his signature heroes all the way back from Season 4, playing it now today. Bruno will be picked up again for Vincent against the Moskov. In the early game, Moskov will suffer a little bit. Bruno would definitely have the advantage. But now, last pick over to KGV. Will they pick up the Kimmy, though?
Yeah, Loyi being picked twice by Sayla as well. Actually, this is the second time he's being picked. This is the second time he picked this. And the last time he picked it, he won with it. So it also shows that his confidence as well. And not only just that, it was also like a pseudo chip, right? Now you're talking about the mobility around the map. Team Evo does have a lot of mobility in the form of Baxia in terms of even the Loyi to a certain extent. So now King's Vanguard, they need to try to match it. And it seems like you're going to go for the X-Walk first. Of course, you can flex it as easily. You've seen Hades brought it over to Xbox last week. You also see it just now where Gear brought it over to the EXP lane. So I like what King's Vanguard is doing. Like I said, there's a lot of flex picks being picked up here, but Carrot seems like Team Evo, seems like the blue side always wants to lock in their gold and mid lane early on in the first phase of the draft.
Yeah. I think it kind of works with how they want to play it. Just make sure that you have that core priority going down first, especially in the gold lane. I think for KGV, their mid lane is in shambles. Evo's definitely going to target that for bans.
Yeah.
But actually, though, KGV banning out their own Hanzo instead.
Vincent also can use the Hanzo as well. He used it to great success last week.
Yeah.
Same idea as how Anandez would want to use it. And now because Moskov is also kind of squishy and also gets very vulnerable, albeit later parts of the game you get the kite. But this also means that they're going to go for something like even more like a Farsa, perhaps like a Yve, or even like something like a Vixana, something that doesn't really have a lot of mobility to kite against a Hanzo.
No artilleries this time around. Because Jewel banning out the Ling as well, denying it away from the hands of Vincent.
Yeah, it feels like if you're Carrot right now, you want to take away the Farsas, like the artillery strikes, right? And now after that, King's Vanguard, if they really want to go artillery, there's only Yve left, or perhaps even a Vixana.
Or if you try Xavier, you want to go a little bit more tricky this time around. Xavier kind of works as well because it kind of has the mystic field that locks you, roots you in place.
Correct.
So it has zonal control, which is what KGV kind of needs. Pairs up well with Moskov as well. So if you have the SOD, you have the Dawning Light, Moskov is able to have backup, especially from a great range.
Yep, and now, instead of going for the far side, goes and bans away the Selena instead. Okay.
Great counter intelligence, especially when you have that Loy in your hand.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, it actually really makes a lot of sense, right? Like Selena, these traps allow you to kind of open the map, detect where the Loy is coming from. But apart from that, this also means that King's Vanguard has high priority to go even for the Farsa or even for the Yve. Personally, I like the Yve a lot better because Yve, at least when you get CC'd, you don't get pushed away from the real world manipulation. Whereas the Farsa, you have like the things like a Loy that can basically, or even a Vaxia can knock you off from that feather airstrike.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the Yve in KGV's entire synergy right now is the fact that they don't really have a lot of magic damage as of now. So if you want to put a Yve, you have only utility. So they go for the Yve instead, and like you said, crowd control immunity, especially once you pop in the ultimate, gives you second lease of life. Evo, though, going into their hands, the assassin plays might be going into either Hayabusa, very easy access in the back line, especially onto Yve.
Yep. I think they need something like a high loss, right? Like from the side of Team Evil, they need a way to try to be able to run out of the real world manipulation. You can see the potential wombo combo coming out from the side of King's Vanguard. You have to box everybody in, continue with a Badang to basically lock you in a wall with their ultimate and potential last insanity coming in. So they really need to find a way to get out of the box. And the way to get out of the box immediately, like what I mentioned, either you burst down the Eve so that you can basically free yourself, and you also get that slow immunity. You also get the high loss for yourself, at least another additional stun. But instead of that, they're going to go for the glue instead. Possess somebody to basically try to get out. So this goes back to Team Evil's issue, right? In game number 1, they go for a clash composition. But this one, I don't know. It feels to me they're going back for a pick composition and a poke composition to a certain extent.
Yeah, 2 damage dealers on the back line. You have the Baxia as sort of like that backline defense. Glue and Joy could just go ham onto the opponent's backline themselves and try to disrupt their gameplay. But the problem is KGB doesn't really have a lot of backline. Moskov really likes to be in your face. Hayabusa also likes to be in your face. So it's only Yves that is pretty much wide and open. So to be honest, though, the Hayabusa pickup right here works very well, especially when you want to target the Bruno and the Luoyi.
Especially the Luoyi.
Especially Luoyi.
You go into the iframes. Luoyi's passive cannot touch you anymore. And it allows you to basically just deal the damage onto the Joy as well when it goes to the ultimate. So you don't fight him. Hayabusa seems like a really good choice, but like I said, King's Vanguard, this draft looks very scary. As long as you get the members of Team Evil inside the real world manipulation box, that's it. It's easy pickings for the side of King's Vanguard. So Team Evil has to play it really smart.
It just screams zone control for me, especially for KGV. I do like the fact that Evil has a much more reliable hero, especially in the off-lane split pushes in the Joy, than the Hayabusa, because Hayabusa's shadows in the late game has lower cooldown, but we'll see in the execution. As we go into game number 2, Team Evil 1 game away from clean sweeping this series and getting 1 point ahead of KGB and Kingdom Esports. But will KGB actually manage to hold themselves on top, keep themselves afloat in this matchup? We're starting things slow, very, very passively. Wow. Knocking Powerful into their wall, able to walk out of the way. Oh, that diversion play, Bao taking a lot of damage.
Sayla in the early game does have a lot of damage in terms of this passive proc, right? But apart from that, the Powerful on this roam, on this Baxia, is basically very, very nice, right? It basically goes back into his something as a comfort that he used to play in the form of jungle. And this is something that I really want to talk about. Apart from the fact that we're going to talk about the gold lane matchup, right? Bruno's going to have a better time as compared to Luxion's name because of the
Powerful. The spot bother, Revitalize, brings him up. We just chase that down. Just touch and go for both sides. Very, very passive, very slow. And how you want Evil to kind of play that early game is driving that momentum, ramping up the aggression, and shifting into high gear really right from the early game.
King's Vanguard needs a lot more time. Hayabusa definitely need more items around level 5, level 6. That's where the Shadow Kill really, truly shines. And of course, King's Vanguard, when Walker Knuckle starts picking up the level 4, the real world manipulation, that's where King's Vanguard will strike. But without Luxionstein in tow, he needs some more time to farm to become that late game monster. Evo's hope to neutralize this by putting a lot of pressure onto Ven. That's where you see the pathing from Nandes.
Good read from Ven on the top side, from the shadows. Now, 5 seconds till the turtle spawns up. Looks like Evil in a better position contest for this one. Starting with the first early rotations, Powerful making his way over to the turtle. Bao sourcing for information. He knows where Sayla is, and that is something that you need to look out for. Sayla doesn't have level 4 yet, so diversion is not in play. King's Vanguard really needs to watch their 6 though. At any point in time.
Bao clearing the bottom lane should allow him to get to level 4 first as compared to Bao. So Bao is a little bit down in terms of the priority. So King's Vanguard is walking into this particular team fight with a little bit of a disadvantage, right? Sayla doesn't really need the level 4 because her damage as a Luoyi is already there. Like the passive proc is there. You don't need the ultimate to do anything else. So there's a really wise rotation coming out of Team Evil, and I respect that coming out from them.
Actually, it's a very slow level 4, especially from the Luoyi. I would have thought, like, okay, get the level 4, get the diversion play, go for an earlier kind of diversion backline play or sort of like a flank maneuver. But they choose to hold on to the diversion because they don't want to give off their secrets just as of yet. It's still too early. If they know it and they give up that secret, knowing, okay, I'm going to the tri-bush, and Sayla likes to play that tri-bush, then King's Vanguard kind of knows how to read Sayla's gameplays.
Yeah, so in fact, it seems like Team Evil is going to walk into this turtle going for a front-to-back kind of composition. They're just going to fight front-to-back. They don't care. This is going to play standard. This is where, don't forget, this is where Team Evil truly shines. I like to fight front and back. I will probably have some crazy flanks, maybe perhaps on the side of Vincent to a certain extent. But Vincent, of course, you know, as a Joy, can exactly do that easily.
Yeah, there's a lot of dimensions that Joy can play around. Usually it's just a double dash on a minion and then going straight to the back line.
That's right.
The turtle gives that advantage to Joy. So Bao needs to be stationed at the turtle as soon as possible to prevent that from happening. His target should be that Joy right from the get-go, especially for the first turtle.
Yeah, and don't forget, Bao doesn't have level 4 yet. So
yeah,
that's also another potential issue. Yes, there's this wall that Bao can build, but Joy laughs at the walls, right? It can just dash across the wall. It doesn't really matter. Hop onto the turtle, get 2 dashes, and then start running down against the Eve. The Eve, especially, is going to be pivotal in terms of this whole team fight. You need to be able to catch as many members from the side of Team Evil as possible. Heck, even if you don't catch most of the team members, just catch one of them. One member down, King's Vanguard can follow up with other things.
So we're taking things slow. Turtle gets a reset. Sayla already level 4. King's Vanguard trying to desperate best to maintain that wave priority. Evil starting the turtle off. Looks like King's Vanguard gonna give this free turtle up.
Yeah, because King's Vanguard seems like they're not in position, right? They're focused on something else. Look at Nandes.
Shadow kill onto Ven, though. Able to dash out of the way. Nandes, one more hit. Will they be able to hit the mark? SOD goes wide. What a play from Ven. Good read.
Oof, I clenched right there, Churros. I clenched right there, Ven. Almost inevitable death, right? That's a massive gang that King's Vanguard fell on the top side, but at the very least puts a lot more pressure over Ven, allows Luxury Stain to breathe just a little bit.
Not giving us time to breathe, though. That was a huge, huge play. Very good dodge, very good weave.
Yeah,
but now
the turtle is a bit slow given up by King's Vanguard because technically speaking, Bao's not level 3 yet. Remember earlier just now, Evil was the one that has a lot more turtle priority because of how they balance the EXP.
Yeah, Powerful was super scary with the Baxia. Using the rolling shields just to scare Eve away. Get a first diversion play. Luxury Stain definitely sees where this is coming. Oh, able to get that mark. Will he get the diversion though?
Yeah, I like the fact that Sayla still putting some pressure, even though it's like, yeah, you basically burn the diversion all the way up top, but it should be right available for the next turtle fight, right? So good timing from the side of Sayla for now. But right here, I want to see more aggression coming off of Nandes. Nandes already level 7. This is where he truly really be able to shine. And King's Vanguard is starting to pick up the items. Bao has the ultimate. There's no fights as of yet from the side of King's Vanguard. Feels like they're feeling scared against the magic of Team Evil.
Look, seeping is a 5-minute mark. We know how Evil likes to play. Definitely power. Oh, that's a SOD. Bao looking for an angle though. 3v2. Sayla's not there. Don't have the version just as of yet. They touch and they go. That would have been super scary as Nandes just around the corner.
Nah, they don't need to engage this fight because take a look. Turtle's going up in another 20 seconds. Van picks up the Heart's Claw. That's one of his main power spike. And now Van, it looks comfortable to go into a fight, especially when the turtle's spawning up top. And now we leave the EXP laners literally down in the bottom lane. As we compare both these two teams in terms of composition, but it seems like, you know, Gear is the first one that makes a rotation, riding on the river to go all the way up top first.
The inbuilt sustain really helping him, especially in the lane dominance down the bottom EXP side. So slow rotation from Super Ryan, but he's around the corner as well. Powerful, trying to zone out Bao from getting close to Vincent. Turtle at half HP. Gear trying to go for that back line as well. Trying to target onto Nandes. No more shadows. It's a free turtle over the side of Evil.
Luxury Stain cannot even join the fight because he already used
diversion.
the diversion.
Onto back line. Finds a flank. It's a huge diversion play. It's a reaction. SOD. It won't be able to matter as of now. Powerful stuck underneath the turret. Won't be able to get out. Super Ryan taking a huge chunk of damage. Nandes goes down by the hands of Vincent. And Super Ryan get caught in the reactions. And Evil converting all these small little kills, 2 kills for a name, into objectives. First T1 down the mid side goes down.
That was a nice pickoff coming out from the side of Team Evil, right? Gear possessing onto Bao, and then this is the best part of what I like to see from Team Evil, right? We take kills, we take objectives. Look, your mid lane is cracked open.
Yeah. They lost no one in that play. I thought Powerful was way too deep, getting CC'd underneath the turret. Oh, huge wall by Bao. Able to just flicker out. Ben is safe by Powerful.
Yep, flicker for flicker, but we need to see some follow-up coming up on the top side, right? But it feels like King's Vanguard, they're out of sync. They're the ones that have a good team fight earlier just now in game number 1, but this time around, game number 2, there's a little bit of mistrust coming in, and they're losing a lot of these massive objectives over side Team Evil. 2 turtles already secured by Team Evil. You'll have a mid lane that's cracked open in such an early timing. King's Vanguard in a spot of trouble.
I think their composition is a little breaking down a little bit right now. For Evo, though, everyone except Joy is on that side waves. Gear is keeping Super Ryan busy. It's so hard for Xbox to take a hit over the Gear, and I think that was what broke the camel's back, right?
Definitely. We talk about flipping the script just a little bit. King's Vanguard this time around, they're the one with the high ground defense, right? We've got the real world manipulation from the side of Walker Knuckle, but Vincent and also Sailor could always do something like that to basically just pull King's Vanguard out of position from the defense earlier. I want to see how, you know, Team Evo put up a two-prong attack against King's Vanguard.
Powerful caught in the wall, getting pulled back. Revitalize keeps him alive for now. Here comes the Goon Squad, though. We'll be able to get Powerful up and alive and away from that turtle. His third turtle of the game. Here comes Vincent, though. Onto Luxion Stain. Huge hit. Riddle of Joy might be able to take him down. One more hit. Gets pushed away. But the crystal, though. Vincent gets safe. Able to dash out, though, underneath the turret. Last Ascending will burst Vincent down. A little bit of a misread from that Joy.
Man, Vincent, that was a massive misread, right?
Yeah.
That's a little bit overconfident right there, like powerful.
Hold on a second, RWM keeping Bao in play. Gear taking a lot of damage and hits from Nandes. Here comes Powerful, blocking off all entrance onto the back line. Ven has that damage right now. Definitely. They know, and King's Vanguard know that that's the core power spike of Evo coming through.
We have to call Vincent out, right? I thought, you know, cool guys don't look at explosions. That's exactly what happened. Vincent thought he was a cool guy, but no, he's just a guy. But then again, he ultimately got punished. But what I like is Team Evo was still able to take advantage of that. Look at what Ven has done while Vincent is being taken down earlier just now. He takes the turtle for Team Evo.
Huge diversion play, taking Nandes down. Sailor caught in the process. You got SOD. Luxion Stain here in the picture as well. Luxion Stain free hitting from the back. Powerful caught between the wall and hard plays. Bao, one more hit. He might be able to go down, but the fires, the burn won't be enough to take him out of the game. Man. As of now, though, Evo ramping up that aggression. What I tell you, diversions left, right, and center.
Yeah, definitely. Team Evo is starting to ramp up in terms of momentum. No pun intended in terms of the momentum from Powerful. Powerful on his boxer. It feels like he's back in his element. He's back into this, you know, jungle Baxia era, right? Remember, he used to be a tank jungler, and now this time around, haha, I'm not packing Retribution, I'm packing Revitalize alongside.
This gives him less pressure, but hold on a second. Nandes onto Vendo. Shadow kill, saved by Powerful, takes away the main hits away from that. Here comes the version play. I don't think they know, though. Luxion Stain will be caught out. Here comes Sailor, though, blown up to smithereens by Super Ryan, but all is for naught. SK Evo, they run for the hills, they run for their lives. Ven is here with the damage, and King's Vanguard, they lose. Luxion Stain yet again, 0-2 for this Moskov.
Yeah, there's a trade for a mid lane for a gold lane, but Ven has to get out of there. If not, that trade will not be in the favor of Team Evo. Ven has to get out of there. He doesn't have the mana.
Bao gets that fist crack though, but he's stuck by Powerful. The fist crack won't help him enough. Ven taking a lot of hits though, and a backline. Super Ryan with the last insanity to blow all of them up to smithereens. Gear desperately trying to buy enough time for Vincent to come in. For King's Vanguard, they know they're going for the side lane split pushes. This gives them some time, relieving some pressure from that Lord. Without Powerful, without Ven, I don't think they can contest for this.
Definitely right. Team Evo, they definitely overstayed their welcome all the way up top. They basically exhausted every single thing. You can see even Ven down to the last remaining strands of mana has to burn the flicker just to get out of there, and that's where, you know, Super Ryan strikes. So good timing coming out of King's Vanguard. I need to see King's Vanguard doing more rotations like this one, but look at Powerful, Sailor, and Gear. They're already here for Luxion Stain.
Oh, it's a three-man gang onto Luxion Stain. The collapse won't be able to hit. Luxion Stain prances there, out alive.
Yeah, Sailor burned the diversion just to send their members all the way down there. Luxion Stain kind of put everybody down. Don't forget, he has the SOD. He can easily join this Lord fight. King's Vanguard needs to secure this Lord. This needs to land.
The SOD lands. Here comes Luxion Stain. Lord at a 5th. Won't be able to steal this away. Vincent busy on Bao, taking control of that. Nandes with the shadow kill will be able to take out Vincent. One more hit. Nandes will trade his life for Vincent.
It doesn't matter, man, Churros. King's Vanguard has done the damage that he needs to. Nandes can go down whatever, it's okay because they've denied the Lord away from Team Evo. Team Evo right now back on the defense. You can see it was Sailor using the diversion earlier just now to pull the rest of the members of Team Evo down to deal with Luxion Stain, but don't forget, Luxion Stain has the SOD to join. Once SOD joins, boom, the rest of Team Evo is unable to reinforce for the Lord fight up top. This is basically a 2v3 up top.
Big mistake corrected by a quick kill of that Lord down the bottom side. Take a look at itemizations. Look at all the power spikes that Bruno and the Moskov has. The Holy Trinity already built up by Liechtenstein. Before the side of Ben, though, he does have the Malefic gun, so that's a lot of range, that's a lot of damage.
The bigger power spike goes over to Ven, man. Berserker's Fury hard claws for him to sustain, and then after that, the additional range. The Moskov, it's a little bit more closer, needs more close up. That's the range difference for a marksman that marks the difference between Team Evil's team fight versus King's Vanguard's team fight. Team Evil team fight is a lot more better, but they got out-rotated by King's Vanguard for now.
You know, from a sort of like a gold lane matchup, do you prefer a burst marksman or an attack speed marksman in this case?
I'll see mood.
You see the mood.
I'll see my mood. But okay, jokes aside, it's definitely regarding what kind of roster you want to deal with, right? For example, if your enemy is mostly like, you know, the Baxias, more like the exports, more like the tanky ones, you need DPS. You need the DPS boys. The DPS boys like the Moskov, like your Claude, your Irithel to a certain extent comes into play. Carries definitely is one of the list, man.
Starting things off slow, 7 seconds till the next Lord spawns up. Evil still has the advantage, 5,000 gold lead. Yeah, seeping into level 15. Still have Nandes 2 levels behind Vincent.
Yeah, still not too bad, right? Look, Team Evil does have a small little turret right there. Heck, Gear could just tank the turret, and then after that send Vincent all the way down, slice that turret. Down at the very least, you got even more lanes push up against King's Vanguard, right? King's Vanguard is losing a lot of real estate in order for Liechtenstein to farm. That's the main problem on the side of King's Vanguard. If you also notice, King's Vanguard, they're starting to rotate S5, and that's a problem, right? As a Moskov, you also have the mobility to jump from one place to another to join the fight. You also have the Abyss Walker to basically do your outplay. You can peel for yourself. So Moskov is a perfect kind of roster for this. And on top of maybe with the help of Nandes, he can also kind of like provide you vision on the bottom side.
Look, very good reconnaissance from Gear and Powerful. They didn't see this foul get caught out. It's a last insanity from Super Ryan. And things going ham. Vincent with the Rhythm of Joy won't be able to take anyone out. But huge resource taken over to the hands of King's Vanguard.
Perfect timing coming off from Team Evil, right? Team Evil using the diversion, and also just to be able to knock out Bao, and now King's Vanguard cannot go for the Lord unless, you know, Nandes has to try to steal it away from them. There's a lot of pressure from the side of King's Vanguard. They have to try to do it, but I don't think they'll be there in time. Team Evil secures the Lord for themselves.
Free Lord over to Evil. King's Vanguard does have a little bit of a high ground, especially with the RWM. We'll see how things play out as Evil has that death ball strategy. They do have the diversion. They could pop out at any one point of that side turrets. Yep. So that's going to be a tricky situation for King's Vanguard. No bush is safe. Even their base isn't safe.
Yeah, but technically speaking, I would say their base is safe, right? Because they've got 3 bases among themselves. They also got a real-world manipulation from the side of Walker Nako. So Walker Nako doesn't really have to look backwards, just have to focus his damage frontwards so that King's Vanguard, yes, it seems like, you know, Team Evil is pushing back King's Vanguard right into where King's Vanguard's roster shines. Defensive. Don't forget, one Bao's ultimate with the wall can potentially change the whole tide if Team Evil makes the mistakes. Team Evil is holding a scalpel around the orator of a heart right now.
It's all down to Bao. Looking for information, looking for an angle of approach. But from the back line, Vincent Nandes 1v1, Powerful trying to target lock onto Liechtenstein. The turret will go down, but the last hit off that Lord, the Super Ryan clears out all access. But it's just a waiting game as of now. King's Vanguard, they don't want to go out. And Evil, they don't want to go in.
Sure, I wasn't expecting this, man. I wasn't expecting Walker Nako not to burn a real-world manipulation because their strength lies in making sure that these base turrets don't get taken down. Evil is basically knocking on these doors one after another.
Nice little spray from Super Ryan to keep everyone at bay, but Ven dealing a lot of damage. This is a late game Bruno we're talking about right now. King's Vanguard saving grace. They still have 2 T3s on that side waves. The mid lane in shambles though. Evil, they have an angle of approach. The entire jungle is theirs. King's Vanguard can't afford to step foot out of their house.
Not only just that, yeah, right? Like, you step foot, all of a sudden, Powerful will just roll right into your face.
Or Sailor's diversion play.
Sailor diversion right into your face. Then the whole team literally comes out, and that's why, you know, you see a lot of chip ban, you see a lot of lawyer bans because of these global plays. Take a look at the items right here. You can see Joyce, like, perma stack right now. There's not a lot of resistance coming up from the side of King's Vanguard. It's mostly, all I see is just, you know, armor items. They're gonna get melted easily, especially for the side of Liechtenstein and even to a certain extent Yi, right? Walker Nako, I think your next item definitely has to go for a Winter's Crown because you're gonna get targeted down by Vincent's ultimate.
here on reconnaissance duty, pushing every one of the members of King's Vanguard out and away into their homes. There's no one that can deal with the glue. I think he just brings annoyance, but the rest of the team can always divert over to where Gear is, and that's the quick backup. Look where Powerful is. They're taking control of both sides of the jungle.
Yeah, I think Lucian can definitely deal with the glue churros. Like, you need DPS to deal with Gear as that glue, and you need to King's Vanguard need to try to elongate that fight even more. But the problem is, if you take a look at the front line from the side of King's Vanguard, it's Super Ryan and also Bao, but Super Ryan is kind of front line that goes in to lose his HP when he goes into Last Insanity, right? So that's something that King's Vanguard needs to be a little bit aware of when they play all this. They need to try to burst down Team Evil, catch Ben, catch Vincent, catch Sailor if you can, leave Gear to its own devices, and Team Evil secures a free lord for themselves.
Man, it's looking dire for King's Vanguard, but they do have that high ground. 10k gold behind of Evil. Can't even step foot in their own jungle. Can't even pick up the scraps. The only saving grace is they do have the minions coming their way. Lord marching up in that mid side.
Yep.
Evil slowing down the tempo a little bit. Sayla always watching. He's like Messi. He's no wasted movements at all.
Yeah, the 3-prong attacks, at least you got 2-prong right now, right? Unfortunately, mid lane so short. It's not timed properly, but it's okay. Right now, Team Evil just need to distract King's Vanguard right here, whereas the 2 lanes are getting pressured right now.
Russian Stain dealing with that bottom side. Won't be able to survive that one. Vincent already popped into Rhythm of Joy. Here, a little bit too deep with the little bit of a possession right there. Last Insanity to blow them up. Winter Crown in the nick of time for Powerful, keeping him up alive. It's a very tricky spot that Evil's in. The Lord making his way to the home, and all the King's horses and all the King's men don't care, but the King's Vanguard is there again. They're targeting the throne. They're going for the end. There's no more minions. They're going in deep. Walker Knackle's the only one standing, but Evil with a 2-0 clean sweep.
We are basically on the way to a massive upset in terms of the seeding, Churros. Team Evil picking 2-0 against King's Vanguard. We talk about the momentum. This is the kind of momentum they're looking for going into the 3rd match later on. So congratulations over Team Evil. A lot of things are starting to look up. The playoff buff starting to look really strong for Team Evil.
Dude, this is super dominant. 10k, 12k gold lead by the end of the game for Team Evil. From the early start, it's a little bit shaky, but Ven made plays. Ven was locked in. He was online right from the start. We talked about the gold lane to gold lane matchup. All both my eyes were on Lucian Stain basically, but he didn't really pop off. Every single time he had an opportunity, he was either too scared or the rest of the team weren't following it up enough, or the damage was a little bit too low for any backup whatsoever.
Yeah, and I also think that it's also because Lucian Stain, remember what we talked about, right? Lucian Stain is kind of gold laner that needs that confidence that, hey, I am 10k ahead. Hey, I've got enough items to start fighting, right? Else he won't join the fight. And this is exactly what happened. Once you start putting a lot of pressure on his side of the lane, he's unable to farm, he's unable to join the fight. If you notice, remember what we pointed out, right? Moskow's supposed to be start split pushing, right? Start creating more pressure on the side. He doesn't even dare because Sayla is right there just to also turn around and basically jump over to the fight.
So let's talk about stakes right now. 2-0 Evil 1. They're up 3 points. So right now, 7 points. They're 3rd in the seeding right now. And King's Vanguard, Kingdom Esports still equal in 6 points.
Yep, correct. So right here, I've got the stats right here. So Evo is going to get 7 points. King's Vanguard on the other hand will remain at 6 points, like what you said. So they're going up a little bit. And now the next person to step on, basically using them as a step ladder, is looking at Kingdom Esports. I'm looking forward to that one.
Got a big question for you. Is Evil safe? Even if they lose 2-0 to Kingdom Esports, are they safe?
Yeah.
Because now KGB doesn't have a game anymore.
Yeah, definitely, right? KGB looking really shaky right now, right? Even if Evil loses that one, yeah, they're gonna basically shove King's Vanguard down all the way to the challenger stage.
You don't like to put you don't like to put your fates in others' hands. So KGB one, I think this is it. They're going into the challenger stage. Could be very, very high chance. From a hit-to-hit matchup though, Kingdom Esports still wins out KGV. So I don't think it's safe to say we'll wait for the production to bring up the statistics.
Yeah, let me do my homework right now.
We'll do our homework.
I'll do my homework. I've got my notepads ready.
Jay's Cast, Twitch.com.
Yeah, but anyways, let's take a look at the stats, ladies and gents. I feel like the stats really doesn't tell the whole incredible story of Team Evil for the past 2 games, because it was a dominant showing. Team Evil sensed that they're already being cornered in their seedings, and they really fought back, right? They found the adaptations powerful man. He found his secret sauce, and it's the Baxia that's been rising in terms of the ranks, in terms of our MPL Singapore picks. Because of his flexibility, you would never think that Baxia could also go into gear, no doubt,
Yeah.
right? Then Powerful can come into like perhaps a Tigreal going in, and it scares everybody. And heck, even if you replace the Baxia with the glue, and then after that you replace Powerful with Tigreal, Sailor diversion is gonna look even scarier.
Dude, so dominant. It's like Evo is playing chess, KGB playing checkers.
Nah, they're playing
a different game.
Nah, they're playing scissor, paper, stone.
Rock, paper, scissors, right? But for the side of Evil, though, you have gear on the top side, you have
Definitely.
powerful on the bottom side. Sailor's just watching, he's not even farming, funneling every single minion onto
yeah.
Ven. That was so immaculate.
Yep.
And what is Vincent doing? Just split pushing the sideways, split pushing the sideways. He's done with the top side, moving down over to the bottom side. And Ven was constantly farming down the mid side.
Yep.
They know, and they can't even come out once they know gear is there. Do a little bit of poke damage, especially with the Yeve, and then the rest of the members, the Goon Squad comes in and take you all out. So
something very interesting, Churros, that I've also noticed from the side of Team Evil is that, yes, we're going to see them later on in the next game. If you notice Sailor's gold, it's not ideal coming from a mid laner. If you go over to the damage deal, I'm not too sure, but if you go to over the damage deal, Sailor's not really exactly like a damage dealer. This is the only game where he had one of the higher damage dealt, because if you notice for the past few games, as a low E at the very least, he's unable to do a lot of damage because he's more of a utility mage player in this particular season for some weird reason. Last season, a few seasons ago, he's more like what, a Faramis, a Valentina, the Kagura for a certain extent. But this time around, you start to see that Sailor is taking a back seat in terms of utility. So what does that mean? Gear need to step up with a lot more damage. You also need to expect Powerful to be a little more like a secondary utility. Maybe like that's why you start to see Powerful picking the likes of the Badang.
yeah, I do have to echo 100% whatever you're saying. I felt like this Loyi, the threat that Loyi brings is basically having the ultimate, the diversion in arm.
Yep.
So as long as it's armed and ready, that's it. KGB can't even come out because you're waiting patiently for the diversion to come in.
Correct.
It doesn't have to, but as long as there's a potential backline gank from any angle at all, that is the threat.
Yeah, it's like a threat of somebody holding on a pistol at your head, in your head.
Yeah, you don't have to pull the trigger.
You don't have to pull the trigger. You don't even need to. It doesn't have to be loaded.
Yeah.
But you feel the fear, and that's what Sailor is doing. Putting a gun over to the side of King's Vanguard's head, and they're scared. They're scared to do anything. You also start to notice that Luxian Singh doesn't even dare to step out of his own base.
Yeah.
You start to see, Nande's having trouble as well, because you never know, diversion could appear right next to you.
Yeah, this is Evo's villain arc, no pun intended. Honestly, though,
I thought the
this
villain
game-
arc was last season.
this is this is the Raza Ghul arc. You're climbing that
okay, we're
mountaintop.
going to go there.
You're meditating, and
Okay,
this
we're
was
going to go
just
there.
so dominant, so immaculate. I have no words to say. I have goosebumps and jitters on my skin.
He doesn't.
But the question is, who do you think the MVP is?
I personally want to give it over to the side of Ven, because he's been really kicking down a lot of doors on that Bruno, right? But at the same time, we also harp on a lot of Sailor as well. So I'm torn between these two. And what do you think?
Oh, man, it's tough because every single one of the players knows their job, especially like Gear knows his place. He's always right there. Powerful knows his place, always right there. But I have to say, at the end of the day, Ven really showed up, especially in the early game when he dodged that out. But it will be the Sailor as Loyi, 3-1-7 on his scoreline, KDA, 71% with a huge
I think his
presence.
Impact, his impact is that his presence is
value.
felt globally.
Yes, sir.
Right? I
With
think
the global
that's
ultimate as well.
the global ultimate that allows him his timing on the diversions as well, bringing the rest of his team alongside to catch people by the side lanes. He disabled the Moscow. He disabled the Hayabusa from actually split pushing. So there you go, MVP of the game. Not only just in terms of stats, but in terms of his presence being felt around the game.
Man, it's a tough pill to swallow, especially for King's Vanguard. Looking on the other hand of the table, your fate is in Kingdom Esports' hand.
Yeah, you're wishing that Kingdom Esports put down Team Evil, but I don't know whether that's even enough though, because later on, after the short break, we're gonna give you even more updates, what we feel about our seeding, because I cannot brain. I need to sit down, because I'm like what I said last week. My mom definitely dropped me when I was a kid.
You know, hey, what? It's time for lunch. If you're a Lot 1, just check out the stores right there. It's gonna be fun. We're not Lot 1, by the way, so. It's
Why you
tough
review?
pill to swallow.
Why you
We'll see you
review?
after this break.
Sorry. Caught off guard. It's okay, let it.
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ。車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
And of course, ladies and gents, it is time for RSG versus Team Flash. This is probably one of the few games that personally I've been waiting for earlier before we started the whole stream. But man, Team Evo is really rising up in terms of the rank. Looking forward to that. But we're going to close that book, that storybook just a little bit as we focus on RSG versus Team Flash. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is the very handsome Churros.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna be your
Gonna be
casters
here.
for today for this particular match. How are we feeling about this one?
Very good. I mean, this is the new El Clasico. Last time it used to be like the Evo stack versus the RSG. Right now, when Flash came back into the picture, or the three-time champion going up against RSG, we've seen them so many times over the years, and I mean, even Diablo went and joined the enemy.
I'm sorry, Churros. When you talk about the El Clasico, none can beat the RSG Evo's El Clasico.
Pepperis
Farms remembers.
It's 2025, man. Get with the times.
Anyways, yeah, but this is truly forming like a true thing, right? Because RSG has been trying to vie for that first spot for like a few seasons already. Unfortunately, been dominated by Team Flash for the past few seasons. Team Evo was almost there as well. So technically speaking, it was a three-way battle for season 8. But in season 9, however, you start to see like Team Evo struggling a little bit during the regular seasons, and it's basically almost like on a lifeline for a certain extent. But now we have to talk about RSG. What are you looking at in terms of the odds?
Well, to be honest though, I think a lot of teams are inconsistent. They're struggling in the first week, second week, especially against community teams. So a lot can happen today. But I do want to see a very good matchup. I think RSG is one of the only teams without imports coming into the picture as well in the full lineup of these MPL squads. So this time around, I think the addition of Amooks as the head coach has really shown a lot of new dimensions to the gameplay. I really like to see a lot of structures and new heroes being put out, new comfort heroes being put out. We've seen a lot of boxes today. Maybe that would be the case as well today in this matchup, because there's a lot of new things that are resurging. We don't see the Kimmies as much anymore. It's not too. It's the two like the imbalanced kind of Kimmy that we've seen in week 1.
Yeah, technically speaking, I feel like right now, if you notice, some of the teams are starting to realize how to play against a Kimmy. You start to see the rise in terms of your Hayabusas, your Links, to a certain extent, your Hylos as well. You just need to find a way to run the Kimmy down, and that's how you deal with the Kimmy. But now we also start to see a very interesting pattern since the start of week 2, day 2. The rise of the Baxias.
Rise of Baxias.
This is something of a hero that you wouldn't expect. You're expecting like the heroes, something like a Hanzo rising in popularity as such as for the other regions, right? But now in Singapore, in MPL Singapore Season 9, feels like Baxia is truly a very competed, or basically a sought after first pick. It is a hot pick.
It's definitely pick or ban, especially for both sides. It gives a lot of high speed rotations in the early game to the mid game. Very, very sacrificial, and it doesn't really matter because the reduction of the healing regen, the shield regen that it brings from its passive actually brings a lot of new dimensions to how you want to layer in team fights. You can throw the Baxia in, try to disrupt the regenerative capabilities of the enemy team before throwing everything in as well. I think we've seen a lot of revitalizers being honed by the Bakshias as well. So once that is done, it's sort of like a new way to play a high loss, in fact.
Yeah, definitely, right? And there's also another way that you also can think about this, because Baxias in this particular patch, there's a lot of EXP laners that are more tanky than pseudo tankiness in terms of the regens. That's why you start to see the rise of the Baxias. But okay, we've talked enough in terms of the hero picks. I want to kind of like zoom into these particular two teams. Of course, they're coming up next. Don't forget, this is, of course, a best of 3 for RSGSG versus Team Flash. It is super exciting because I feel like this is something that a lot of teams in MPL Singapore Season 9, in order for them to measure how good are they always look up to Team Flash because they're their super team.
Yes.
But now, from what I'm hearing from the rosters, but we have to wait for the producers to show us the definite rosters for these two particular teams. Definitely looking forward to the news, but we'll talk about RSGSG first. RSGSG, technically speaking, you're expecting them to be the second best team coming in because of Team Evil's switch around. They haven't changed the rosters just a little bit. They have a pretty shaky-ish kind of start.
Yeah, going to RSG, Yon, Jay, Ruka, CS, and Closer, the only team that is running no imports at all under the guidance of and leadership of Dr. J, the architect. I do like to see like new things being tried out, especially from Coach Amux as well.
Yep.
I think they played together. Their synergy and chemistry together with the rest of the team gives a lot of new picks that can be chosen as well.
Yep.
So Jay with one of the widest hero pools, and we talked about this in season 9, season 8, season 7.
Yep.
He's one of the guys to look out for. And Yon has really been showing off. I remember the first time stepping foot into the MPL scene, a lot of players have high hopes on like Yon is one of the best assassins in Singapore. And right now is actually showing and proving to us that he has that growth in all throughout the seasons.
Definitely, CS has grown, right? The Shippuden arc really applying onto CS, and not just CS, closer as well. But of course, let's talk about for the side of RSG, right? The RSG side, in terms of their win rate, there's definitely one of the number ones, right? In fact, 60% game win rates out of 10 games they played so far. They've won 6 games. Of course, we don't talk about matches,
60%
right?
win rate.
60% win rate is actually really high for a team as well. And of course, we talk about CS just a little bit, right? For example, so CS, if I'm not mistaken, he has one of the higher side of KDA, 6.64 KDA, ranking at number 5. Of course, if you want to compare, no, actually, if we eliminate all the community teams, he's the first in KDA. CS 6.64 after playing 10 games. Vanix falling in second in 6.06 KDA. So that's a very impactful player right there in the arms of Arsenal of FLSG Singapore.
Yeah, only falling to the hands of Rapidude and Sus Bomba.
Yeah, technically speaking, because they don't play enough games, and you usually want to have more games before you basically have a bit of a pattern. But let's take a look at Team Flash right now, Churros.
Hades, JPL, Curtizi, Vanix, and Ken. You know him, you love him. What's not to talk about them? The only thing that I'm not really disappointed, but like a little bit sad is we don't get to see Diablo play this time around again.
You're talking to a big Diablo super fan.
No,
Right
I'm
here.
the bigger fan.
Right, really?
I'm the bigger fan.
All right.
Yeah.
Diablo did not say this to you, but Diablo said this to me. I'm his number 1 fan.
No,
Right
he
in
said-
front. Okay, I'm not gonna say that. out
Okay,
loud,
Diablo
but
side though, this is like
That's
the
a massive
cream of
flex
the
right
crop.
here. Sorry.
The cream of the
Flexing
crop.
right here.
A lot of Singaporean teams actually look towards this team as one of the best teams, the best in the world. Not best in the world, but like best in Singapore. And their roster actually won the top 4 in MSC last year. So I mean, with that accolade, bringing the same kind of roster into the table, into the mix this time around in season 9, they should not struggle. But yet they're inconsistent. They're not performing up to the expectations that we hope to. What's wrong?
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, right?
And it's the same
Because-
thing, like the same teams all together.
Yeah.
They don't change anything. Maybe Ken here and there, but we've seen him in SPS as well. So he has a fair share of international experience as well. So what seems to be the problem?
It's very tough to really decipher because definitely there's a lot of games being played. In fact, they've played a total of 12 games already. Not counting the matches, but technically speaking,
Yeah.
they have a couple of 2-1s. Diablo wasn't really having very good time in this season, right? This reminds me of Diablo in MPL Singapore Season 2 or Season 3, where he was switched out for Baby Cakes and there's another one. Baby Cakes and there's another player. I can't exactly remember. EXP laner, right? Then after that, Diablo, if you notice, his hero pool is very, very limited after a period of time. He has 4 picks on high loss out of 10 games that he played. He has 4 picks on high loss, 1 pick on Badang, 2 picks on Benedetta. And Benedetta, when you see a Diablo Benedetta, you get afraid.
It's just a comfort pick for him, but
It's
not
supposed to be a comfort
exactly
pick.
meta, but it achieves what needs to be done with
Correct.
the high rotation and high speeds.
Correct. And because of the Benedetta pick, it's a 50% win. He out of 2 times he picked, he only win once. And you are expecting, a Benedetta from Diablo to be 100% pick, right? So I think right now, it's just about the synergy, right? For the side of JPL, if your EXP lane is losing, what the roam has to do is usually you need to start supporting the other side, right? Support the EXP, you support the gold lane. Then after that, JPL's work get overloaded, and he cannot do what he usually do. So that's where I started to feel like Team Flash, in terms of dissecting what's the issue with that team, I think it's definitely the EXP gap that's starting to show a little bit of cracks from the side of Team Flash. But that's why they have the up-and-coming EXP laner, Ken. We have to highlight Ken. Ken being picked up by Team Flash after his tenure in Team Evil last season. You give man the phobias, he 1v9s.
Yeah.
He 1v9s.
We remember Ken for his Phobias, but he still has a slightly wider hero pool than Diablo. Diablo is known for the flashy sort of like wild card picks.
Yep.
Sometimes he goes along with the Yuzhong, which is not really meta in the season as well. But Ken knows how to play the meta heroes, and he knows how to play well. So I think they do have options, especially from the player roster.
Yep.
Per se. The fact of the matter is, you talked a little bit about JPL. JPL up against Jay. Both of them have been seen for the longest time.
Yeah,
I remember
definitely.
Jay was from Kingdom back in the day as well. What is the core distinction factors between how these two players like to play?
I think if you want to compare the core distinct factors between these two churros,
Yeah.
JPL was there. JPL was the legend.
JPL was
JPL
there.
was the legend.
We
JPL
all remember the Popo and Koopa
JPL was
running
there.
through 5 members
Yeah,
of Blacklist International.
JPL was there. JPL's the legend, like what you mentioned. One Popo and Koopa running through 5 men, like it's nothing. If you guys watch World War Z,
That's him.
that was him.
That was him. He is him.
Yeah, it was him. And if you watch, and don't forget, he also stole Lords and Estes. He also had 105% in terms of the kill participation as a Diggy. Remember that in season 4?
Oh yeah.
Exactly. He is the legend.
I don't know if
right?
it's an API issue or what. I
No,
still don't know.
It's a JPL problem.
it's a
JPL effect.
It's just him.
Yeah, it's just JPL effect. But jokes aside, JPL has been really strong because he's very consistent in his roles. If you take a look at Jay, he's been going through a little bit of he's been switching around roles.
Mid lane, roams.
Mid lane, roams throughout season 1 all the way to season 9.
Yep.
But JPL though has been consistently as a roam all the way since season 1.
Yep.
But of course he used to be a mid laner as well.
Yeah, I think this gives him a lot of dimensions. He has a wide hero pool matching up with Jay and how Jay likes to play. Both of them very aggressive. If you give both of them a cho, it will be in your face in the jungle,
Yep.
being quite a nuisance, especially for your farming phase.
Definitely.
And I think for both of them though, I don't see a place where they actually pick up an enchanter, which is a very paramount pick in this current meta.
So if you want to compare J and also JPL in terms of their KDAs, right?
Yep.
J is actually at 2.46 KDA.
Let's take a look at the assists. More of the
yeah,
assists.
this KDA. Kill and assist divided by death. KDA,
Yep.
right? So JPL actually has 2.55. Actually, in terms of their assist, they're only like 0.1 away. So in terms of
Okay,
playstyles,
so very close.
it's quite close as well. But I think people still believe in the brand of JPL. JPL, sometimes, yes, KDA doesn't really tell the full story sometimes because don't forget, what JPL likes to do, he likes to hard invade. If he knows that he can walk away with it, he'll be right in the face. Remember JPL versus Team Evil where he's literally living in the enemy's jungle for the rest of the time.
Yes.
You give the person a cho, you give Marman a cho, you give Marman a clear, man.
He's living
in
rent free.
He's living rent free in the jungle and eating your food.
Yeah, I think the thing is for a lot of the roams that we've seen, not only in this matchup RSG versus Flash, but for the previous matchup with Powerful as well as Bao, both junglers or both roamers, in fact, are playing a very sacrificial role. Typically, roamers like to just throw their own bodies, making sure that you know the team follows up. Do you think that's the right strategy, and how is the other regions faring? Because I remember watching MPL Philippines, and pretty much the same thing happens with the one from Falcons. What's his name again? Ogwin. Ogwin also throws his own body. He has like 0, 6, and 7 or something like that at the end of the game. But then again, I think this is how roams like to play in this current meta. But why is that so? What was the shift?
I think right now it's just because of we're still right now in a very awkward position in terms of the meta. You start to see junglers starting to switch back into tank jungler utility.
Yeah.
Then that's where it happens, right? If you're going for an assassin jungler, you expect a tankier roam. You expect either a tanky EXP lane or an initiator kind of roam. So basically, vice versa, right? Right now, the EXP, the lines are very blurred in terms of what the EXP role wants to do and a roam role wants to do, right? So if one becomes tanky, one has to be an initiator. So basically, that's how we see
So you're
it.
switching things around,
Switching things
to
around,
balance out the
to balance it out.
ecosystem.
I know you're looking forward to the enchanter kind of style.
I
but
do. I am.
yeah,
I am.
definitely, right? Enchanter roam is definitely interesting, and that's something JPL has shown before. He knows how to
Matildas.
play that.
Yeah.
Matildas,
Bring out the
your
Matildas.
Estes.
Bring out the Estes as
You
well.
used
I
to
think
play Rafaela once in season 4.
I think Rafaela was really
Diggy at
a
the
forced
same
pick just to
time.
reduce the
Yeah.
the attack speed. The Diggy's coming out again.
Yep.
The Diggy is not really an enchanter. It's more of like a hardcore utility kind of roam.
Technically, it's an enchanter. I popped my ultimate.
And then I heal you back up just a little bit with a photo as well.
Yeah, just
Fair,
a little
fair.
bit. But I think the main thing is the CC immunity that you provide to the rest of the team. I think that's very critical.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think right now, if you want to talk about a roam that's more enchanter, you're expecting like you need to take a look at Hades. Hades as well. You know, assassin player. He's really strong in his assassin because.
Yes.
Apart from the fact that he has
The fact that
mechanical skill,
Lucas is also high on the meta and high on the picks.
Definitely.
He has been playing that for the longest time, especially in SBS or his show matches back in China as well. So he's been picking the Lucas up a little bit this current meta. So that's gonna be a hotly contested part. But the fact of the matter is, facing up against Yon, and both these two guys we know for them as hardcore assassin players.
Yep.
How do you think they will fare? And do you think that Yon is able to be put in a position where he's uncomfortable in a fighter or tank jungler again?
I remember Yon back in the good old days from the side of Team Flash when he first debuted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was when he was kind of shown that he's not comfortable in playing tank junglers.
No, once you give him a Fredrin, it's a lost cause.
Yes, correct. So in fact, in season 9, he's played five unique heroes, namely. The more tankier ones that you're seeing from this list is Alpha.
Yes.
And that's something he can play. It's something like a pseudo fighter-esque assassin kind of thing.
Still the fastest jungler in for the fighters.
Yep, correct. But if you take a look at the hero pool of Hades, there's 8 heroes that he plays. Namely, Hayabusa is Joy is one of his. He played Joy 3 times. He played Hayabusa twice, and he can also play the Fredrin. He can also play the Guinevere. Well, to a certain extent, we still see him perform a lot better as an assassin because you start to see him going around assassinating not only just your players, but he goes around assassinating objectives.
So with that being said, though, what's the game plan for the draft? I know we're winging a little bit because there's a technical issue on both sides on site. So, but speaking of on site, if you're in around the west side area, around Chua Chu Kang, please head down to Lot 1 because that's where the show is happening live. But back to the question though, going into the draft, what do you think the game plan is for both coaches or both teams?
I think it's just draft to the comfort, right? Right now, I feel like we're going back into the regular programming coming on Team Flash. With Ken being able to play like the likes of the Phobias, you saw the glue appearing as well. He only played 2 games against the challenger teams. You also start to also sense that he may even go for the high loss. He can also play perhaps the glue, right? So that's the Badang as well.
Yes.
So technically speaking, I'm sensing a bit of a regular programming coming out from the side of Team Flash. They feel like the old Team Flash that we used to know.
Yes.
With Ken being the new flavor of EXP laner. My man is rising up as one of the best EXP laners in Singapore.
I think a little bit of a controversial opinion. I think Ken
Go ahead.
provides to Flash a much better support. Because what they're looking for is something that is more tanky in the EXP lane instead of the high loss being picked up as well. So I think for Diablo though, he likes to play all these he performs much better with EXP laners who are hard hitting, bursty, high mobility. Give him the Esmeralda or the Uranus or the Benedetta, he does wonders. But once you throw him in something that's a little bit more slow moving like the Phobias or even the Terizla, he doesn't really like that because it's too slow pace for him. So I guess it's like from a player to player perspective, Diablo works best if you let him go around doing Lone Ranger things. But like, what's the game plan for Ken?
Correct, but unfortunately for Diablo, let me answer that question first. Unfortunately for Diablo, that's not his meta, right?
Yes.
His meta, unfortunately, doesn't apply to the Season 9 meta.
It was way back in 2021, I guess.
I think 2 seasons ago, he was shine, the Khalid Badang, where they're more punchy, they're more heavy, hard hitting.
Yes.
But now your Badangs feels like a more initiated kind of style. Go in, set up a wall, start punching, stunning everybody there, and then the rest of the teams coming over.
You build tank anyways, and with Concussive Blast, you don't really use like the Impure Rage anymore.
The Khalid as well technically suits what he likes to play, but Khalid, you don't see him being favored anymore in terms of the draft.
You fall off hard in the late game.
Correct. You start to see, it's the assassins and also the Moskov or the marksmen that will be the one doing the split pushing. Because what Diablo also likes to do as an EXP laner, his playstyle is that he likes to also go to the side lane, start clearing, apply side pressure before joining team fights.
Yeah, that's the Diablo that we know and love.
Correct. But
right now, it's Hades' job now.
Correct. That meta doesn't apply anymore. So unfortunately, it is what it is. So we're expecting to see, Ken performing on this one. Ken fits better into this meta.
Okay. With that being said, though, like, as we're on the topic of the EXP laners, on the other spectrum, we have
Mm.
Closer, who has been shown very great promise,
Yep.
especially in his growth along with CS. So the two side laners of RSG, no
Mm-hmm.
change at all. What is the new dynamic this time around, and how do they like to play it around? Because I know that Mux likes to play a little bit more sneakily, a little bit more tricky. Closer is one of these players who have a more sacrificial kind of outlook to himself. Throws himself in the mix, tries to soak in as much damage, and then keeps CS safe as much as he can.
Yes.
Or even keeps Yawn safe as much as he can before really popping off. So what's the dynamic between Closer versus Ken? I think we've seen this a couple of times in Evo. What will change in Flash?
I feel like in terms, you're talking about lane matchups between
Yeah.
Closer and Ken, right?
yes.
I think both these two players share similar playstyles. In terms of experience, you got to give it them over the Closer, right? Closer, technically speaking, has been playing even more. He's also
I think
been
international
a sub.
experience, though, I think Ken would have
Definitely, that's the only
biting
difference,
bullet,
right?
yeah.
That's the only difference, right? Closer has been a sub. He's been following RSG as a sub all the way, and now he's finally given time to shine. Remember when he first debuted, his performance was a little bit shaky, but his improvement is there. Ken, on the other hand, this child is gifted. Right, this child is talented enough, and that's why Team Flash snap-picked in immediately after Team Evil, from Team Evil, because they noticed and they fear him, and also with the international experience, this child is a formidable foe, and he's only just starting his career.
Man, oh man. Okay, EXP lanes aside, now it's time to move over to Lord Vanix versus CS. Man, it's going to be a tough matchup, especially for CS. A lot of people look up to Vanix as one of the, if not the best gold laner in Singapore. Been in and out of the international scenes with Team Flash all throughout the years. A lot of, even our international caster friends, looking at Vanix is like, oh man, this guy is gifted. This guy is
definitely
crazy. A little bit tripped there.
Yeah, it's so crazy enough that Churros almost tripped from his chair. All right, but I think we already kind of alluded to you guys a little bit in terms of KDAs, right?
Yeah.
CS and Vanix, they're just literally side by side. Fifth place definitely is going to CS at 6.64 KDA.
Vanix is lower at
Vanix is
0.6.
slightly lower at
What?
6.06, but that's probably because Vanix have been playing more games.
Fair.
Right?
Fair. 12 games
Just
to 10.
only 2 additional games. If you put them side by side in terms of games played, they may be almost on par in terms of KDA. But what Vanix truly shine as well, apart from that, is the fact that Vanix
His
has
GPM.
higher GPM.
I think it's one of the highest in Season 9 so far.
He has he actually has the highest GPM in MPL Singapore Season 9, coming in first place at
1,200.
1,200. Yeah.
Dang. Okay, the second place is
Second place, I don't talk about second place because second place is True and Salas, but that's because they only
That
play
is
5
community
games,
teams, right.
So you don't really have a lot of stats.
Yeah.
Second place is actually Hades at 740, whereas if you notice CS is actually all the way down to 14, and 14, around 600, make it 700 because, make it 700, all right? No, trust me, make it 750.
Okay. But it's still 500 gold per minute slower than Vanix. This guy's a
Correct.
farming monster. This
Correct.
guy's a speed run monster.
This guy's a speedrun monster, but he has more KDA as compared to Vanix.
Fair. Vanix doesn't go for kills. He goes for the objectives. That's why his GPM is higher.
That's
He's
right.
always cross-mapping
That's
plays. And whenever it's 3 minutes, once he clears out the wave, he moves and rotates with the help of JPL, with the help of the mid lanes with Cortese, going into the mid side, funneling Vanix to come to get his power spike as soon as possible.
Yep.
So I think that kind of works well with how Flash likes to play around.
Yep.
So this is just crazy. 12,000. It's not even 12,000. 1,200.
Yeah,
and
the
65.
Americans will call it 1,200, but Asians, 1,200. Okay,
1,200.
settled. Okay, but apart from that, I think there's another key factor that you really cannot see from the stats from the side of Vanix.
Yes.
Vanix has the clutch factor. Dude,
He's
clutch factor. You gotta admit it. Every
Lord
time
Vanix.
not only just that, Lord Vanix. We always scream Lord Vanix for this specific reason, because I think among MPL Singapore Season 9, no gold laners have that clutch factor.
Hey, speaking of clutch factors, we've seen Flash like to play the backdoor plays, either with Vanix or either with Hades. Is always going to the back doors, always finding a way to get a sneaky play and get your throne down. RSG has issues with protecting their base because they like to play in a way that Yawn settles the side wave pressure, but then tries to go in straight for the objective, so it's very readable. They don't know how to defend against these pushes into their base. So I feel like there's going to be a backdoor play coming in,
There's
especially from the side of
definitely be.
Vanix.
There's definitely be. I personally feel like, truth to be told, I am gonna tell you this. I think before we talk about the backdoor, clutch factor. When I say clutch factor, because I don't believe it's being used or more often in MOBAs. But if you watch other esports, you understand clutch factor means like if one person get ganked. If you're a gold laner, you're a gold laner, right?
You get
You
ganked.
were a gold laner.
I mean,
You were a gold laner. 3 men come at you.
okay.
Do you trust CS to stay alive? Sorry, imagine you're watching CS and Vanix. Both these players get ganked by 3 members. Which one do you trust to survive?
I think Vanix.
Definitely.
Vanix knows how to outplay underneath the turret. He knows how to
Exactly.
layer in all these fights.
Exactly.
He knows how to read their opponents. He knows how to read the skills and spells coming in. And his reaction time towards these stun skills is just immaculate. That's why we still call him
That's
the Lord.
why. Yeah, that's why it's the clutch factor from Vanix. That's why if you talk about gold lane matchup, I think the trust is definitely more in Vanix, right?
Yeah.
Now we talk about the backdoors. The backdoors wise, that's technically a Team Flash signature. Team Flash understands the map rotations. Like if you guys want to study how to rotate around the map,
Very
in MPL
Filipino
Singapore,
play style, though.
yes, a little bit like a
That's where
Filipinos.
Curtisi and Hades sprinkle in some of their experience coming
Yep,
in.
definitely. Then if they really rotate, just watch this one game if you want to really learn how to rotate. It was Everlasting Love versus Team Flash.
Everlasting Love,
Masterclass.
Team Flash, yeah.
Masterclass week 2, day number 2. It's a masterclass on how you should rotate. I think that's something all the other teams in MPL Singapore are struggling to basically pick up and
Actually-
look at the position on how Vanix positioned himself. I think that's another thing that a lot of us did not realize is the information warfare. Hiding in the bush, not giving your position, but you're still around there ready to pounce. That's something that Team Flash has finally did.
You know,
this
it's
particular season.
crazy because it's crazy you pointed that out because Team Flash is a master manipulator. Not only do they rotate with a purpose. They want to force members from the
Yes.
opponent team to a certain location so that they
Yes.
can do something else, like opening up the map for that lore, trying to push them in before someone tries to go for a backdoor.
Yep.
So all of this definitely will look out for. I mean, you know, speaking of crazy, with Curtisi, who can forget the
Alright.
Fanny mid lane? Who can forget the Martis mid lane?
I
And
don't
up
think-
against Ruka, aka Roy. I mean, this is going to be a very interesting matchup because both of them don't really like to play the artillery. Yes, Ruka plays the artillery a little bit more than Curtisi, but the fact of the matter is they bring in so many new assassin dimensions into the fray. I remember back in the past, Kadita was always banned because Ruka was in the opponent's team.
Yeah, but I feel like this time around, Kadita doesn't really.
It's easy to read, that's why it's
too
not
easy
picked
to
up,
read.
yeah.
Number
but
one,
Selena is pretty much similar play style to how Kadita wants to go.
true. But we shall see.
We shall see.
I think right now, if you talk about Roy, he haven't played a single game in terms of Selena, but he's played like 2 games of Zask. But of course,
Juicin.
he's prioritized a lot of Juicin and also Kimi. But that's because
Actually, is he the only one playing the Zask?
one of the very few that plays the Zask.
Yeah,
One
I
of the
remember
very
that he picked up the Zask, and it's one of his signature right now. So Zone of Control is the name of the game for RSG.
Of course. I think now the main thing that we also have to look at for the side of RSG, right? Like, we talk a lot about Team Flash. We know the identity. We know the play style. We know what they're going to do, perhaps. I think right now it's just RSG. Like, when Yon first debut as an assassin jungler, I look at this kid. Yeah, I can call everybody kids because, heck, I'm turning
We're old.
I'm really old, all right? When I look at this young kid, he reminds me of Bray. He has that
Potential.
potential to be Bray. But I haven't seen it yet. I really want him to squeeze every single ounce of his energy to be it because he has the mechanics. He has the rotation knowledge required. But I hope to see more out of Yon. Really.
Yeah, I would beg to differ. I feel like Yon is his own person. Bray should be his own person. Bray kind of likes. I remember back in season 7, he's always picking up the alpha. It was alpha in the jungles,
Yeah,
and I think that was the current meta at that point. But Bray
Yon also
plays
plays
it
alpha.
in a way that is very different than the way the other teams are playing it, because he not only goes for the kills, but he's farming super effectively. And I think the way that Bray likes to play around with the fighters is very different from how Yon plays the fighters, because I think Yon is more comfortable with the assassins. Yes,
Definitely.
Yeah, you have to put in something more comfortable, and I think Amux understands that. Okay, this guy likes to play assassins. Let's just put him on assassins. Don't risk it with the fighter plays or the tank plays.
Yep, I think right now, for Yon, definitely he's more an assassin player.
Yeah.
I think partially when he first debuted, that's when Yon first debuted, he's just right into the assassin meta. So that's why you get to see him playing more assassins. Bray, unfortunately, he debuted during the tank jungler meta. Yeah, so but Bray has always been an assassin player off stream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just he doesn't have that option to play it, especially in the big high stakes competition. And speaking of stakes, though, we do want to talk a little bit about what is the stakes for both of these two teams. Now, both these two teams, top of the seeds, 8 points each apiece. If what's the best scenario for both sides? Definitely a clean sweep for RSG, a clean sweep for Flash, and both up 2 points, 10 and then 8.
Yep. So the best case scenario for the side of for both of these two teams, I think generally speaking, it's all about. I think these two teams has already secured playoffs. I think apart from the stakes of being secured number one, your second place is actually really risky, because of potentially what could potentially happen to Team Evil. Team Evil could potentially take over a second place.
Yeah. If this is a 2-1, then Evil, if they win the next game against Kingdom Esports, they're up 10 points, they'll go up first place.
Yes.
And they're top of the seed.
Yes. So right now, I think whoever wins this game is more secure. Okay, I'm safe in my first position. Because if you're second position, there's also a chance, because of how your head-to-head works and how your point system works, you may actually drop all the way down to fourth or potentially fifth.
If memory serves me right, I think the playoffs are pretty much the same. It's single elims, but the top 2 seeds will go into the second round of playoffs, so they have an extra life, so to speak.
Technically speaking.
Technically speaking.
Yep, technically speaking. But I think right now, in terms of the point system, I think if you're Team Flash and RSG, I think Team Flash, I think it's a lot more pressure on them in order not to lose this one. Because Team Flash, I think they've already shown a lot of sign of weakness.
It's the
for the past few
expectations.
weeks.
The fans are all down there.
Exactly. The signs of expectations, and not only just that, if they really want to be, if they are the so-called super team that we all know and love, and they are going to represent us in Singapore, is this a good showing for your fans? So I think that's something. There's a lot more pressure on Team Flash that it's very hard to. I feel for Team Flash, right? Like it's a very hard place to be in. But at the same time, they really cannot allow this pressure to get to their heads. I think they definitely have what it takes. They have the tool set. They have the minds, the best minds right now. Coach Zays has also joined into the fray at the same time. They're looking forward to the international. We want them to succeed. But of course, Team Flash, this is where they start. They cannot forget that MPL Singapore Season 9 is the first step in order to get to the international stage, and they really cannot squander this off.
Yeah, MSC this year will be huge prize pools, huge stakes, one of the biggest games that we'll be able to see all over the world, and I think it's still bigger than like the M6 or this year's M7 as well. So I'm actually like really looking forward to see which team goes in. We saw the social media posts by I think One Esports or so showing like who is going up to the MSC, or like who's in the best position at this point of the stage to go up to the MSC, and it kind of seems like RSG, but I think Flash would still be on par with that. What is your thoughts on both these two teams, and who do you want best representing Singapore?
Well, I think Team Flash should be the one representing Singapore, in my opinion. Because number one, I feel like they're really gearing towards it. No pun intended for here. They're also, they basically invest a lot to me. There's a lot too much to lose, and based on what they've invested in terms of their energy, in terms of the time, I really want Team Flash to succeed in this one, and of course bring us further. Don't forget, last year MSC, they're the ones that hit top 4. And that was a massive celebration for us Singaporeans fans. But hopefully that's the case. But it has to start from this particular game. We're going to hold on in terms of the draft picks. We're going to understand it's going to take a quick time. We're going to make sure that the game is fair. So please bear with us in terms of the patience as, we'll talk at churros. Like, you ask me a lot of questions, right?
I ask you a lot of questions. I am sort of like that game show host, and you're my guest. It needs no introduction.
Next, we need to spin the wheel.
Next, we need to spin the wheel. Yes, and I'm practicing for it. I'm like hosting this kind of event. But
are you hosting this kind of event? Where?
But, no. But yeah, it's been a heck of a ride for a lot of these teams, and especially the community teams. We're seeing tomorrow as well. Um, a lot of high hopes for Absolute Zero. I know there's a lot of fans out there looking out for that as well. But yeah,
Yep.
I mean, what are your expectations for tomorrow? I mean, speaking of which,
Tomorrow, I think I'm looking forward to. Okay, I'm looking forward to two particular community teams
Absolute Zero, no,
Absolute
Everlasting
Zero.
Love.
and Everlasting Love.
Yeah,
These
yeah.
two teams, Everlasting Love reminds me of the old Team Evil.
They're basically their squad
Yeah,
size
exactly.
EPL.
That's why when Team Evil going up against
It's gonna be
Everlasting Love,
confusing for
it was
for us to
super confusing for me. It all has already happened last week, and I was like, "Oh, it's just one eye. That's
It's
the
just one
difference."
eye.
My brain, like I said, on top of the fact that my mom dropped me when I was a kid. Sorry, mom. I need to bring that up again, and also the fact that I'm getting older. It's not helpful.
Yeah.
It's not really helpful.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a very tough journey for some of the not only the community teams but MPL teams who have struggled facing up against these community teams. The whole world is watching, especially for MPL SG, and you don't want to lose any matches down to community teams, knowing that you have that status, you have that position up on top with the MPL squads, and now one team today will be relegated down to the challenger stage.
Yeah, definitely. I think more importantly, we talk about a lot of the amount of stakes that some, especially I think. Remember, we started a whole stream. Remember what we talked about. Team Evil is the one that was gonna be dictating the tempo of today's seeding.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like right now, the game is really out of their hands. Like right now, the only best thing that both of these two teams, especially Team Flash and also RSG, can do right now is just the fact that they play the best. Make sure I'm in top one, because when you're top one, nothing can touch you.
Yep.
Top two is the shaky seat. Top two is a ricketing or rocky seat in the middle of an earthquake. It will shake. And you never know how Team Evil like to shake things up. They've shaken things up before.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a very high stakes match that we're watching later on today. I'm really excited to see how it goes down, because both these two teams, we really talked about this a lot, and RSG having like a full Singapore squad, I would say if they make it to the international scene and they perform well, it would look so much better on us as a full squad of Singaporeans. But then again, man, just can't wait to see what goes down in the draft. I know, yeah, it's been taking quite a while, but don't worry about this. We do want a little bit of equilibrium for both sides of the teams down the match. Man, so many things to talk about. We talked about Naruto. We talked about Naruto during the break. And Jace has been teaching me a lot about Naruto. This honestly the first anime that I'm actually watching for like ever. This is the only anime that I ever watched.
Okay.
So
remember last time when you went through the anime course, crash course by us, how to pronounce?
Yes, Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, that one. Okay,
And
not
then
bad.
I have Ruby Chen.
No, no, don't stop it, man. The producer's gonna throw his shoe at you.
Yeah, we've reached that point of time where we're talking about nonsense.
Remember the three JJK characters in MLBB?
I only know
Bruv.
Melissa Nobara. What's her surname? Or
Brother-
Nobara is the surname.
Where is the name?
Nobara is the surname.
No, bro, no.
I only know Melissa because she looks good.
Cool.
Yeah.
What about Xavier?
Smash.
No, I'm asking you for the Japanese name. I'm asking you for the character name.
Gojo Sakatui. Is it not?
No.
Satoru.
Satoru.
Gojo Satoru.
Gojo Satoru.
Satoru. Is it
Yeah.
Satoru?
Man,
tomato,
brother has stayed in-
tomato?
Brother stayed in US for way too long.
Maybe.
But I'm actually surprised you got some of the names for Naruto correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Naruto is basically on the title.
Yeah, but what's his surname?
Uzumaki.
Oh, okay. See, you
Yeah,
got
that's
it.
right, right?
You got
That's
it.
right,
Not
right?
bad.
Because
Not bad. Pat on the back. Pat
Yeah,
on the back.
because Salmon, we're good friends with Salmon, right? And yeah, I remember his name was like Uzumaki or something.
What about
Yeah.
Sasuke?
Uchiha.
Okay, not bad.
I got it.
What about Sakura?
Now you got me.
Bro,
Man.
there's literally you'll be
Hey.
seen watching the BTS.
You know what you can do to test your Naruto knowledge?
Oh,
Log in right now to MLBB. There's
What?
going to be
That
quiz
segue.
every single day.
That
Get all
segue,
5
though.
correct and go get your vouchers for free spins of the Naruto event.
That's
I was gonna say while stocks last, but like while the event lasts.
well, the event lasts definitely. But I mean, like, that's one way to escape the quizzes.
Yeah, there's one way to escape.
It's
the
not
quiz. So you're
stopping there.
screwing me,
It's
because
not
like,
stopping there.
yesterday I was actually playing and
What
I
about
was like doing
Kakashi?
the quiz. I don't understand anything. And then okay, by the way, like there's this question that says like, okay, do you know Hayabusa's ultimate? How many dashes? And I was asking
okay,
him,
yeah,
and it was like
I'm
it was like
sorry.
analyst slash
That I'm
calculator.
sorry.
How many hits does
That I'm
Hayabusa's
sorry.
ultimate
That I
do?
am sorry.
I'll give you some time to answer. Think about it.
That I'm sorry. That I got wrong because all I know is Shadow Q iframes. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, it's 12
Alright?
hits.
That's
12
all I
hits.
need to know. Why do I,
I mean,
need
you
to know
wouldn't
12
remember
hits?
all of this, but like through
Why
the
would I need
quiz
to remember
on
12
the
hits?
MLBB in MLBB, you can find out things that you don't know.
I mean,
Yeah.
why would I need to know that Shadow Q does 12 hits?
Because you need to time the jumps. Maybe if you're a Hayabusa player.
No. What if the person is so far away?
But
The iframe takes time to jump over. Big brain, big brain.
big brain.
Yes,
big
I tell
brain.
you.
But you gotta time the ultimate, like how long it lasts from the 12 hits as well.
True,
Yeah,
true.
you gotta time how long it lasts so that you know when your opponent is gonna flash over the wall and try to, give you across to the beetle and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Neutral crips.
Yep. Please hold on to your horses because we should have the roster up very, very soon. Of course, I think this is the match up to really look forward to. I think we hyped it up for the past half an hour. We definitely really looking
still
forward
hyped
to
up.
this one.
I'm still hyped up.
We are.
I'm
We are
trying to
still
hype
hyped up.
myself up even more.
I thought you are. Wait, how are you trying to hype yourself up when you are saying you're already hyped up?
I am hyped up. I'm gonna hype myself up even more. We've been talking
Okay.
very, very long. It's boring talking to just you, man.
Are you saying
Wanna
I'm
watch
boring?
the game, man.
Are you saying I'm boring?
No, you're not boring.
You just said that you've just been glazing me for the past half an hour, and then after that, you were just basically saying that I'm boring.
You know what? I don't know what I'm saying. Let's jump to the draft. It's ready. Finally, we're going into the draft. Yes, thank God. Wait, it's not draft yet.
You think you control the draft?
Yes, please.
You know what? You know what kind of? If there's a superpower, you know what you need?
What do I need? Patience
No,
is a virtue.
no,
Naruto.
No.
Skin
no.
collaborations.
If you have a mutant superpower, I think what you need is the ability to control the draft. When you want it, then you raise it
what
up.
good is that to me?
It allows you to basically
Start new
Some-
game,
yeah.
get resets.
no, just get the players into the lobby. No,
Man.
no, just kidding. I think right now, of course, they're going to go through some, making sure the game's fair and square. Of course, I think that's the more important part. We don't want any more delays as well. I think that's
course.
something. So we're gonna make sure that we're gonna give it to you. The
Absolutely.
roster, as per what our little birdie in our ears is saying,
Oh,
it's up right now.
We're jumping draft. Oh my gosh! Thank God, we're in. Okay, right off the bat though, Coach C's banning out the Boxia. Mook's banning out the Chip. No more tanky boys for the first phase. But thank God we're in the draft. Oh my God!
You reminded me of the meme about the White House guy.
the white.
Let me in.
Let me in,
Finally.
dude. Yeah, it's an exciting matchup, and
It
I do want to
is.
watch it. I
It
don't want to just like
definitely
drag
is.
this along with like two short kings podcast all the way. We have to watch the game.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna go into the game, ladies and gents. It's really crazy, by the way, because this is gonna be a first ban for Boxia. Boxia is rising up in terms of popularity. There you go. Even Zaze identifies how powerful it is, and it's a self ban. Technically speaking, we usually see Boxia on this side of the this side of the first pick because of how flexible he is.
So second ban. They're still thinking about it. I think definitely Kalea, Juicin should be prioritized. Or even like now that the Boxer is gone, I don't think they need to worry about X-Borg. I don't think it'll be picked up because people pick up the X-Borg just to counter Boxia.
Yeah, but there's also right now, even like we don't need to talk about the Boxia anymore. Sorry, the X-Borg anymore. But because the counter is already gone. But I still feel that X-Borg also provides that flexibility as well, right? You can put him into the EXP lane. You can also put him in the jungle. Hades has also brought it before. So I think right now, I always like Team Flash as if they're on the red side. I always like Team Flash when they're on the red side because this show us a lot of ways how creative they are in terms of drafting. And in fact, for the side of Team Flash, their red side win rate, I expect a little bit high. Yes, red side win rate is 5 times. So out of
Five
the
times.
53%
12 games that
win
they
rate, out of the 12 games that I played, They are red side 5 times, and they won 5 times.
Ooh.
Yep.
Okay, so 100% on the second pick. But this time around, first pick, we're still waiting on the confirmation of the second ban for both sides. Second, third ban for both sides. But, you know, I think Artillery Mage is definitely high on the prio list. You don't want to give Juicin over the hands of Roy. Neither do you want to give Zask. I know RSG likes to play that zonal control. And how Flash would mitigate that? Maybe banning out the Harith or picking it up for themselves in first pick. But Vanix does like to play the Moskov. I remember him playing like one of his top picks is that Moskov. It's easy to play, easy to execute, especially for side lane pressure. It alleviates a lot of the stresses off of your opponent lane.
Yep. Especially for the side of RSG, right? You know, you expect the Moskov, the Chip, and the Moskov, Chip, and Fanny. These three are your usual bans, if you notice, against Team Flash. These are the top 3 bans that people usually ban against them. But of course, don't forget, like what I mentioned, Team Flash has a very wide hero pool, especially when it comes to Hades, especially come to Kertizi, Martis mid lane.
Martis mid lane, always on the tables.
Could also be on the table.
Fanny mid lane.
Fanny mid lane would never be on the table.
I wish. Maybe Joy mid lane.
Joy mid lane, never be on the table.
Possible though.
Nah, I don't think it will work.
Oh, I know.
What do you want?
Gusion mid.
Gusion mid. That works.
That works.
That works.
That
You've
works.
got range. You got range
his
clear.
MO?
You got range clear. Yep, that works. That works.
Range
He
clear.
put it before. He did before.
One time, I remember.
Yeah, last season. Yeah, where it's like a Wild West when it comes to Team Flash. But of course, really super excited about Ken. And this is something that, you know, for the side of RSG, they also need to focus on the focus on the bans, right? Remember what I mentioned. Usually when you meet Team Flash, you usually look at 3 bans. The Fanny, the Moskov, the Chip.
Fanny Moskov
But
chip,
they've already
yes.
removed the Chip, which means that there's also a potential leak of the Phobias as well. And going in first pick, I feel like Team Flash may pick and secure the Phobias for Ken right off the bat before it goes over
That's
to
why
the
they
side
banned
of
out the
RSG.
Bakcha.
Correct.
Give Ken a winning lane.
Yep.
So an easy lane to win in.
An easier lane. And of course, it
That
eliminates
means
the flex picks.
Closer might be picking up the CC just to counteract the Phobias.
And that also could
So
work.
pretty textbook picks.
Yeah, but I always see CC as a very weak EXP laner because
single
for
target
CC,
clear.
single target clear, unfortunately. Secondly, your burst damage come into a 1v1 situations, but usually you don't want to be a 1v1 situation, right? CC wants to come in at the flank, then after that start 1v1ing a single target and then just jump out, right? Because of mobility. And not only just that, right? CC as a hero, it doesn't serve an impact during team fights.
I think it serves a lot of impact, especially for dashy heroes. When you put
Glue.
the curtain call, it just splits it up a little bit. But you said glue.
Glue, Khalid's,
Yeah.
high loss.
Mm.
These AXP laners feels like they have a bigger impact as compared to CC. So if your whole idea is to pick a CC to counteract against AXP, I think it's a little bit too short-sighted. I'm never a big fan of CC. Sorry, all the CC mains out there.
I actually like CC a lot because it has the momentum. It brings the early game rotation coming in. A lot of like the pepper spray kind of zone potential from the yo-yos themselves. So I do like the CC. Facing up against the Phobias, I do prefer the CC up against the Phobias. Especially in the early game because it brings
it's an early game, right?
Yeah, it's all about the early game. So we're back in the draft. So you're getting banned out by Coach Z's. And finally, hopefully, there is no other issues and we can get into the game proper.
Yep. Okay. Suyo ban is very interesting. Something that, you know, Yon has been playing for quite some time. In fact, Yon has been playing Suyo quite a number of times. In fact, 3 times out of these 3 times, there's a 6% win rate. Wins twice. So that's something that you can definitely ban. I feel like Team Flash, looking at how they're going for, right, they may potentially ban like even the high boosters, right? We're going to starve out Yon in terms of his assassin picks because they know that Hades has a bigger and wider hero pool.
For the assassins, though.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a Lucas banned out.
Okay, interesting.
Definitely for sure. Targeted onto Hades. You don't want to deal with the jungle Lucas.
Yep, interesting. Okay, so Amux identified that we're not going to go for your Chip, Fanny, Moscow ban. So which means that they have to pick one. Now, if Amux is going along this kind of thought process that, hey, I'm not going to focus on these 3 heroes, he might be also looking at a Phobias
ban.
last ban. Which means that Flash is given the Fanny and also the Moscow. Now, I think if that's the case, Team Flash can always pivot over to a first pick Moskov because Vanix is just way too good on this Moskov.
Yeah, and Moskov is sort of like a soft counter for the Fanny.
Fanny as
It's
well.
not really a soft counter. It's like a you can protect yourself against a Fanny
You can
because of
peel.
knockback.
Yeah.
So the Moskov is being banned out right there. That
Interesting.
means they might want to go for the Fanny. So this is definitely going to be a Fanny or a Phobia's ban. I do agree with you with the Phobia's ban because you do not want
Yeah.
to risk the Ken Phobias or Phobia's Ken.
Yes. It feels like if Team Flash goes for this ban, there's gonna be actually a self ban. I prefer definitely you leak the Moskov up. Now RSG, I think they can just ban, like what you mentioned, ban away the phobias. Then RSG can definitely deal with the Fanny because there's always a badang going out. And even if Flash didn't pick up a Fanny here in this first pick, Yon can also use the Fanny as well. So you can see the implications of the Moskov being banned out by Team Flash.
Yon does have options though. Like maybe
Definitely.
even a Ling or a Joy would be good for him. I think Flash wants to force it in with the Hayabusa. So
There
there's
you
going to
go.
be a Phobias being banned out right there.
Now I'm interested in the first pick from
First
coming out
pick?
Coach Z's.
Man, Juicin, Granger,
Kimi.
just give us very easy lane pressure. Kimmy as well would work.
There's a lot of things
Fanny,
open. Yeah, so Team Flash really have to be smart about this, right? This first pick is going to dictate how RSG is going to play, how Amux is going to pick for his team. And right now, from this first pick, you can tell Team Flash has a very hard decision to make, personally. Who do I prioritize? Do I prioritize Vanix? Or do I prioritize Ken? Or do I prioritize something that you don't want to give over to RSG? And that's the problem when it comes to first pick. RSG definitely is, in my opinion, is in a better spot right now. Now, Team Flash is going to throw everything out the window, going to give Khalil over to JPL, and now all of a sudden RSG has a way to
ball's in
counter
their
against Vanix, counter against Hades as well with a Fanny pick.
Typically, teams will pick Gatut just as sort of like a soft counter or a one-to-one matchup against the Kalea. Jay might be able to pick that up right here alongside the Kimmy for Roy because he plays it really well. But
Yeah.
then Matilda's still open though, so
Yeah,
you could
so,
play Matilda
so
as
you give a
well.
lot of things. There you go.
Fanny
RSG
Badang
protecting both the Fanny and the Badang as well. But I've seen this before, right? If-
protecting,
like no, like
protect the president.
Duh, here we
It,
go
it
again.
was coined by Amux. He was casting with us and was like, "Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just to
really.
protect the president strat."
Alright.
And like, that's where we learned, we
Alright.
got it from.
Now,
Okay.
going to this, I've seen how Team Flash deal with the Fanny before, right?
Yep.
Now, they need something like a very strong side lanes that can basically counteract against a Fanny. Moskov is one of them. You don't, as a Fanny, you don't really go and try to kill a
You
Moskov.
don't really have the
because second
Moskov
skill.
anymore; it's banned out. So
Oh, sorry, Moskov is already banned out. So maybe other marksmen that are more immune. Like I would even throw a Brody out there
Brody.
because of the second skill stun. To be able to throw the Fanny off guard, it's a point-and-click stun for you to peel. But apart from that, Team Flash is going to hold that decision for just a little bit longer. They're going to hide Vanix even more. And now they're going to go for a Hayabusa and a Farsa. Nice response coming off from Amox. The Valentina to take away the Farsa's ultimate. And that's also what Roy likes to play. Roy also plays the Farsa.
Valentina and Parsa. Valentina. So Valentina is definitely going to pick up the Federal Airstrike from Farsa. So
Definitely.
you're matching up the artillery strike.
Mhm,
Cook Mux bans out the blue.
Ooh, okay.
So that means definitely going to be targeting onto the EXP side. Right now, Phobias is not picked up as well because it's banned out.
Yep.
Both teams need the EXP lane. And you're limiting the EXP pool. And this meta, it's very tricky because there's not a lot of heroes that you can play in the EXP side.
Not only just the EXP lane. I was streaming yesterday, and I think some of the people were talking to me saying that, hey, the gold lane is getting boring. Both sides are actually opening up a lot more gold laners. Don't forget the Harif is also wide open for both these two teams
actually,
to take.
no
But
teams are
RSG is
taking
going to get out of this. You can give it over to CS as well. CS may snap pick that away from the side of Vanix. So I'm actually interested what Vanix will go for.
Yeah. So RSG is going to be the first pick after the ban.
Mhm.
The 1-1 is going to be banned out. It's an homage to... I think Vanix was one of the only ones who play it. I think CS plays it one time as well.
Hold on, let me check.
But it provides a lot of... it kind of speaks to me like, okay...
Yeah,
so-
CS played the 1-1 once, twice.
Right. So Coach Z's actually wants to draft the
Hmm.
Hylos Harith over the Flash. I think it's the best case scenario. Then the Farsa kind of acts like a pseudo Eve, providing that sort of like zonal control in that space, as you would in RWM. So it works kind of best with for them. You have a lot of shields from the Harith to just mitigate the damage from the Fanny. But the Hilda gets banned out from the side of
Yep.
RSG.
Literally targeting down all the
Yeah,
EXP
EXP
laners. But apart from that, they can also, if they right now, RSG, after getting out of this banning phase, they can also definitely target one of these, right? One of Vanix. Either they want to target on Vanix or target onto Kent. Because right now, high loss is definitely looking really good for RSG as well. Because high loss can basically allow you to lay down the green carpet, glorious pathway, allows you to run out the feather airstrike, or even go on in closer to get to Kurt TZ as the Sparsa.
What will it be though? Definitely Harith should be taken out, or even a Granger though. Gatot, yeah. So I was talking about like the Gatot versus Kalea matchup, and then you provide. I mean, it's safer for Kurtizi to lay down your feather airstrike because you don't have anyone jumping on you to disrupt that. The only one that can possibly do it right now is Yon's Fanny, but it's more of like a kill rather than a stun up and lock out.
Okay, I like this. What I like if RSG seems like they're going to target mostly on Ken. If I'm Coach Amux right now, I go for the pick on high loss, right? Secure that drafts. Now you both, not only just the fact that you have your own feather airstrike to basically cover for your own. No, they're going to go for the Joyhead instead. Okay, this is really interesting because I feel like Amos may be overthinking it because Flash can also potentially bring Kalia all the way to the EXP lane as well, right?
Fair.
And then JPL can counteract that with a Joyhead to counteract counteract the Valentina's feather airstrike as well. I think this is a big brain coming up from Amos right here.
Jawhead roam. And then you disrupt the jungle farm from Team Flash, so Hades doesn't have a good jungle clear anymore.
So JPL needs something to be able to respond to this Jawhead's pressure. What comes into your mind? Apart from the fact that Kalia also does it well, the Cho also potentially does it well as well. You bring the Kalia all the way into the EXP lane, going up against the Badang, where you can basically brawl as much as you love.
I think Hylos and Harith definitely works the best here. Hylos also provides a single target stun when Fanny flies over. You just stun that and you try to clear it out with any of the teams. And there's going to be the Harith and the Hylos being picked up for Flash. RSG, last pick, is going to be the Marksman. Best case scenario, Earthal, Granger is open. Maybe you want to go for the Kimmy, but you have too much magic damage. And Kimmy doesn't really do too well in the goat lane. The only reason why it does well in the mid lane is that you have the range to mitigate the splash damage from your opposing mid lane. But in the gold lane, it's totally different because you really rely and bank on your attack speed. So what will it be though?
I think Kimmy is actually decent. But of course, I think they definitely need, like what you mentioned, I think they need more physical
Bruno,
attack.
it's the Bruno.
Irithel, Bruno, technically speaking, almost similar in terms of build order, and almost similar in terms of the gold, because the items are so similar. Bruno pops up even faster because you can stack your critical earlier to bully the Harith out of lane. So I think what we're looking at is, outside the RSG, they need to play around the gold laner to bully this Harith out as soon as possible. But this is a Vanix Harith.
Dude, we're
the
back.
clutch master, the Lord Vanix that we're talking about.
We're back to the M5, right? Like Harith versus Bruno in the gold lane to lane matchup. This is really M5 back in the days. But you know, hey, draft this set. I do like Flash's draft a little bit better because they have more zone control. They have one person to send out to the side lanes as well. But I wouldn't count RSG out because they are cooking something with the Jawhead. Haven't seen it in a while. It's used in Philippine server for the longest of times. We've seen it in MPL PH as well. The Jawhead being brought to life right here as we jump into Land of Dawn. Flash on the blue and RSG on the red. It's a clean slate. It's a fresh start for both sides.
Yeah, definitely, right? RSG and Flash SG both need at this point. Whoever that loses this goes into the second place. You are not safe. You are on shaky grounds. You want to be on firm ground. You don't want to be on sand. And it all starts with this particular game.
You have a Jawhead in your possession. Most of the time, you have the hard aggression. You have the leash, heavy leash. So Jawhead basically starts off with the opposite side of the buff, and then when Fanny's done, Fanny swoops over, secures the buff, and then moves on your way. Provides a lot of speed to this jungle farm. But a lot of hits back and forth on the top side, mid side of the map. JPL forced to retreat.
Yep, don't forget Kurtizi on that. Ooh, this is something interesting that you don't usually see. A Hylos that's cutting waves.
Yeah, I think he can tank up a lot of the hits, and Closer is being very, I wouldn't say it's intimidation or fear, it's like more respect. You don't want to have too deep of a push in onto just one Hylos because he can heal everything just back up with the Revitalize no, he's got a Flicker right now. So
that's interesting, right? You usually see a Hylos Revitalize, right?
On the EXP side, especially
EXP,
so.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you want to out-sustain using your Glorious Pathway and also Revitalize. Boom! Basically everybody rushes down to alongside with you in a Glorious Pathway. So So Ken is going for the flicker, pretty interesting. I think the main goal for Ken is to basically rush down, stun Roy, but here we go.
Bottom side can take a lot of damage. Here comes Yon though. Has that flicker out of the way. Hades uses the shadow to dash right back in, but not enough to take Yon down. Turtle will spawn up in 10 seconds. Jay in position, locked in and ready in the mid side of the map.
Yeah, good discipline coming out from the side of Hades, right? Not using the shadow kill, saving it up for the next turtle fight. But Closer burning away the flicker. He won't have that flicker engaged, but hold on.
Oh, nice flicker throw onto Hades. Forced to use that shadow to get out of the way. It's a 2v3. Gets stunned up, locked up. That's underneath the side of the wall. Here comes Cortese. He's level 4. He does have better airstrike. Jay take a lot of damage. His first blood going into the hands of Cortese.
Man, Cortese has been going around reaping heads. He's one of the first few players that with really an enormous high first blood count. Based on what I've been researching so far in terms of stats. But it's a really good call coming from Cortese, and that's what we call. Cortese and Hades are terrible duos. You don't want to face up with them because they know what to do. Hades is down for the count. They need to delay the turtle. What Cortese does, guns in, secures a kill.
I do have to say though, the cascading effect was Jay using the flicker to throw Hades away, forcing him the shadow out and resetting that turtle. So Flash in a better position contest for this one. Closer is the only one in the vicinity. Yon trying to get close to the turtle, getting stopped by the Glorious Pathway. Ken on the backside. On the mid side though, Roy taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Yon takes out Ken in the process. Jay with a shadow kill. Hades will take him out in the process. It's a 1-2 trade as Flash SG secures the turtle for themselves. Cortese will be able to hit Roy. One more hit, he goes down as well.
And not only just that, Vanix and CS, they're just literally duking it out, but CS is already stacking up the damage. But you take a look at Churros, but hold on a second, Yon is in the vicinity. Vanix looking a little bit scared, but nice for him to basically play underneath the turret for now. But let's talk about the turtle fight, right? It was a little bit messy fight. It was almost equal, right? If you Flash taking the turtle, but RSG taking 2 members. Flash SG was able to pay back against RSG, take revenge against RSG by taking away 1 member. Had Cortese not secured that kill, that turtle would be so wasted.
Yeah, what a play for Cortese. His positioning is on point, immaculate in this game so far. I wouldn't call it dominant performance. Flash SG still 1k gold ahead of RSG. But in the end of the day, though, Flash SG does have the upper hand in that high ground advantage. So RSG has a huge hurdle to cross. They really need that early game. Jay, not a very good start, 0-2-2 at this point. But like I said, very sacrificial roams at this point, Jay.
A bit of a slower pace right now. Both these two teams agreeing that, okay, you know what, gotta chill a little bit. It's still in a sense of stalemate. Closer buying that item. The throw disable thing. A little bit of mistrust on the Jay. Hello. We caught that on stream.
Does it actually show up though? From the
it did.
From the item buy.
Yeah, it did. It did at the bottom. Did you not see it just now? Do you want me to? Can we get a replay of that?
We should get a replay of that one.
That trust issues though.
Oh, top side though. Top side. Vanix in a spot of bother. Yon is right there in the vicinity. Pop the Zamen Force just to keep himself safe as the turtle spawning up in 5 seconds. Flash SG are already in position. Closer trying to be on reconnaissance duty, trying to find out more information, get more intelligence onto where Flash SG is at all times. Turtle getting started out. That's a half, a third, a quarter. Hades will snap pick that one up.
Yep, definitely a free turtle over to the other side, but it seems like JPL.
Nice little tsunami slam into the better airstrike. JPL takes out Jay.
Yeah, immediately, right? Assassination. That's the power of Kalia, right? Especially when you draft them together alongside with a Farsa. A Farsa, you want to bring in some people right in. In fact, that combo also works along with the Juicin, right? So JPL in a good position right now. Flash SG is able to secure 2 turtles right now. They're still slightly ahead, but it's not over just yet. They're waiting for CS to basically pick up the item buff and also the items required to be able to become the mid-game monster, and that's why we notice how Flash SG focuses all their attention up top, pushing CS away.
There's a 5-minute modus operandi. Jay in a spot of bother once again. Glorious Pathway. No tsunami slam this time around. Get caught out on backside. Closer finds a flank onto Cortese. Better airstrike to keep everyone else at bay. Here comes the ball. The bouncing ball by CS in the nick of time to disperse the team fight. RSG still lives to fight another day.
It's so crazy that even after Closer uses the flicker to try to lock people down, members of Team Flash are still able to survive it. Don't forget, there's no revitalize on their side, right? It's all JPL's holding on the flicker, and look at how many people from the side Closer was able to catch. So this is really a little bit sketchy coming from RSG. RSG definitely shows that, you know, you need more time to basically pick up the necessary items to do the damage.
Things are slowing down. Next turtle spawning up in 30 seconds. Ken and Closer mirroring each other as it's a 4-1. Look at where Hades and Yawn is, just settling that side lanes. Oh, 1v1 onto Yawn though. No more shadows latched onto Yawn, able to cable himself out.
That luckily, that's once again discipline coming out from Hades, right? Usually, if you see other players when they do that, you see the shadow kill
Straight shadow kill.
Straight shadow kill. But it's all about the turtle timers. Like what I said, if you want to take a look at the macro, if you want to learn macro, you learn what FLSG does.
Saving it for a busy Sunday. It's RSG slowly but surely Yawn taking control of that bottom side. There's no way in heck that FLSG is going to be able to maintain that glorious pathway already laid out. Red carpet comes through. Vanix holding on to the Damon Forest. Now half. Jay pops in, throws back into the fray. CS picks up the kill onto JPL. Hades with the turn on the back line. Vanix dancing, bobbing, weaving. His getting the triple onto Yawn, onto CS, onto Jay. That's a maniac. Totally missed that part. Lord Vanix here to stay, here to play again.
Man, this is crazy, right? Let's take a look at the replay for that particular engagement. Beautiful laying down by the side of Ken, but this is a mistake coming off from RSG. The
blocked by their own wall.
Blocked by their own wall. Courtesy as well on the fact he's basically very safe, right? The feather airstrike right behind the wall of Closer. And that's a mistake coming off RSG. They really need to target down. When the CFRs are, you need to disable the feather airstrike, but Courtesy was able to land the feather airstrike 4 times.
Oh man, what a play. That's going to be a huge, huge advantage for Vanix, especially now seeping into the mid-game, 8-4. Now the scoreline is pretty much, it's not really important as of now, but the goal advantage over the FLSG, especially with 3 turtles to the name, seeping into 4,000. That's quite a bit.
Yep.
The only saving grace for RSG is that they're busy pushing down the bottom side turrets, and Yawn is the only one not in the picture. There's a tsunami slam into the walls. Closer take a lot of damage for us to get that retreat, but a feather airstrike takes him down before he can. Jay next to follow up. There's a big red cross behind his back. That's a Zaman Force. Pops the conceal, and the rest disperse. At the bottom side, though, Yawn busy taking on the T2 at the bottom.
Yeah, Yawn is basically doing exactly what RSG can only do right now, right? Unstoppable force.
Someone needs to retreat. If not, Yawn is going to be taking down that T3.
Yeah, I saw the unstoppable force by Jay. I think that was a bit of a premature right now, but there you go. RSG forcing Flash to basically respond to the bottom lane turret. But if you notice, Yawn is basically keeping FLSG busy, right? Now they need to be a little bit pay a lot more attention to the side lane so that it doesn't get taken down. Glorious pathway being lane like that. FLSG really likes to overkill their things.
Yes, the kill zone right there. There's a feather airstrike onto the back line. Roy is taking too much damage. No one is able to touch Roy, though, in the back line. Taking the shadow kill. That's 12 hits. Down 4 members to go. And RSG just falling apart at this moment.
Man, Vanix and also Courtesy made it look so easy to play this game, even though you've got Jay on the jawhead, even you got Roy that can basically steal, you got Badang as well that can push it over. Just once again, look at the position coming off Courtesy. Courtesy burns away the Purifier as well, but you notice the wall, especially at this particular choke point, but the rest of the members are hidden behind the Badang wall. The rest of RSG cannot step forward, and now you start to question. This is exactly like a Grok wall problem, right?
Yeah.
It could do well against you, or for you, and it's all about that coin flip. It's all about that EXP lane.
It's so tough, especially for Closer. Right now, you are down 7 kills and almost 10,000 gold. This is the 8,000 gold lead that FLSG has, pushing in all 3 lanes. They might be able to take down that T2 bottom, clearing out all of the turrets on the outskirts of their base. Right now, Vanix has spot a bother right there. Yawn able to cable out just in nick of time, but Vanix is just too hard hitting.
You see Vanix just 1 hit with the second skill, and then after that, that's like, what, 1/4 of Yawn's HP down. Imagine if Yawn get caught in the Zaman Force, 4 hits, and he's down. Right, for the side of RSG right now, I think they need to switch their strategy a little bit. They need to really try to go for the pick composition. Don't handshake into these crazy team fights, especially when they're already almost 10k goal lead behind. Feather airstrike for the siege, and RSG is struggling to defend Churros.
Mort pushing in. FLSG just needs to take down the T3s, bottom side, top side.
Yawn.
The boom's already gone. They're just waiting slowly, patiently, very, very disciplined. Closer wants to find an angle onto Vanix, but this man is just too hard to take down. 7-0-1 for this Harith.
Dominating showing coming off the Flash. Right now, you can see Yawn's the only best thing that he could do right now is just basically play base Fanny, right? Go back to the base, regen, clear, and then go back to base to regen the energy all the time. Because Flash this is a very dominating showing, right? There's nobody from the side of RSG can really touch Flash at all.
Yeah, I think that zone control that the Feather Airstrike provides, especially Curtisi playing this game so immaculately, the way that he positions himself in the mix of all of it, he tries to lure everyone out, but his target was actually CS. If Bruno's not in the picture, they don't have enough damage to take anyone out.
Yeah, and looking at how the game really that really crumbles, right?
Yeah.
Actually, both Harif and Bruno share the same item power spikes, but once you start seeing Vanix go in for the Maniac
Yeah.
at such early point, it's over.
Yeah, I think that was a double almost Maniac.
Triple, one Maniac, one triple.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit too much. That choke point was good enough for Vanix because once he pops that Zeman Force, he used that first skill, everyone's bursted down,
Yep,
and
and
everyone's disintegrated.
And not only just that, the high loss as well, the Glorious Pathway actually slows your retreat.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit premature, and like you said, they just wasting
Doesn't
their
matter.
resources
Yep.
right there. But it doesn't matter because they want to fight at that choke point.
Yes.
Waiting for the Glorious Pathway to end. They don't know where the rest of Team Flash is. They go in all gung-ho, all ham, and throwing all the resources onto one high loss that causes this cascade of sequence of events that causes Flash to just win out all these team fights again and again and again.
If you notice how Team Flash is not really afraid, even not only just for this game, Churros, like the past few games that you saw from inside Team Flash, what they like to do, they really like to throw utilities like it's free.
Yes.
Like their cooldowns is like 1 second cooldown.
Yep.
Like even though the ultimate is like 50-second, they're like throw it out, just throw it down.
Yeah.
Just to catch one person. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Right, but most, especially against RSG, most of them are good.
Most of
right,
them are
because
good.
RSG they were able to trade one kill or at the very least for the side of the for the Lord Pit, and then after that they trade for a kill or something or an objective or something.
Yeah. I mean, as a matter of fact, like a lot of the times where Team Flash was able to or losing out on the team fights, it was all dissipated because of that rock wall. And I think the Badang that was picked up uses the rock wall to Team Flash's advantage instead of their own. But man, you know, this is going to be a tough matchup, especially now with a technical pause. A lot of teams have some time to reset and rethink their strategy.
Yeah.
We do want them to have
But-
equilibrium.
Yeah, but then again, RSG, do they need this break? Because if you look at RSG,
Just look to the honestly though, just look to the next game. That's what I'm saying.
but at the very least, okay, I think there's also the Valentina. I feel like Roy wasn't able to use that Valentina to its greatest extent.
Yeah.
Like I was hoping to see, Valentina to take the Feather Airstrike from Curtisi, and then after that just use the Feather Airstrike again, use the own medicine against Team Flash. Haven't seen that happen yet. We'll always see. It's either the Glorious Pathway being taken, it's either the Kalia Tsunami Slam taken. So I think the Valentina's positioning, not just the positioning, the decision making to take which ultimate could be better.
I think it's not which ultimate to take. It's the Valentina knows, or Roy knows which ultimate to take. It's just Curtisi is nowhere to be found. It's so hard to get the ultimate because of the range that you have to get close to Curtisi to be able to get with. But then again, I think at the end of the day, it's all about that zone control. It's all about the way that Team Flash likes to layer it in, likes to bait out a lot of these crucial resources that enabled them to win all these team fights, empowered them to win all these team fights. And then here comes Vanix with the with so much damage right from the get-go, and him just doing Vanix things, man.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about like the clutch factor. Like what I mentioned, you put CS and also Vanix in a room. Which one do you trust in a bar fight?
In real life or in game?
In game.
I would say still Vanix. He's a big beefy boy.
Yeah, but
he'd protect me in a bar
he
fight.
protect.
He'd protect.
He also attack as well.
He also attack.
He is the Lord Vanix.
He is.
I feel like that could be an
He
easy
is.
tagline on this.
So
niche,
Lord Vanix versus Mega Minion CS.
man. Vanix.
Mega CS.
I
Actually, but
Lord
CS
Vanix.
means creep steal.
Yes.
Steal.
Or creep score.
Creep score. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where we're going with this.
But to be honest, I'm not liking I'm not liking RSG's odds right now. In fact, there's a lot of things that is really going against them. The mid lane's already cracked open. There's also the fact that RSG is also down 10k gold lead. They don't really have the damage yet. CS doesn't have enough damage. Not only just the fact that he doesn't have enough damage, he doesn't have enough he doesn't have AoE damage, mind you, because Vanix could just go in any small choke points and just burst everybody alongside with Curtisi. There's
Just
way
with the
too
first
much.
skill.
Correct. I think what could also be done as well, they need Athena shields. They need some form of magic resist to protect themselves from the bursts coming out from the likes of your Farsa, the likes of your Harith
Harith.
as well.
But then again, you have to deal with the Hayabusa, and this is something more difficult to handle because he's always going straight for that back line. So jumping back into the game, is there any hope for RSG as this game still progresses? 10k goal behind, 7 kills deficit for RSG.
We just need to have to wait for a perfect closer ultimate. Right now, these walls have been acting against RSG. There needs to be one, just one, because Team Flash has been here before. Team Flash was basically turned around because of one closer wall, one Badang wall, and I don't really want to see it happening again. And Team Flash knows it.
Here we go, the shadow kill on the back line. Roy goes down, so does CS. Huge kills by Hades. On the bottom side, though, Jay taking a lot of damage. Immortality pops up. Vanix waiting for Jay to come back in so he can take him down with the concealed play. Able to jive out of there. JPL will pop his immortality as well, but RSG, the odds are not looking in their favor, though. JPL able to kite out away from Yon, though. Jay taking a little bit too much damage. Vanix has that legendary title to his name with his aim and force underneath that underneath the base. Minions popping in. They might be able to go for the throne.
Okay, good fitting airstrike though from the side of Curtisi to try to wave clear as much as possible. Right now, Team Flash really has to
Yawn's
focus on
keeping
the
busy.
but Yawn is just spinning for the win, and Flash has to go for the retreat.
Oh!
For the kill, JPL down for the count, and now it's Team Flash just gets routed away from the base of RSG.
Huge fight by either side. Yon coming in clutch with the cables, the base defense from that Fanny. Huge plays. If he were to get stunned up by Ken, it would all be over. But now RSG has to deal with the top wave of the minions spawning in. Lord already spawned up, but hold on a second. Mid side though. Hades with the shadow followed Yon all the way deep into enemy territory, almost taking him out, but saving himself alive. Now 5v5 down the Lord fight. Man, what's the play for RSG?
I think RSG, they just have to hunker down. I think Roy, once again, needs to try to find Curtisi, but if you notice how Curtisi is playing against a Valentina, he's keeping him hidden. Roy, unfortunately, can only take a Tsunami Slam, but what can you do as a Valentina on Tsunami Slam?
Speaking of which, closer just disintegrated, vaporized into thin air. Flash throws down Red Carpet once again. They're going in straight for the back line. Vanix goes down, huge kill by CS. Hades with a shadow kill onto Yon. CS is still left alive. Curtisi finding an angle though. As Curtisi, Hades targeting onto that Lord. He knows that Vanix is down. They need to wait for him to come back out. But man, what a kill by RSG, taking a Tsunami Slam and targeting onto Vanix.
Yeah, definitely. RSG is looking for a pick composition instead. That's what I was talking about, right? I think right now, that's your only best way to start to pick key important targets one by one. Don't forget, that's a shutdown goal given over the side of RSG. So there's a little bit, anything that could potentially close that gold league gap. That's how they do it. That's how they have to claw back. But now they're going to have to defend against this Lord. This Lord is going to march down around the mid lane alongside with Vanix this time around. RSG, if you look at the roster, they don't really have a lot of wave clear unless you're telling me a base Fanny is a way to wave clear.
That is a pseudo high ground if you think about it.
Huh?
The base Fanny is really scary, but this is how Flash needs to end the game, right? You have to throw down all of your zone controls, their airstrike in a position to push everyone away from Vanix, make sure that Vanix is able to stay alive through the entirety of the skirmish. Roy marching down, red carpet laid out by Ken, still has that immortality, taking a lot of hits. Jay
finally
doesn't have that push, doesn't have that throw. Hades takes down Yon in the process. Lord already in vicinity of the base. Vanix goes crazy under the David Force, targeting on the throw. That's it. We're going in to win. It's Flash. Man, it take the first game off of RSG in dominant fashion.
Yeah, really dominant. Dominant right there. Even I think like the observers like, yeah, we're done. We're done. Basically,
even without the base actually popping in front of our eyes.
Like literally, because I personally feel like Flash executed it way better than expected, right?
Yep.
It's like that missing jigsaw puzzle that fits in way better into this team composition. Now JPL was allowed to do a lot more things crazier than usually. Right now, he's been, for the first 2 weeks, he's been playing this game with one hand behind his back. And now he's finally allowed to play with two hands and let go of the weights. That's a Rock Lee reference right there.
I don't get it. Is it anime again?
Naruto, bro. Rock Lee, remember?
Oh, because he has weights on his legs, on his ankles. And once he removes it, then he's the best, he's the strongest ninja ever.
Yeah, he's the strongest taijutsu player.
He's the strongest. Yeah. But hey, at the end of the day, Flash won one game, guaranteed 1 point. How does this change the score, and how does
Nothing
this
much.
change the stakes?
Nothing much. I think more importantly, we need to get a conclusion based on the
Overall scores.
overall score. Because to be honest, Churros, I'm not going to be able to count the chickens before they hatch.
Okay.
All right, don't
Okay.
count the chickens before they hatch. Anything can potentially happen. Don't forget, Team Evil looking there to upset. RG also looking there to upset. But of course, now we gotta have to answer the question. I really feel like now I start to see why Zays actually leaked out the Fanny. Banned away to Moscow, put themselves in a very awkward position because now Amox is unable to predict what Team Flash wants to go. They only went for the easy available target, which is in the form of Ken. I start banning away Ken's heroes, right? And now all of a sudden, all your game plan is out of whack. The Valentina should make sense in terms of going up against Kurt TZ, but Kurt TZ is keeping him into scars. He's not allowing Valentina to take his ultimate using IMU.
Yeah. I think the fact that the Hylos was picked up just to counteract Yawn, and whenever he flies in, gets stunned up by the Hylos, and just gets disintegrated, vaporized by Vanix, it was just so immaculate. I mean, Hades is definitely the in-game MVP, but I think the overall MVP definitely goes to Vanix. I think without him, the entire plan of Flash SG, honestly though, it's going to be hard to say because I say this now, but every one of the members of Flash SG has a very
role to
critical
play.
role
Yep, they
to
do,
play.
They do. But I think it all started from the Vanek snowball, right?
Yeah.
It all started from the Vanek snowball. Allows Kurt TZ to deal the damage, and then after Vanix goes in for the kill because of the Zaman Force. And also particularly where Team Flash like to force these fights. If you notice how Ken is actually using his Glorious Pathway to basically cut the escape and also the advance with the side of RSG. And not only just that, they always choose a choke point to fight. That's where Closer's Wall may not be as good.
Yeah.
Right? Because now you cut off
You're splitting up the team fights. You're splitting up your own enemy
Correct.
away from your team. There's no way to get in, and Yawn is basically being blocked by that wall. You can't find a right angle to go to the back line to take out at least Vanix. And to be honest, though, Flash SG doesn't have a backline. The way that they play this around, Curtizi and Vanix are basically tag team with each other. And honestly, though, every single one of the members except Ken, who's always at the advancement, always at the front, is protecting all four members. So JPL being laid behind to protect Curtizi and Vanix provided that extra space, extra oomph, so that they can just do their thing.
So if you take a look at the stats earlier, look at the Vanix damage, man. 66k, but Hades, like what I mentioned, not too shabby either. Don't forget in terms of
Team fight
team fight participation as well, Hades is always there. And that's a marking of a strong assassin, right? Being there at the right time. Because we've seen jungle rotations before. Not being able to join the fight or join the fight a little bit later than expected. Is that jungler instinct that Hades has is just something that is just significant over to this guy.
Man, it was just a dominant performance. And like I said, it's no use talking about this game anymore. Let's look towards the next. What is the next game, and what does RSG need to do? And I think that, man, don't play into the hands of Flash SG. They are master manipulators in the battlefield and off it. In the draft, it's a lot of times Flash SG, they are playing sort of like whatever they ban, they predict what RSG is picking up. That's why they're able to counteract so effectively.
Yep, of course. I think right now, it's like what I mentioned. Don't play into Team Flash. If Team Flash is able to dictate how you want to play it, how they want to play the game, you're never going to be able to play a game. Because the macro is so strong, you need to basically outsmart them. You need to cheese them a little bit. That's where, Roy, where's your Kadita, man? Roy, Kadita going up against Fursa looks really juicy, by the way. There's also a potential, like, I think the Valentina, it makes sense on paper, but in terms of execution, if you look at someone like Curtizi, he knows how to play against a Valentina. He'll pick like this kind of roster right into a Valentina. As long as I hide myself, don't reveal information, and that's another marking of Team Flash. They don't reveal information, whereas JPL is there being a spy in your enemy line, behind enemy lines.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the entirety of Team Flash's lineup, but who do you think is the MVP of this game? I would say Vanix, man.
Yeah,
like,
I think
without his snowball, I think the story
definitely
would have been rewritten differently.
Yeah, let's take a look at the MVP. Definitely going to give it over to. Oh my goodness! Look at the amount of gold, 13k gold. Total gold being earned 9 KDA, 913.
It was a
16 kills
15-minute game.
participation. It's a 15 minutes game, and after not only just that, like what we mentioned, the snowball that allowed his team to really shine, and then after that, it's just that's it.
Man. Enough said. Lord Vanix with the MVP, 9-1-3. Early game, got a Maniac, and then a triple kill to his name, and then snowball to infinity and beyond, and getting that dub over RSG.
Yep.
Man, it's back to the drawing board for RSG, especially
Definitely.
so
For
because
Alex as well.
tricky situation to be in on a one-game loss.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like a do if you
Damn,
don't.
damn if you do.
Damn if you do. No,
Damn
you're,
if you
you're the old man that comes out with this all this ad libs. I'm very bad. I'm very bad with this.
Yeah, there's no ad-libs today.
There's not the ad libs. I mean, all the idioms.
All the idioms and phrases.
Yeah. I'm very bad
there
at
we
that,
go.
actually.
There you go.
Yeah,
damn
yeah.
if you do, damn if you don't.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. Thank
The
you.
abstract
Travis.
always says that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's where I got
I
it.
thought it was
like,
Unga
I got it
Bunga.
from him. Unga Bunga.
I thought it was an Unga Bunga thing.
Boom shakalaka.
Okay, anyways.
Anyways.
But I feel like really, it's a very tough position if you are for the side of RSG, because RSG right now, it's like there's nothing much that you can really exactly do, because like from the side of RSG, right, we just need to be able to like execute, because I think it's all about execution right now. Even in terms of the tools, yes, it's right there, but it's just about in-game execution.
Yeah. Man, you trust him in game, you trust him in a bar fight. What can you not trust him about?
Yeah, so of course, you know what? I think right now, just gonna wait for game number 2. I think game number 2 is gonna be very important in terms of whether we are able to really go straight in, because I think right now I'm excited about this. Right, what is team RSG is gonna do, and how Team Flash is gonna mess up this one more combo again. And I really love what Lord Vanix is showing.
Yes.
In terms of his performance today, I feel like, yeah, he's back.
Yeah. What did you just smell?
It smells like he's back. He's
Smells
back
like
home.
victory. Smells like Vanix.
Yeah, smells like Vanix, right?
Blood, sweat, respect.
Yeah.
Man, okay, so game number 2, we're looking towards that. I feel like Yawn didn't play the Fanny badly. I feel like it's just that Closer and Jay wasn't up to expectations to empower him to do his thing. The wall is always blocking his entrance routes. There's no escape, and when they want to chase, the wall is always there. I think the fact of the matter is, FLSG was so good at manipulating how RSG wants to play in-game and during the draft. They knew that if they picked the Kalea first pick, they would open up a lot of interesting hero picks from their side, especially getting even the Valentina to themselves to disrupt a lot of these team fights. So, you know, hey, the teams need some time to go for a break, get it reset, and get a refresh. And we need to. We're going on a 10-minute break. We'll be right back after this.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
とは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, Community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits. A 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In Stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to Stage 2. In Stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
We are one game away from whether we'll be seeing RSG going into second place, which is not a very good place to be in, especially when, you know, MPL Singapore Season 9 has been nothing but a crazy earthquake that's been hitting this seeding. My name is Jason, and right now here with Churros will be your casters for this one as well. Going to game number 2, ladies and gents, especially Churros. What do you feel about this one?
You know, silver lining for both FLSG and RSG. You want a gold lane?
I want a gold lining.
A gold line.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Both teams are actually safe and going to the playoffs happening next week.
Yes, technically speaking, you go into the playoffs, right? But right now, there's also this potential Team Evo that's looking to shake up the whole standings. And if you're second place, it's not very safe right there. Because if Team Evo actually pick up 2-0 in the next run, they will basically go all the way up to what?
Yeah.
Like, how many points? I lost
That's
count already.
10 points. So right now, 7 for Team Evil. Next game will be up against Kingdom Esports. So if they win 2-0, there's going to be 10 points paired up with FLSG if Flash wins 2-0 against RSG.
If Flash 2-0 RSG maintains at 8 points. Team Evil wins the second one in the 2-0 fashion, they go to 10 points. So which means that, well, Team Evil is going to rise all the way up to second place. So that's also something that's really scary if you are from the side of RSG. I think more importantly is Team Flash, right? This is finally a good showing. This is finally the super team saying that, hey, this is a statement I'm putting up. I'm still strong as before. Don't mess with me when it goes to the playoffs.
Yeah. You know, a lot of things that we can talk about, but the community teams are actually really showing up this time around.
Definitely.
I'm pretty excited to see tomorrow because the first challenger team will be in the first half of the day. The second half will be the last chance qualifier. So we will know exactly for sure who is making it over to the playoffs. And hopefully we'll have the brackets to show you as well at the end of the day.
Yep, and don't forget, I know it's a little bit, we're almost like, 1 or 2 games away, sorry, 1 matches away from the end of the day, but just to actually give you a quick reminder how the whole format works, even if, remember we talked about the seeded teams, if you're 5th position, you drop down to the challenger stage. Challenger stage is like a separate graph, a separate table on its own, alongside with the rest of the challenger teams as well. That's been racking the points since the past few weeks. Tomorrow we'll be able to watch these challenger teams going up against each other to get the points, and then after that, it's another LCQ. But more on that later. We'll talk about the draft right now. RSG in first pick. Remember, this is where Team Flash truly shines. The red pick.
The red pick, 5 games out of 13 games so far, wins all 5 games at the red side. Coach Amuk starting off the bans with the Phovius and then the Lucas. Coach Z's will ban out the Boxia, so no change as of now. It's only the tables have turned. Coach Z is banning out the Moskov. Again, don't want to give it over to the hands of CS. So one of his comfort heroes is gone and off the tables as well. I think both teams might want to fight for the chip. Amux might be able to open up the chip for themselves, and then Flash is forced to ban the chip, opening up a lot more resources for them.
Yep, there's also the potential of the Harif ban coming up from both of these 2 teams, right? Like, I feel like Harif on either side, be it CS or be it Vanix. Don't forget, this hero has been very popular for the past meta, and seems like the gold lane hasn't really switched in terms of the meta. Both maybe looking at snap pick in the first phase pick. Amongst bans away the chip, same exact ban as game number 2. We shall see how Zay's bans this one. If the script is as what I mentioned, it's going to be a Suyo ban, right? That's exactly what they banned in the previous game.
Yeah. I think Coach Z's might be able to swap things out because on the second phase, they can afford to pick up the Suyo for themselves, and Hades is a Master Suyo. You're farming a lot of ore faster in this matchup as well. And then you really want that early game momentum, early game rotations to come through as well. So Farsa is definitely hotly contested on both sides. So the Badang will be banned out right here. Opening up the Fanny, the Kalea, the Jusin, the Kimi for RSG. Which one will they pick?
All right, Kalea has actually enjoyed a lot of first picks, right? If you look, for Kalea, out of the 20 times it's been picked, she's been picked 12 times. That's 70% right there. So a lot of teams have been prior picking Kalea in the first pick, but it seems like RSG decides to not go for it. We're going to secure Fanny for Yon once again. But once again, it feels like this feels like a deja vu in season number 7.
Yeah.
When you see RSG always pick something that feels like Team Flash has already cracked. Remember the Farsa?
Yep.
Being forced constantly. Team Flash has already know how to deal with it. And rest assured right now, Team Flash knows how to deal with this Fanny already. So I'm actually very surprised that RSG decides to go for the Fanny once again.
When in doubt, I think Yon just wants to snap pick that up. And to your point, like Kalea kind of feels like the hero that is, when in doubt, just pick it up because it's pretty flexible if you ask me. You can still use Kalea in the EXP lane, so you do want that kind of flexibility. Fanny, on the other hand, very easy to read. Once the purple buff is up, you know where he'll be. The Kalea will be picked up alongside Farsa. Kalea with the Tsunami Slam, able to target onto Fanny when she flies close with the cables.
And now, if you are from the side of RSG, usually what you see from the blue side, especially blue second and third pick, you start to see a lot of teams start to pick the win conditions, like the gold laners, the mid laners around here. So we shall see whether RSG would do the same.
For RSG, though, I feel like Granger or Earthel would be a better safe pick for RSG. At least you have some form of defense mechanism. Earthel can jump out of the way with a heavy crossbow and then just counter re-engage with the ultimate as well. For Granger, you can just stay and just farm up because now you don't really have the Moskov. So for late game pressure, I think the next best choice would definitely be either the Harith or the Granger. They go with the Harith instead, as well as the Glue, so it won't be the Badang anymore.
Yep, Badang's got banned away, unfortunately for the side of, on the side of Team Flash, right? That's the slight difference in terms of the ban. So Glue, like what I mentioned, the win cons right here, right? This is definitely going to be Harith in the hands of CS. So Team Flash knows what they have to deal with. They need to play in such a way that they push the Zaman, push Flash. Harith out of the Zaman Force. So we're looking at more zone control. RSG has secured something that can have zone control in the form of Glue. I want to see more from the side of Team Flash. I want to see perhaps even like a Khalid or something that could also counteract against the Fanny because you cannot assassinate Kali. Kali goes into second skill to heal it up, and then your Raging Sandstorm just stuns everybody in that zone.
Hear me out. Okay, so it's
Yep.
going to be the Hades Hayabusa once again.
All right.
Had a lot of success in the first game, so this game should be no different from the previous one. Pretty much the same hero picks as well, just without the Kalea on their side. For RSG, though, might be looking for the Yeeve or the Hylos, pairs very well with the Harith. Or if not, just hear me out, the Zask.
Oh yeah, Zask actually works against a Harith, right? There's a period of Zask. There's a reason why Zask was, for a period of time, was the flavor of the month because he
Yep.
wants to deal with the flying Fanny that's zooming around you.
You
for
got a
some
second
reason.
life from the Dominator's Descent as well.
Exactly, and to a certain extent, Aurora looks also very interesting for the side of RSG as well, right? Your Aurora provides your second life. You can flicker ultimate, and that's a AoE zone denial against Flash as well.
Gato being banned out just to protect Curtizi's Farsa from harm. Coach Mooks just barely thinking, holding on. Maybe the high loss will be banned out
Yep,
here,
there you
so
go.
no high loss for themselves as well.
High loss ban. We're start to see a lot of roam bans coming out from Flash, but RSG is also not looking to lock down Vanix even more, right? Even though Team Flash has already locked down in terms of the Moskov, already took the Harith away from Vanix. There's also a potential 1-1 that Vanix has played before.
Oh yeah,
There's
no, I
also
think
a carried as well.
previous game they banned out the 1-1 or on the side of Flash SG. But now things are changed. Harith was already picked up. What would be a good counter for the Harith in the gold lane though?
I think something that you're able to bully the Harith, right? There's a period of time, I would say, clean to a certain extent. It's kind of weird.
Would you want to go Bruno again?
Hey,
Now
Bruno
you flip the
also
script
works.
and then go straight for Flash Bruno instead.
Bruno also works, but if you notice, you really need to get a snowball going if you're playing a Bruno against a Harith, right? It's because if you're able to deny the Harith and the snowball, the Bruno pops off even harder, but that's a single target. That's something that, as a Bruno player, you have to keep in mind. Your zone control as well also help, right? Especially when you go into Zaman Force, your worldy your ultimate actually bounces around everybody because everybody, when they see the Zaman Force from your team, they'll just fight inside the Zaman Force.
So now, tricky situation. Last ban for Coach Mooks in RSG. Might be able to pick out a EXP lane, so in the form of the Hilda for the side of RSG. So
Same
Flash
bans.
SG, first pick.
I think
In the second phase, though.
Yep, I think definitely if you want to go back to the previous one, Hylos was banned away, which was picked by Ken. I feel like right now, Team Flash may secure a gold laner first because I feel like Ken has been locked down, targeted like crazy. RG has already secured the EXP laner. Don't even contest the EXP laner. Go for something else.
But then the question is, what other EXP is there? No more Gato, no more
Oh, Grandeur. That's interesting.
Cho, no more Hilda, no more Hylos. You wouldn't want to go CC on this one because Glue just has that split from his second skill anyways. So makes it a little bit harder as well. You could go for the X-Borg, give you a second life with the Firaga armor, and you have split damage as well. There's going to be Valentina and a Grok, so trading one wall for another.
Oh, this is great, man. This is great. I love this, right? From the side of RSG, the Grok was always the answer if you want to deal with a Farsa, right? You see the further airstrike, you just send...
Pop the wall.
Just pop the wall. Not just pop the wall. You can also send your wall charge down memory lane. Man, this is taking me back to the good old times. Pepper Ridge Farm remembers, man.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. As long as the rock roll from the Grok doesn't block out Fanny and they're all
Yeah,
the
that's the
entrance.
only thing, right?
Yeah, the only thing that Badang has
Now you're
that is
straight
much
away-
better is that you
Stop the
can
wall with a big
you can stop the wall. You can stop the wall if you're Badang, but you can't stop the wall. You can't push the wall down if you're a Grok. I think that is the only core difference between
What
both
is-
these two heroes. The last pick will be the Terizla for Ken,
Huh, okay. Haven't
which is
seen...
a good answer for Glue though.
The AoE damage and the penalty zone as well, to zone down, to lock down.
Yeah,
Remember
in the
what we
Zaman
talked
Force,
about?
you just need to target one specific area, and then you have that flicker combo onto Harith as well, just to lock him out. And then you have the Farsa to just give you that distance, give you that vision over onto the back line.
There you go. Zone control, you got damage down from the side of the Grandeur and also the Hayabusa. The iframes works wonders against the Fanny and the Harith as well. Kind of like what Team Flash, very creative thought process, taking a lot of hints from the past, and RSG also doing the same, right? bringing up a Grok, which I've completely forgotten because fell off the meta a long time ago. Your CC immunity works well around the walls as well. So I really like what RSG is going. It feels like this should be the draft from the previous game as compared to that one. But don't forget the anti-synergy of the Grok wall and the Harry Zaman Force. That's something that you need to be a little bit careful about.
Well, we'll see. As we go into game number 2, FLSG 1 game away from taking the series and sweeping it at 2-0 against RSG. Very high-stakes game for both teams, especially for RSG if we want to stay in the top 2. What will they do? FLSG starting things off really strong as Jay, starting with that Grok, Curtizi taking a little bit too much damage, JPL healing everything back up for Curtizi. I like the sustain coming out from the Kalea, which gives Curtizi a second lease of life from all that side lane pressures as well. Ken doing pretty good against that glue.
Don't forget, Kalea also now has to be a little bit careful, JPL especially. Targeting fire. The last thing you want to do is a Tsunami Slam a Grok when he's CC immune. That is a massive waste of an ultimate if you ask me, especially for the side of something like a Tsunami Slam, right?
Now things are getting a little bit tricky in this early game as FLSG on the bottom side, Vanix taking a lot of hits from CS, playing a lot more aggressively, trying to deny CS of his farm, and I think it's rightfully so because Vanix is a stronger gold laner than CS, so if he is able to take control of that bottom side gold lane away from CS, it delays his farm and buys himself a lot more time on the bottom side. Now, Curtizi all alone, wings by wings to get herself away and out of harm's way on the bottom side. Oh, nice little kill by Yaw, taking 2 for the team. A split kill down the bottom side, 2 down for FLSG.
Yep, that's the power of the Fanny right in the early game. The assassination landing onto Vanix is massive for the side of RSG, and now it feels like they're a lot more in control as compared to game number 1.
Turtle spawning up in 5 seconds. FLSG getting that reset, but the 2 kills will bite them in the butt really soon. 1,000 gold lead down. Ken struggling to get that level 4. Just got it. JPL will start things off with the Turtle. Getting another pause on the way as the wall being built up again. But, you know, hey, the early game kill pressure from that Fanny is starting to show, and that's why I think Yom prioritized it. The only issue is, will he sustain it through to the late game?
I think right now the Fannies are having a very interesting spot in this meta right now, right? Their kill pressure was ultimately nerfed a lot, and you start to see a lot more tankier roams. You start to see roams packing a lot more initiation kind of thing, packing a lot more heat in terms of their HP at the same time. Your early game, you're meant to basically do stuff like this. Go around, kill, snowball. Then after that, you really get yourself into a split pusher or basically a finisher, like a janitor at the end part of the game. So this is supposed to be the case for the side of a Fanny, especially in this moment.
Yeah, I think in late game also, I think Fanny has a secondary role as a demolition squad. And the side lane pressure, maintain that side lane pressure. You can cover that distance in a very short amount of time on towards the objectives. So RSG's, I think Achilles heel is zoning out for the major objectives like the Turtle. So we'll see how things pan out in the first turn of the game. If they manage to get it, they will be able to hold on to that momentum and snowball through that late game. FLSG, as strong as they are not immortal. And even Gods fall.
Yeah, that's what happens to Kronos.
Kronos.
If you guys study Greek mythology, that is.
Oh, you are so smart.
I'm such a nerd.
You are
No,
so
I'm just
smart.
a nerd. I am just a nerd. But of course, there's also another thing that I think if you're Team Flash, a little bit worrisome as well. Yes, technically speaking, a Granger is supposed to be able to bully a Harry because of your range, but don't forget, we are talking about late game. If this really scales to late game, you're looking at a roster coming out from the side of Flash. No. You don't see a Granger really pop off. Granger falls off in the later parts of the game unless he gets a kill and he just snowballs out of control. If you want to talk about snowball monster, you have Harith. No, Granger is the monster of that monster, that monster.
Unlimited stacks as well, so you can spam your first skill and your ultimate. And I think Vanix is working towards that. I don't doubt him because he's still one of the highest gold GPM in the game in the season so far as well. So we'll see how the gold lane to lane matchup works out. But the aggression coming out from Vanix, I feel like it is good. It's just that it might be a little bit too much. He might be too overconfident with himself. That there's not a lot of support, especially from Hades, because in the first game, Hades was all over the map. You look left, you look right for a career path. Is that not too much to ask for? Hades is right there.
I think partially the reason why that Grandeur or the Vanix decides to step forward a little bit more daring at that specific timing because the turtle is spawning. So what you expect jungles do? They are on the
Rotate over. But then you're dealing with a Fanny though.
Correct.
Because you can play cross map away from
Correct.
the objective and still get into turtle on time.
Correct. So technically speaking, I think it's just Vanix dealt a certain cards from his hand. Yon did it as well, and it's unfortunately that Vanix will take the L. But don't forget, I've seen it before, especially for Grandeurs, right? They can be down on the count for a little bit, but once they start building up their stacks on the Sky Piercer, oh boy,
Yeah.
that's a lot of damage.
So one death is still not a big problem for
It's
Vanix.
not
As of
exactly
now,
as a big problem,
it's
but
still the early game, but there is still a little bit of gold behind of that Harith because of that one solid
Correct.
lane kind of
Correct.
gold.
right now I think it's all about who snowballs first. If the Grandeur is able to snowball faster as compared to the Harith, then yes, the Grandeur will win. But if the Harith snowballs faster than Grandeur, it is gonna be RSG's game right now.
Right. Right. It's all down to timing, all down to
Definitely.
execution, and it's all down to who has the most patience. Because for Vanix, he's very aggressive, and I think that RSG could potentially use his aggressiveness against him. You know how the way he passed. 3 minutes on the get-go, the turtle spawns up. He's taking down the bottom side minions and going into the mid lane to funnel all of that gold for himself as well. So jumping into the game, starting things off with the turtle, Curtizi zoning closer out, taking a lot of damage. Ken is right there as well. Hades waiting for the right time. Yon uses the table in off the way. Is Jay trying to source for a little bit more information. Turtle at a quarter. He's stolen away by JPL on the back line, taking away closer as FLSG ramping up the aggression, going for the charge. Jay still CC immune as JPL and Ken ditched for the hills. They take the turtle for themselves and took down one.
Yeah, and it's massive, right? Like the fact that JPL actually stole that turtle away, and that's why we call him the legend, right? This is a turtle that's supposed to go over the side of RSG. RSG has to is dictating how the gameplay is being felt like, but Flash, because of that one play, they got back a little bit. Because especially when Jay is still level 3 earlier just now. He's just got level 4. Now expect RSG to escalate in the next turtle fight.
Curtizi just sourcing for a little bit more information. But like you said, Master Uguay is just busy, giving a lot of intelligence to the rest of the team. And I think FLSG, yes, they blundered on the early game, especially so when they didn't see the Fanny coming through. In the mid lane, there's a lot of fights going in. Tsunami slam into the Feather Airstrike, and he slammed off to the ground. And JPL gets a kill onto Jay once again.
Yep, massive fight, especially in the mid lane, I think. But I think more importantly, it's the Roman.
Oh, huge penalty zone, but the Tsunami slam counteract the fact that Ken got too close into the turret. Mobilize, Hades going to shadow kill onto the back line. Won't be able to find a target as FLSG dissipates. They lose one member though.
Man, Ken flew too close to the sun. Penalty zone, if you fight within the penalty zone, you basically get a lot of benefits, but Kalia is such a very strong, Tsunami Slam is such a very strong ultimate, right? If you take a look at the replay later on, which we're going to be playing, but hold on, this is actually a team fight.
Oh, the wall actually stopped Curtizi in his tracks. Young with the wall slam and wall spam. As JPL trying to take a little bit more consolation prize off of Jay and healing everything back up. It's sort of like two immovable and unstoppable forces up against each other.
Yeah, and right now, like what I mentioned, RSG right now is stepping forward in terms of priority going to the second turtle fight. If Flash is able to win this one, they are only at a stalemate. If RSG wins this one, they're supposed to win this one because, you know, the likes of Grog has already gotten the ultimate. If you take a look at this replay earlier just now, right? It's just the fact that Ken positioning coming in to try to punish, but ultimately Roy is holding on to the Tsunami Slam. So that was a massive initiation, but it gets countered by this. It's so easy. It looks so easy.
There's not a lot of follow-ups, and yes, he does have his ultimate, but JPL was there. Tsunami Slam already used up as well. Second turtle of the game. Doesn't look like RSG wants to contest for this one. Jay took a little bit too much damage in the replay that we watched just now. Tsunami Slam into the back line. Curtizi will fall, but not before taking out Jay in the process. CS falls as well. It's 3 down for the side of RSG. As FLSG ramping up the aggression, ramping up the tempo. They will be able to take this objective right now.
Ken is saving his game, man. I kid you not, this kid is something. And he's going for the Terizla, the zone control. And just take a look, he's basically healing up all the small, from all the smallest glues.
It doesn't really matter at this point because they want to take the key critical resources of the purple buff away from the hands of Yawn. They managed to do so. Hades, no retribution as of now. JPL down low, Ken trying to block the entrance, the advancements from them all. Yawn taking a lot of tables out of the way. Got a fair airstrike disrupted by Closer as well. Bandits is here to join the party. Hades on the back line takes down Closer as well. Splash SG and RSG. The battlefield is just desolate. It's just crazy. A lot of team fights happening.
Juros, let me tell you, all of a sudden I feel like Flash and RSG, that's a little bit of grudge match happening in the mid lane. It's a massive brawl. The turtle was completely forgotten until they've done their team fights, right? And if you notice, the Ken on this Terizla is just healing out of control. Closer is just providing so much heals for this Terizla. And, you know, apart from the fact that, you know, Vanix joined that fight earlier just now with that first stack goes into his Sky Piercer. He's already just built it before he joined the fight. So his timing is right. But the problem is bottom lane. It is a CS lane right now. We talk about snowballs. Which one reaches first? But it feels like CS and Vanix, they are still neck and neck. It's still a stalemate for both of these two gold laners.
It's difficult because RSG going for the turrets. Flash SG, no turrets taken as of now. On the bottom side, T1, there's a lot of damage taken from that turret. 3 members onto Ken. They don't see it coming. JPL tries to find an approach onto JPL. The CC immunity, the penalty zone on the way. The turn back around. It's crazy. It's mayhem. It is a disaster for RSG. Losing Roy though. Ken not in the picture anymore. Vanix getting a killing spree as well.
It is good for Team Flash right now. The Sky Piercer stacks are coming in. The stonks are coming in.
Yawn just cable spamming all the way in the purple base. Takes down JPL in the process. A counter re-engage from RSG once again. The score is 8-8. What is happening, Jays? It's just crazy. Back, left, right, and center. Just fist fights all the way through.
Yeah, like you punch me, I punch you. Eye for an eye, the world goes blind. Hey, I remember one of this. But to be honest, Vanix building on the Malefic Gun right now, we talk about it. This is the game about snowballs, Churros, right? Game about snowballs. But if you want to talk about snowballs, CS is not going to be building the Sky Piercer. Vanix will be the one doing it, right? And you talk about burst damage, Kurt TZ is providing it, Ken is providing the penalty zone to basically start doing chip damage. It allows Vanix to go in smoothly. The transition for Vanix to basically come in and reap the kills against RSG is just wonderful. So right now, look at Flash. I think they're definitely in the lead in terms of this fight, but they're losing a lot of ground. At the bottom lane, at the very least, CS is also starting to farm up. So they need to play a little bit of respect over to CS. Don't fight if CS is there. Try to catch him off guard.
Flash SG making a beeline towards that Lord. They know they're starting things off though. Jay, CC immunity, if airstrike already popped off, Roy taking a lot of damage. We need to be able to retreat. They don't see Closer as of now. He's waiting on that bush next to that beetle. They're starting on that Lord. But Closer keeping an eye on where the Lord is. Yawn able to use that cable to come in at any point of time. Hades catches a glimpse of Closer as the Lord gets a reset.
Well, Hades actually healed up from everything. It feels like glue is a massive problem. It's a massive problem for
RSG. Nice little wall into the flicker and wild charge. In the back line though, Closer trying to buy some time, trying to stop the engage, stop the entrance. Can't take a lot of damage from the Zaman forces. Closer is fighting 2v1. Hades down low into half health. Onto Vanix, getting possessed as well. Unable to get that pull onto that. CS will be able to take care of Curtizi. Not before he flies away! Curtizi! With the wings by wings in the nick of time. My heart, my soul. The Lord still gets a reset though.
Someone gets Dr. J right here because Churros cannot breathe. He's having a heart attack. Take a look at this replay right here. You can notice what Ken is doing. Ken is single-handedly locking down 2 of the main damage dealers from the side of RSG. And if you notice Yawn and Closer, they don't even have enough damage against Vanix, against Curtizi. The balance in terms of the aggro was wonderful. And only after Ken goes down, they unlock CS. CS has already burned the Zaman Force. So it's very hard for him to basically output the damage.
Oh, on the bottom side, JPL takes care of Yawn though. The Lord is open for the taking for the side of Flash. They have a better position to take this one out. But RSG looks like they're too strong to break down. Jay is 0-4-3, but that rock is just unkillable. Here comes Vanix though. A lot of hits onto Roy. Needs to be able to get a retreat, a reset. onto his health as well. Hades, a little bit more information with that shadows as well. Can take a lot of damage from Jay to slow things down. Starting things off with that turtle. 4 seconds till Yawn comes back online. The penalty zone will reach onto CS. Fair airstrike will land. Vanix takes care of Roy. Hades takes care of the Lord. He was marching down the mid side. This wall charge onto 3. But here comes the cavalry. Here comes Yawn with the cleanup. The janitor comes through as 3 members fall from the side of Flash SG. The only saving grace is that they have that Lord to buy them some time.
Yep.
Hades, though, not done yet. Will be able to get in with that 1 kill and dash out of the way. Getting possessed by Closer. CS making beeline for it. Here comes Yawn. Hades caught in the middle. No shadows, no response, no retreat. Hades. Better airstrike comes in just a nick of time though. Hades into the face of CS and gets himself into the graveyard.
Man, Team Flash, I don't know what they're doing. They're basically throwing every single macro out the window right here. Take a look at this replay once again. I don't know, this feels like a highlight clip after one another. To take a look at Ken and CS. Ken is trying his best in terms of making sure that Zaman Force was burnt. And then after that, he goes down a little bit slow. But take a look at the wall charge coming in. That stun coming in, the damage, and allows Yawn to just spin like crazy, allowing CS to catch up. So whatever Flash is doing right, but RSG, like what I'm mentioning, CS is becoming the snowball. 6-1-5. And Vanix, I'm not really optimistic about his Sky Piercer stacks already because he's starting to get punished.
In the late game though, I think it doesn't really matter if you have or have not bought the Sky Piercer. Jay fell when we were watching that replay. He's 0-6-6 now, but he has so much potential right here. Closer getting pulled back in, taking a lot of damage, just half health, able to just walk it out of the way. No response from RSG, just buying some time. But Flash SG ramping up the aggression. Both teams are still even Stevens. 1,000 gold lead for Flash SG. The kill score is negligible with 14 to 14 kills. Conceal play coming in hard. Here comes Hades onto the back line, finds his way onto CS, able to get the Purify out of the way. Here comes the penalty zone from Ken. JPL with a follow-up slam. Able to get themselves alive. Curtisi wings by wings. Closer with the possession into the face of Curtisi. Will not let him go out. Won't let that bird fly as Ken just soaking up all that damage again and again.
You're trading XP lane for a mid laner right now for both of these two teams. Flash SG needs to get value out of it, and that value needs to come in the mid lane turret.
Oh, here comes Hades though. He knows where Yawn is. Doesn't have the shadow kill though. He's got the shadow kill armed and ready. RSG, man, it's an all-out brawl yet again. Hades finding one again. Oh, the burn and the pop from Ken takes him out.
Yep, right now it's just about a hit and run. RSG and also Flash, they've hit enough of that, snowball. In a sense, both these two teams, I agree with you, Churros, it's in a stalemate. And you can see how much Flash needs to burn in order to try. No, they didn't even take down mid lane. They tried to take down the mid lane turret for the side of RSG. Don't forget, it's a very long stretch for them to run to safety. And it's a very scary battlefield right now with Flash SG.
This is where things get dicey.
Yep.
Second Lord of the game spawned up. Ken, zoning duty, closer. Waiting in that bush, giving a little bit more information. Lord at 3/4 of his health. Hades making quick work of it. He might be able to blitz it. Waiting for Yawn to come through. Getting that reset. Closer. Buying some time.
Yep.
Goes over to the back line.
Closer is really he always likes to control all the way up top. So right now, Flash SG, if you notice there's a line drawn in the sand, it's not very comfortable if you're side of Flash SG. So Ken needs to get some value even more, so he has to venture deeper. But is it a little bit too deep, Churros?
Oh man. Lord and a third. They might be able to do this. Here comes Yawn in the vicinity though. Wall charge onto 3! Huge slam by Jay! Dr. J, the architect! Set things into motion! Flash SG 2 down! Fanny goes down as well though. Who gets the Lord though?
RSG.
Lord goes over to RSG. Oh my god, 3 members down in front side of Flash SG.
Yeah.
Jay, the architect, he disrupt, he protect, he defend. And he set things into motion.
Production, if I literally really want to order that replay of that team fight just now, there you go. Thank you very much. I cannot tell the difference between this replay and the previous replay because Jay has landed that wall charge at that popular spot over and over again. It feels like, RSG is starting to get the mojo. RSG is starting to read Flash. And that's an adaptation that I love to see coming out from RSG.
Yeah, very good read by Dr. J. He knows where the opponents are. He
Where
knows where
Vanix
Flash
likes to
SG
hide.
likes to hide.
Yeah.
Yeah, you say it best. Now, this is the Enhanced Lord, the 12-minute Lord in the possession of RSG. Marching out the bottom side, they might be able to take down that T2 as Flash SG desperately tries to fight for the high ground.
Flash. Dropping a game right here, yes, technically speaking, is not the worst thing in the world.
Don't jinx it, don't jinx it.
But Flash, man, dropping a game like this in this kind of fashion after leading a dominant lead in game number 1, this is not how you want to go, right? And don't forget, RSG, they really outperformed themselves. Jay on the Grok was a true wild card, a wild charge, mind you, against Flash SG.
Flash SG able to barely survive onto this one. The super enhanced minions coming into the picture as well. All 3 lanes are pushing in. Flash SG has to defend themselves and patiently fight for another wave. RSG makes their base Baron. You got the Shadow Kill on the back line. Finally takes down CS. They sound the alarm. They sound the horn. The penalty zone lands onto 2. Boy, take a lot of hits. But here comes Vanix from the back, trying to get that free hits onto the back line. But look at where Yon is, taking control and taking out that T3 in that bottom side. Minutes are still pushing in. It's closer against 3 members of Flash SG. They will be able to let that T1 go. It's a huge, huge turret over to Flash SG.
No, right now, Churros, look at the other side of the map. Flash has lost 2 turrets already, and now this is just a consolation gift that RSG left behind. It is as if someone pooped onto your carpet and took away your sandals, because that's exactly what happened to me before.
Yon's been busy. Yon's been busy. So you had someone pooped on your carpet.
Yes, someone put my carpet. So one day when I was back home, someone put on my carpet, took my new sandals, and that's basically what RSG just did, right? Yes, you can take away. You can take away the mid lane turret.
In East Malaysia. So if you wanna,
That's why I cannot cast.
that's why you.
I speak my mind too freely.
Hey, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Now again, Flash SG, RSG, stalemate. Once again, economy peaked at 3,000 gold, favoring the side of RSG. Right now, it's still even Stevens.
No, I would say no. RSG definitely has an edge right now. Flash needs to go back to pretend, constantly protect the base, which means that RSG has Lord priority, and that is bad. Because of Yon, as this Fanny has been flying around, creating a lot of this separate pushes. Yes, team fight-wise, Flash SG seems like they have it, but in terms of the map control, RSG has it.
Starting things off with that Lord, CS in a very good position, very defensive on their own backline. They need to be able to seek out where Yon is. At any one point of time, RSG is able to get that back line, but the Shadow Kill directly onto CS. A huge play by Hades. Boy gets popped up by the further airstrike as well. Down goes 3 as Vanix takes down another one. They're ditching that Lord. They are able to cycle through, but where is Yon? RSG might be able to hit that back line.
Hades doesn't have Shadow Kill.
Yon versus Hades. No minions though. Hades lives to fight another day as Flash SG making beeline for the rest of the base. They're able to take down that T2. Next in line, that T3 down the mid side.
Oh, the timing coming up from Flash is just impeccable, but RSG is just right there. Grog
Yon's
locks
right
them
there.
inside the base.
Tsunami slam onto the wall. Yon able to survive with Immortal. Oh, Vanix takes himself out. Down goes Jay though. He doesn't need to go down. They still have 1 cannon minion. That is that Winion that Flash needs.
Man, Jay's trying to pull them everything. Just look at that. He's even burning the flicker just to do so. Pulling the rest of Team Flash all outside of the map. That's exactly what Jay has to do. In the meantime, you know, it's going to be
so much time, Jay!
From the side of Hades is working on the Lord right now.
Oh, look at the base, look at the base, look at the base! Oh my gosh!
Right, this is a massive emotional roller coaster, right?
Yeah.
But this team fight definitely truly makes you like the adaptations of Team Flash, and also the fact that RSG is basically using what Flash likes to do against the Hayabusa, against the Hades, right? And that's why Hades knows exactly what to do. If Hades had the Shadow Kill earlier just now, I think he used it to wave clear. That would be instant kill over the side of the Fanny. But right now, it's going to Flash. They need to win with this Lord right now because they're taking a little bit too much else.
Ken with the penalty zone and the Winter Crown just to buy some time. Tsunami Slam into the base as Flash SG keeps getting busy onto their own back line. Getting possessed. Vanix way too far deep into that back line. He does have the immortality all bought up. He knows that if he goes down right here, it's all over for Flash SG. Down goes Kurt. Down goes Ken. Vanix takes care of closer. You still got CS left. Might be able to take this out. It's a 2v3.
No, CS and Roy, don't forget, it's also going to be Vanix. Vanix
Oh.
does have a lot of stacks though.
No shadow kill. CS takes down JPL. You still got Vanix and Hades against CS. It's CS against the world and the Lord in his possession. You have this shadow kill. Immortality still able. Battery surviving. Vanix taking a lot of damage though. Able to take care of that Lord. As CS might be able to clutch this out. Ooh!
I
There's
think
a
that's
shadow into it. As Fresh takes down this game. Man, this was such a close game. I was
is a
shouting the
no-brainer.
minions because of the way that Yon created that pressure on the two side waves. No waves is safe. They have to force that retreat. So when the rest of them are coming out, when the replay started, it was, I think, Curtizi and Ken who had to get that forced retreat. So they might have lost that Lord from that replay. But man, this was such a critical game. It really goes to show like how good target prioritization is, especially from side of Hades.
And Hades, I feel like they know what RSG is going for. The RSG, if you notice, John is trying to cosplay Hades, but you don't cosplay the character that you're trying to cosplay, right? You don't like, for example, you want to cosplay Naruto. You don't cosplay Naruto right in front of Naruto, right?
Why
If
not?
Naruto is a real person, that
Why
is.
not?
Because
You can just
he
be an
knows,
imitator.
because he knows what you're gonna do. You saw what Hades did. He defended against a backdoor single-handedly, perfectly.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, I think Jay had a heck of a game.
They did.
This game per se. He knew where FLSG was hiding. He knew where they were twice. It's sort of like a very crucial issue where you fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You got fooled twice
Yeah,
by
they
that
did not.
wall charge.
Yeah, they did not. They did not get fooled the third time, because if you notice the third time, what do? Curtizi and Hades.
They split up the team fights.
Curtizi and Vanix split up.
Yes.
All right, they don't go around together. And let's take a look at the stats, ladies and gentlemen. This is a nail-biter of a series, mind you. It was a swing. It was a complete roller coaster. It could go anywhere, Churros, and I was literally on the edge of my seat if I have one.
You do have
Oh,
one.
I do have one, but I'm not sitting. But that's how much I'm on the edge I'm the edge of my emotions right now, Churros, because Flash, that was a wonderful showing as well from them, and RSG as well. They have to fight. It feels like even though they don't need to tweak their roster as much, the difference that Jay brought into this with that Grok actually confused Flash as well. It's like basically a cheese pick that RSG pulled out in the very last game of the seeded series.
At the end of the day, I think Vanix deserved the in-game MVP. However, in the entire game MVP, I feel like Hades really did the Lord's work. He went straight for CS, and without him, the 3 kills wouldn't be there.
Yeah, the 3 deaths, right? Like, I think more importantly, you're right, target prioritization. You really need to put CS out of the picture. And if you notice, in the earlier parts of the game, Ken was the one that's doing it.
Yeah.
Ken was absorbing so much damage. Just take a look. His items geared towards countering CS, countering Roy, especially when you see the Athena shield. You see the Radiant armor as well being built. And of course, the Blood Wings. Then the rest is history, right? Like, the fact that Ken focused down these 2 heroes, especially when these CS and Roy just stuck together, just pushing them away. But Yon is actually outputting the damage, right, in the front lines against Vanix, against Curtizi, Closer also adding on to the damage, and also the CC, and also the slows, making it really hard to basically path away from Yon.
Man, there's nothing else to be said about this game. What a performance by both of these 2 teams. Absolute cinema, I would say, as they fight for, I wouldn't say tournament lives, but seeding into the playoffs. And FLSG, fortunately, got the top slot right now. There's no contest. And RSG's tournament lives, especially to the playoffs, are at stake and in the hands of Team Evil and Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, this RSG, man, like, even though they dropped this particular game, but I like this, right? This game is not as dominating for the side of Flash in as compared to game number 1. Game number 2, they had a fighting chance. And they made it look easy, right? They made Jay's role look so good and so easy. And it's so much damage that, you know, for the side of Closer and Yon, these are AoE damage, whereas CS and Roy are so busy dealing with Ken.
Man, at the end of the day, though, I think Vanix really proved himself, especially in the first minute, or first 2 minutes, getting a easy kill, giving up an easy kill over to Yon. and him really showing up in the later stages of the game, getting the most kills, and even though Closer was always with him, it was just, man, evil. It was just Flash showing that dominant performance.
Yeah, it's absolutely true, right? Like the fact that RG was able to really climb back. I really hope. Unfortunately, I want more of that.
I want more of that as well.
I will be that guy.
That was so exciting. That
Yeah,
was like
that was exciting. I was
all-out
like,
brawl,
I would press the replay button right there and then because I want to
Yeah.
experience it true firsthand. Because RSG put up such a wonderful fight against Team Flash.
Yeah. Man, I'm just taking a breather right now because that was just
That was a full-out
adrenaline
brawl.
packed.
Game 2 was a full-out brawl.
Yeah, dude. It
Like-
was, but it was fun though. It was fun
fun.
while it lasted. It
Yep.
was fun while it lasted.
Yep, it was fun.
Oh, you know, hey, congratulations to Flash SG. We will, in a moment away, crown the MVP of this game.
Definitely.
And who do you think it is? I think it's Hades. To be honest, though,
I'm putting Ken.
you're putting Ken.
Yeah, I'm putting Ken. I feel like Ken really truly deserves that MVP role, especially in the early game, to slow down CS's snowball. Because
Yeah.
don't forget, it was CS that we talked about this earlier just now. We talk about which team will be snowballing first, right? We talk about whether it's going to be the Grandeur, whether it's going to be the Harif, right? But because of Ken slowing down CS in terms of damage, if not Team Flash wouldn't even stand a chance, right? Vanix wouldn't be able to farm out the stacks as required, and it's all because Ken was being the traffic light for CS's and Roy's snowball.
Fair, fair. Without that thick wall, hunk of
He
chunk
is
of
the
man.
wall.
He is the wall.
He also took a lot of Tsunami Slams away from Roy.
He took a lot of tsunami slams. He's
Mhm.
soaking so much damage, and he's acting like the, like a huge great wall in front of Flash SG, and I think that created so much opportunities. It's just that the chemistry for Flash is starting to show that hey, they're not quite in sync right yet. There's a lot of times where he activated a great penalty zone, but was just not followed up fast enough,
No, I think
especially
it-
from the Farsa. Or it's just
no,
the
I'm
range.
just gonna protect Ken right here because my boy is eating the Tsunami Slams like nobody's business.
Fair, fair.
The
fair.
reason why you seem like there's no follow-up because he was dragged out of the penalty zone eating because Roy had the penalty slam. Once
Yes.
that Roy doesn't really have
Penalty
the
slam.
penalty slam, yeah, sorry, Tsunami Slam, right? Then once Roy doesn't have the Tsunami Slam, that's where the rest of Team Flash was able to do everything at all, and that's how you separate the whole team fight into half.
Man.
Ken was holding on 2 damage dealers from the side of RSG.
Yeah. To be honest, though, I like the way that Ken played this one. He was like going in like super confident, super
Yep.
courageous into the back lines and just soaking up all of that damage, knowing that he'll be alive. And if I'm playing like that Terizla and I'm
No, I
forced to
don't
be in
think
the
I'll be able to
position
do that.
to be in that spot, I'd be shivering in my pants, man.
I don't think I'll be able to do that.
Yeah.
Was Ken the one that our dear friend Moment shamed before on the
What
analyst?
did Moment say?
Oh no, was that Utah? The one that he missed the penalty slam. He's
Penalty
penalty zone right into a creep or something.
I think
And then he
that was
replayed
the
twice.
cancel issue because you're supposed to slide up.
Yeah.
And usually like you slide up,
Yeah.
but like if it's too
Yeah,
close to the
yeah.
side, then the hitbox won't count.
Yes.
So then it's a false cancel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I definitely not. I don't think Moment would do
remember.
that. Maybe
No,
Qua.
he did. He
Yeah,
did. He did.
Maybe Moment.
He did on one of our analyst segment.
Man, I do miss it.
Yep.
But we'll see who the MVP is right on this graphic here. It's Ken. You got it right. 369. What a beautiful number for his KDA.
Yeah, it's in the multiples of 3, and of course look at the damage taken, bro. 170k damage taken. That's the amount of damage that he has soaked up dealing with the 2 damage dealers, and he's just one man, and he's a small little boy. If you meet him on in the live,
Yeah,
audience.
I got his Evo autograph last season. Man, this really brings a whole new dimension to how Terizla is being brought out into this current meta. Like facing up against Glue, he knows which hero to pick. He's not even building up the War X. He knows that he doesn't need that spell vamp because all he needs is basically just pure defense items. Build the Festival of Blood, just heal and sustain everything all up, and there you have it. I mean, there's nothing much to go along with this. Yes, he had a sticky start where there's not a lot of follow-ups, but he's pulling and baiting out all of these critical Tsunami Slams away from Cortese, away
Roy.
from Vanix, away from the
Yep.
rest of the teams, and into himself.
Yep.
And I think that was just immaculate gameplay
Yeah,
from Ken.
we talk about selfless roams. Now we're talking about selfless EXP laners that
Mm.
allows Kalia
So
to.
are you incinerating that Diablo's not selfless?
He's been very selfful.
Selfful? You want to say anything on
What,
stream,
less
man?
than 4, right? That's how I dodge. But anyways, ladies and gents, this is a wonderful series, like what I mentioned. But of course, I think apart from that, we also have to talk about the next particular
Oh,
match. It is going to
man.
be Evo going up against
Kingdom Esports.
Kingdom Esports, right? And don't forget, right now, in terms of points, we're looking at Kingdom Evo at 7 points.
Yes, sir.
We're looking at Kingdom Esports. Sorry, not 7. Yeah,
Kingdom
7
Esports is
points.
6 points.
Kingdom Esports 6 points, and let's also bring King's Vanguard into the picture. They're still
King's
stuck
Vanguard,
at 6 points.
6 points.
Right? So what does it means in general? If Evo takes a 2-0, which means Evo 2, Kingdom Esports 0, they'll be
Evo,
10.
second seed, 10 points.
Correct.
But Kingdom Esports, 6 points. King's Vanguard, 6 points. They'll be
Correct.
tied up in a head-to-head.
In a
Kingdom
head-to-head.
Esports won out against KGV. But don't forget, we also have to take in the community teams from the challenger stage.
Not only just that, they will just drop down all the way. So which means that King's Vanguard, if Kingdom Esports is sent alongside King's Vanguard is definitely going to drop into the challenger stage. instead.
Yes. Man,
Yep. Such exciting times.
exciting times.
Yep.
Not for King's Vanguard, though.
Exciting.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Man, they have to claw their way up again in the challenger stage tomorrow.
Definitely, but they're not even going to be playing.
Oh, yeah. Why?
Yeah, because they've already faced all the they have already faced the 4 challenger teams.
But I thought it's like a best of 1 challenger
It's already
round.
done.
I thought it was tomorrow.
All
and
right,
the
so
first half morning.
let me just help you explain just a little bit, Churros. Let me explain to you. Okay, I'm so sorry. Let me just explain. So if you notice, every Sunday, all your seeded teams has already played against
Yes,
community teams, right?
Yes, that I'm aware.
So do they need to play against any more community teams for King's Vanguard in order for a best of 1 series? They don't, right?
No.
So they do not need to play. They cannot play any more games. They cannot get any more points. So who are they at the mercy at? They're at the mercy of the performances of Absolute Zero, Sovereign, SG, Everlasting Love, and Ignite Gaming.
Oh, man.
They're at the mercy. They're at the mercy
So it's
of their
the challenger seed
performances,
teams playing against each other, and then they will do a head-to-head score with each of the.
correct, including the one with King's Vanguard. So definitely, this is something that
Woo-wee.
is actually very exciting. So ladies and gents, we should be ready to go on the break. Don't go away, ladies and gents. More exciting things to come. Coming up next, Team Evo going up against Kingdom Esports. Team Evo looking to upset the whole seeding. And we'll come back to you after this break.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましい奴らだ 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 9. It's your boy Churros. With me here today is Jace, and we are en route to the last game of today. It's Team Evil up against Kingdom Esports. Man, we've seen a lot of upsets, especially for KGV in the earlier first part of today. But now King Evil has a chance to solidify their spot in the second slot of the playoffs. So what are your thoughts of this now?
Yeah, I think right now, Evo is really rising up to be the Orochimaru. Well, technically, no, the Madara of MPL Singapore Season 9 because of the amount of upsets they have been giving, right? They have been delivering upsets for today. We started off the day, with Team Evo beating Kings Vanguard in a 2-0 fashion. So from the bottom seed, they elevated themselves all the way to the 3rd seed. And they are poised. If they win a 2-0 against Kingdom Esports, they may even overtake RSG, which only gets 8 points after the game earlier just now.
Man, let's take a look at the macro sense of this, especially for how the stakes are, especially for Kingdom Esports.
Yep.
If they win this 2-0, what's in it for them? They started with 6 points. They're up to 9 points. They will be in the second slot. So basically, this fight, if both teams face off and win 2-0 with a clean sweep, they will be second in the seed en route to the playoffs.
Definitely, right? And this is good, right? This is good morale booster, especially for Team Evil, and this is also good morale booster for the fans as well, because this also allows you to basically, anticipate even more coming out from them, right? This is basically them telling me, hey, my playoff buff is ready and it is here.
Yeah, speaking of which, Kingdom Esports starting off with Louisa, FMM, Melon, Malik Teasy, and Bear, showing a lot of high performances, especially in week 1. I didn't cast week 2, so a little bit of a breakdown, a little bit more inconsistencies from this team per se. A lot of Kings to work out, especially with 2 new imports in the hands of Louisa and Malik Teasy. How will they fare right now?
I think right now, if you want to take a look at this, I think Malik Teasy and also Louisa, they're very good laners, right, in their own route. I think one of the things that we also need to talk about from the side of Kingdom Esports is Bear, which is like what I mentioned, it's a momentum play. He's a very emotional player, and that has always been the case for the past 2 seasons. FMM, on the other hand, unfortunately, even though I like this little kid, this kid has been truly shining up as a very strong, as a very strong game knowledge. If you ask him about anything about game knowledge, he's able to tell you. But right now, as a roamer, his performance not really entirely, in my own opinion, very well, because out of the 12 games, he only played like 3 different heroes. Gato Kaja has been spammed 9 times at a 66%.
Yeah, Kalea as well.
Kalia twice and Camilla once.
Okay.
And that's about it. So this shows that, FMM doesn't really have a massive hero pool as a roamer. But don't forget where he came from. He came from a gold laner.
Yes, yeah. And we have a lot to talk about FMM, especially since he has been sort of like that cornerstone for the team. A lot of the times Kingdom Esports has been banking on him to make that plays, make that shot calls, and the rest of them able to just follow up. But throwing him into the mix in a position that he kind of seems uncomfortable with, seems to be breaking down in the middle stages of the games, especially since when FMM goes in, he's sacrificing himself and the rest of the team can't seem to follow up. So a lot of Kings to iron out. But let's look at the other side of the table with Team Evil. You know them, you love them. Vincent, Powerful, Sailor, Ven, and Gear having a phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal performance in the first game today up against Kings Vanguard. How will the Kings face up against Evil?
I think Evil needs to keep that fire, that furnace growling, literally. They need to put more coals into it, because this is it. If you want to get to second seed, this is the game you need to win in a clean sweep and dominant fashion. And they've shown it. They can do it. But like what I mentioned, the playoff buff is coming for them, and I'm not too sure whether Kingdom Esports is ready to hold on to it, because when Team Evil gets their momentum going, oh boy, nothing can stop them. Not even a trade.
Especially the death ball kind of magic of Evil team fights. Once Carrot has that red book in his hand, it's all over
Red book?
for the red book.
The book.
The little red book.
I thought it's powerful.
I don't know where I'm going with this. But hey, fun little fact, Melon used to be a eviler.
Yes.
A villain.
Is that
Is
what
there
we
a
call?
way-
Is
is there
that
a
what
way-
we call evil fans right now? Villains.
The villains. Yeah.
Hey, actually,
that sounds cool.
that sounds cool, right?
That sounds cool.
I know Team Evil has a Team Evo has a massive following as well. So yeah, definitely calling yourself villains is actually kind of a cool thing. It's like the Believers,
They used to be the Giant Slayers.
the Titan Slayers,
The Titan
but they're now
Slayers,
Titans themselves.
And then the Usurpers.
Now they're
and you
Titans
call them the
themselves.
Wildcards, and you call them Titans right now. They have a huge chance, an
Definitely.
absolute huge chance for the second seed, especially going into the playoffs, which will be huge, only falling off 1 point short from Flash. Now, from a head-to-head on both sides, I'm actually looking more of Sayla versus Melon and how these two likes to play around.
Oh, man.
Sayla on one hand likes to play all these like off-meta heroes, especially
Utility.
the Loyes, which don't really see the light of day, especially when they're open up in the draft. But he played it to great success. You know how Gear and Powerful also likes to operate when Sayla is having that Loye. They train for this, and it kind of looks like, oh man, it's very textbook. It's all written down in that little red book that they have right now. So what do you think about that matchup, the mid lane matchup?
The mid lane matchup, I think Sayla, if he gets something that he's very comfortable with, that's when he truly shines. Like your Loye, like what you mentioned, I'm also looking at like maybe perhaps other meta, like what you mentioned, the non-meta heroes, right?
Yeah.
But maybe even like the Farsas perhaps, or even like other things, like for example that some of them he's pulled out before, like for example the Xana is something that he can also play. He's found a lot of success on Loye. Novaria, on the other hand, not my biggest. I'm not a biggest fan of the Novaria, especially in this particular patch, because it takes way too long to wind up that damage. It's like I'm gonna punch you in the face,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna. The cooldown's way too long.
Correct.
By then you would have punched me 3 times.
I would
as
say-
personally, I don't like that Novaria pick.
I would say if you want to pick a Novaria, a better shot would be Selena. At least you have
Yes.
a huge stun with
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
alongside
definitely.
a huge burst.
Yeah, I feel like Selena is something that Sayla could potentially play. If it's already played Novaria, Selena is definitely on that list.
Well, jumping into the draft, Coach Carrot right now. It sounds
Coach
weird.
Carrot, yeah.
Coach Carrot banning out the Suyo, taking it away from the hands of Louisa. We know how nutty he is on the Assassins as well. But speaking of Assassins, Vincent versus Louisa, what is your thoughts on these two matchups?
I think Loisa, as an assassin player, is a lot stronger compared to Vincent. Vincent has really shown that he's good in his assassins, but I feel like he gets overshadowed by a lot of other junglers in the particular patch. Maybe perhaps this time around, Team Evo will show us a little bit more, something more different, right? Something more exciting, like maybe an Ube. I think this is time that you really pull out an Ube strat, because this
Wow.
is something that Powerful can potentially play. I mean, how hard is it to play Estes? Just click one button, everybody heals are up, right?
Oh, man. We're going back to the M3 Blacklist
Yep.
era
Yep.
with
Yep.
Ube strategy. But hey, you know, boxes on the tables. Coach Carrot bans out the Lucas. Coach DJ responds with the Kaleo ban. That might be a Boxia ban, not giving over to the hands of Powerful. And we know how nutty he is
Yep.
with the Boxia. Used to play in the jungle. Right
Oh.
now, it will be in the roam position.
There
So
you go.
that will be taken off the tables for Evil.
Yep.
The bans right now looking very targeted towards setups, looking very targeted towards the roam positions. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, they target down onto the Loyi, especially seeing the first game. If they done their homework today against King's Vanguard, Evil will not be able to get their hands on the Loyi.
Mathilda, surprisingly forgotten by RSG and also Team Flash.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think there's also one game that they banned it out, especially that was Evo that bans away the Mathilda in the first match against King's Vanguard. But after that, we don't really seem like Mathilda being picked or banned at all. Mathilda seems like forgotten. But I've seen Mathilda's performance under hands of Powerful. Powerful feels like the more tanky initiator kind of guy, right? So I think that's something that you also need to take note. If you're siding Team Evil, that's why it's very hard for Vincent to go for these tank utility jungles. But we shall see. It seems like Team Evil takes away the chip for now. I'm expecting what you mentioned, Kingdom Esport. We're looking at the Loyi ban as well to deny that global presence.
I think if the Loyi is getting banned out, which they will actually take out the Loyi away from the hands of Evil, that should be a Gato first pick to deny FMM of 2 of his signature heroes, but it will be the Kimi instead that will go into the hands of Sayla, most likely.
Yeah, like Kimi is actually a really good pick, right? Right now, usually you send it into the mid lane. This is something that I don't believe I've seen Sayla played at all, because, yeah, Sayla has never made Kimi old as well. Maybe he's just be hiding that as well, but it could also go into the hands of Ven, right? Ven has played, let me double check, none of Kimi as well. So technically speaking, wow, this is the first time that we're seeing Team Evil picking up the Kimi.
So Evil picks up Kimi. They might not go for an artillery mage anymore, so Farsa should be under Kingdom Esports perusal. Alongside Gato Kacha, I think it would be a viable option to pick up both the Gato and the Farsa just to deny the Gato over the hands of Powerful. But it will be the Juicin and the Badang instead. So still a little bit more flexible on Kingdom Esports side.
Badang is a good counter pick against Team Evil, right? That's something that Powerful can potentially use as well. But I'm so surprised, right? Like Badang, the Gato Kacha being let go by Kingdom Esports just like that after knowing that FMM loves to play that one. Or maybe he has something else in his sleeve. Don't forget the Frederick coming out from the side of Team Evil. It seems like we may be going into a Ube coming off from Coach Carrot.
Man, I don't know how to feel about the Fredrin because still one of the slowest tank junglers. And after that meta shift in Season 7, we don't really see a lot of tank junglers coming out anymore. It used to be so that Fredrin was the hot pick. But right now, I think it still has a little bit of options where you want to play that Fredrin. It could be in the EXP lane, Adamir Pro out as well.
EXP Fredrin is very hard for you to stack the combos.
But
usually you want the full combo to be able to go into a team fight, right?
Correct.
Get
But you
that
still have
combo
options
from your jungle creep.
You still have options to how you want to play around the Fredrin. Yeah, on a long shot, you could play the Fredrin in the roam, but technically you play it in the jungle. And Ling is definitely one of the answers towards the Fredrin, where you have much faster rotation speed around the jungle and around the map. So you have cross-map plays for Kingdom Esports looking very, very strong right now off the bat. Evil needs to pick something that has lane pressure and lane control on their side. And I think they're putting it in the hands of Moskov. I'm not too sure how the Ling and Moskov is going to be interacting in this game's execution, but I'm not too worried about Ven, knowing how he's able to just dodge and read his opponents. So man, not favoring the Fredrin pick at all as of now.
It's kind of interesting. It's something that we've never seen from the side of Team Evil, right? Team Evil, as of now, from the side of Vincent, has never picked any form of tank assassins until now. He's been playing the Hayabusa, the Joy, the Hanzo, the Suyu, the Fanny. It's the first time we see in MPL Singapore Season 9, he's pulling out a tank jungle. But like I said, it can go anywhere, right? It can be I don't know, a Fredrin gear?
A Fredrin gear, yeah.
Or let me throw you crazy idea number one for
powerful.
today. Crazy idea number one for today. Fredrin Powerful.
Fredrin Powerful.
Which is very weird, to be honest.
Very weird because you don't have your level 4 power spikes and you scale with the level 4 power spikes.
Correct.
And that is your the huge advantage that you want to grasp, right? For Coach Carrot, banning out the gold laners, that's a very smart move away from the hands of Malik TZ. For Coach DJ, they are anticipating an Enchanter roam.
Yeah.
For the side of Evil. So taking on Matilda as well as the Phobius. So Gears Phobius won't see the light of day.
Yeah, I love this ban coming out from the Phobius, right? The Phobius really do wonders against Ling. And also, Gear has played the Phobius quite well at the same time. So you want to make sure he's uncomfortable. And maybe what's next, you need more zone deniers, especially coming out with the Temples of Blades, or maybe towards a certain extent the Badang. You need something like a glue, something tanky as well that Gear can potentially look at.
Tricky situation right now. The ball is in the court of Evil. What will they ban? I think giving Moskov an easier time, the Bruno might be a good option right here.
The Harith?
Harith as well, yeah. Kingdom doesn't really seem to have a lot of magic damage, so they do ban out the Harith. So now Kingdom Esports has that first pick advantage.
Granger.
Missing out the Granger, or maybe even Irithel if you want to just kite around. You do need someone to burst down the Fredrin because in the late game, if Fredrin scales up, you get very, very tanky, you get very beefy. It's difficult to take that Fredrin down. You could always go back to basics into the carry again. Right
now, definitely. I feel like carry is a better pick. Now that you mentioned about it, Granger doesn't really bode well into Ubase.
Yeah.
Usually, the Granger does a lot of damage in the early game, and in the burst format, right? So, you know, Kingdom Esports not going to force it. Still living in Bake, right? Hylos can also easily go into the hand of Powerful, whereas Badang will be going into the hands of... the Hylos can go into the hands of FMM, whereas Bear can still hold on to the Badang. So I like what Coach DJ is doing for this one.
Hylos EXP. That means either CC or, it's going to be the CC being picked up by Gear.
Yep.
And then the Gacha taken away from the hands of FMM.
Yep.
But I think FMM is definitely going to play the Badang anyway, so that's a new unique hero pull into his arsenal as well. Last pick over Malik TZ. I think definitely the carry would work the best here. dealing up against 3 tanky boys and especially 2 marksmen from that back line. The only thing that Kingdom Esports needs to play around is layering the ultimates and layering all the skills onto Kimmy. And as long as you can take that Kimmy down, I think it's all easy pickings from there on. Moskov is kind of like a pseudo frontline hero because you're putting Moskov on the side lanes. Once you land at SOD, Moskov goes to the front lines.
Yep. Well,
Ranger.
I mean, you know what? If Team Evo is saying that, hey, we don't really need to think about like if we're not going to drop an Estes right here, I think Granger definitely shines in this one because Granger going in, there's a lot of burst damage. You can basically snipe down. Hopefully the Kimmy, you can snipe down. You can potentially outplay the Suyu, especially in early game. You win the gold lane and then look to snowball from there. So maybe that's what Malik TZ is thinking about from the side of Kingdom Esports. But you have to take a look at the execution.
As we jump down onto this one, man, I kind of like Evo's draft quite a bit because it's going to be a Fredrin in the Roam. No, Fredrin EXP. No, okay. So
No, it's a
yeah,
Fredrin.
there's a little bit of a graphic issue.
Yeah, it's a
right
Frederick jungle.
Fredrin jungle.
Definitely. But what I'm kind of surprised coming off from Team Evo is that they're not going to go for the Ube because it feels like they're setting up for an Ube so much. But of course, it can be easily countered by one carry right there.
Yeah. Man, it's all down to execution, to be honest.
Definitely.
Yeah. I'm just not too fond of how Fredrin likes to play around, but let's see.
Yep, let's take a look, ladies and gents. This is game number 1 between Team Evo and Kingdom Esports. The sets are here. Interesting fact coming out of Team Evo is that they're not going for their usual assassin jungler, but we have to see how it goes. Seems like Kingdom Esports right here just going to spread it out all across the map right now, trying to get as much as possible. I think in terms of early game priority, which team are we looking at?
I think definitely Kingdom Esports, the Ling definitely farms much faster than the Fredrin, but Ling actually just finished his purple buff and moving his way over to the purple, so it actually goes against all the strategies that I'm thinking because the Impure Rage from Fredrin actually helps him a little bit. I'm looking at the early game jungle pressure that's coming through, especially from both sides, because Louisa actually takes a little bit faster to farm in. I'm expecting a fast level 4 from Louisa going into the first team fight down the turtle side.
Yeah, but that's why also Sailor actually leashing for Vincent, right, as early on. But something also interesting, right, instead of going for your Quantum Charge, you went for the Impure Rage. So Vincent's expecting to get even more damage and perhaps more heals out of it. Don't forget, there's only one Revitalize packed by Team Evo side.
A little bit of an early game rotations down on the bottom side as well. I do think that for the side of Evo, I like the dual rotations from Sayla as well as powerful because with the Gacha Gacha and the Concussive Blast, it helps clear the lanes much faster, rotating that Kimmy out into the team fight. But now Vincent going on the aggressive, already level 4, trying to get a little bit of quick poke, a little bit of quick intel before the turtle spawns up in the next 20.
Yep, powerful. Providing that vision over the side of FMM and Melon zoning out Sailor wonderfully, Churros.
Now, I think the gold lane shouldn't be in shambles as of now. As Vincent, as slow as a farm that I thought that Fredrin would have, they're actually making things work right now.
Yep.
The turtle getting spawned out, Vincent starting things off, and Kingdom Esports actually making a beeline towards that turtle, getting that reset, and both teams are just ditching it.
Yep, it seems like Bear is still in position, trying to drag the turtle over to the other side. Malik versus Ben at the bottom lane. Malik is actually taking a lot of damage as a Granger.
Yeah, it's the passive from the Moskov that actually allows that reach, allows that range, but I don't think it's sort of like a lane-to-lane advantage. On the top side though, Gear trying to get that zone out though, powerful, launching up.
So the priority also pulled over to the side of Team Evil. Ultimate from Sailor ultimately wasted. There comes a glorious palm wave from the side of FMM as Kingdom Esports steals the turtle away from from Evil, and after that overwhelmed with sheer amount of force. The damage from the side of Loisa and also with the help of Melon is starting to show.
Well, typically you'll see if you pick up a Moskov, you would have the SOD coming down. Louisa already making a beeline towards that bottom side as well, taking up a lot of resources from Evil. But the bottom line is Bear created that opportunity, created that space for Louisa to come in and swoop in with the Tempest of Blades, pick up that turtle, and convert those into kills.
Yep.
So now, Evil is actually crumbling right now. They thrive on that early game pressure. However, in the late game, it is a little bit tricky because Powerful has a little bit more tankiness to him. Vincent has a little bit more tankiness to him, and you throw gear into the mix as well.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like CC. What are you gonna do at level 4, right?
Yeah.
Badang has a lot more impact as compared to a CC at level 4, but it seems like, okay, Vincent on the chase right here. But he's a fragile. Here comes the ultimate coming up and say that we'll be able to immobilize FMM. The DPS will be able to land, but the damage from Melon landing onto Vincent, converting into grey health as of now. Melon's just literally zoning out Team Evil right now.
Yeah, the pepper spray or the lantern flare actually stops tanks in its tracks, and it's basically a juicy target for the entire side of Evil. You have 3 tanks to work with. The only thing they have to worry about is gear coming into the picture, going straight into your backline, trying to disrupt you, but you can always use the Crimson Beacon to get out of the way. So Kingdom Esports actually playing the early game to their strong advantage, especially so in the goal lane where Malik Teasy is holding his own ground. The Kingdom Esports shifting the attention away from the goal lane and making sure that Granger gets all of these stacks that he needs to pop off in the mid game.
Yeah, Ben was actually winning in the early game to a certain extent, but now it seems like what you mentioned, the pressure alleviated by Kingdom Esports, allowing Malik TZ to also start scaling up. Oh, Melon! That's a lot of damage coming up from Sailor as well. Try to spray the damage onto him, but he will be able to just sidestep and escape. But this opens up for the turtle fight.
Yeah, Evil in a better position contest for this one, zoning everyone out of the way. We're going for a small technical pause, but man, oh man, I wasn't expecting how fast Vincent's Fredrin was farming. And typically, now I don't really pick up the Fredrin anymore in my own ranked games because it's just that slow. But the fact of the matter is, in Pure Rage actually converts all this into damage for the jungle creeps. I think that's what accelerated his own farm, and he's moving all around the map.
Yep.
Sure, he's not coagulating on the sideways, but that is all according to plan. Once the 5-minute mark hit, I feel like the Moskov is definitely going to rotate all around that map, trying to gain that farm, and the 4 of them are going to be sticking together. It's going to be hard to break down. But I do agree with you, CC not a really good target, especially in turtle fights.
Yeah, I feel like CC, even though a lot of people put him as quite such a high tier, I'll be the opposite. I'll put him all the way to trash tier. Because technically speaking, you're only once you hit, you need to win the lane.
Yeah.
All right. But right now, most of the time in MLBB, you're not there to win the lane. You're there to win in these total fights. You're there to win in the second total fights and potentially all the way to the later parts of the game. As a CC, what do you offer in your kit? You only offer this as an entanglement or 2-person. That's about it. I can just walk together, right, and start doing damage. It's not exactly a stun. So if the CC want to work, you need to win from the second minute or the first minute onwards.
Yeah, we'll be jumping right back into the game as well. But to your point, the entanglement is just to disrupt Louisa. Norris pathway already laid out. Bear actually misses.
Missing that flicker at the same time. Vincent stepping forward just a little bit. Sailor outputting the damage. Melting Bear just a little bit longer. And here comes Jusin. Loisa once again stealing the turtle away. Goes into Temples of Plates. Nighties join the fight at the same time. Loisa takes down Powerful. It is just massive coming out of Kingdom Esports. They stole Evil's turtle twice, Churros.
Great rotation coming in from Malik TZ. Giving up that T1 down the bottom side is no problem at all. Taking out Powerful and just converting all of these into massive lead advantages, especially now that they have 3,000 gold ahead of Evil. Now, Evil, they're not crumbling just as of yet. They just have a very slow start. But ramping up the aggression, ramping up the tempo is all that they need. I think Bear was a little bit too panicky or trigger happy with the flicker and with the fist cracks. I feel like he would have been able to get it, but at the same time,
Yes, you get it though. This is Bear that we're talking about. The Bear trap, that Bear wall. Literally making sure that Evil wouldn't be able to do anything. And hold on a second, it is also Gonna Catch an AOG being committed all the way up top just to try to defend this one.
This is a very valuable turret that you have. If you take that away, then the purple buff is basically wide and open and exposed. Louisa getting taunted up, but will be able to walk away safely as Kingdom Esports still 4 kills ahead of Evil. Evil just can't seem to find the magic that they had in the game, in the first game.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports literally denying the David Copperfield from the side of Team Evil, right? Loisa, the man, was literally stealing turtles right underneath the noses of Team Evil. Vincent is having a bit of problem, even though he's able to hold down the turtles, but we have to take a look at the late game, right, Churros?
Yeah, late game, definitely Ven will have a different playstyle. But hopefully, though, Kingdom Esports will be able to capitalize on this small little lead that they have, especially when the turtle is spawning up in 20 seconds. Attraction Pulse already committed earlier on by Sailor, getting pulled back in, but a little bit of a tuffle here right everywhere.
That's going to be a taunt landing onto FMM. FMM soaking most of the damage. Melon zoning out Powerful. There's no way that Team Evil will be able to commit to that fight.
Now, the Evil has to definitely look towards that turtle. They need to pick up all the resources that Kingdom Esports is leaving behind. But it's easier said than done. Gear,
Yep.
Bear's already in position. Gear can't even get close, or is giving a little bit of intelligence to the rest of the team. But Louisa has that retribution finger, and that is what wins.
Ben, SOD blocked by Malik. Ooh, that was a good one coming out of Malik TZ. Louisa coming to pick up the kill. Here comes the Tempest of Blades. Ben is in a spot of trouble. No way for him to run. But at the same time, this gives Evil a perfect breeding opportunity for the Turtle to take for themselves.
But not only that, Kingdom Esports are trading it for the blows down the bottom side T1, but Melons and Spot of Bother are able to use that sprint to get out.
Yep, still a bit of a trade happening, but it also slows down Team Evil's progression, right?
Slowly but surely, Evil will be able to buy himself a little bit more time because it's still earlier on in the game. I was hoping to see a little bit more rotations, especially from Ben down the mid side, try to funnel all the resources to him. He's only just got that golden staff. Hopefully we'll be able to see the itemizations coming out from either sides, but that is a little bit slower from the Moskov as you would expect. Malik TZ 2 assists ahead. That is still a little bit more resources funneled through to that Granger. It's all about the Granger versus Moskov.
Okay, Bear will be able to catch Vincent. Four-man gang. No way for him to escape that one.
Speak about funneling though. Coming in, SOD won't be able to do anything. They will be able to take this T1 down all willy-nilly.
Yeah, Traction Pulse over there trying to slow down the tempo coming off of Kingdom Esports. But look at them. These Kings, they're not phased at all, Churros.
0 kills for the side of Evil. Kingdom Esports taking everything that they can and denying Evil what they desperately need. Kills onto kills onto kills. But then again, the late game, they do have a little bit of high ground advantage. But that's the problem when you have 3 tanks and you are facing up against a Jusin.
Yep.
Jusin's just blocking you off from the rest of it. It's just pepper spraying you away, creating that space, creating that distance for Malik TZ to gun you down the back line.
Yeah, Vincent on that Fredrin is not working well for the side of Team Evil. As you mentioned, Churros, Menace is just dealing and just picking up and dropping off like a ragdoll.
30 seconds till the Lord spawns up. Kingdom Esports definitely in a better position contest for this one. No more T1s for the side of Evil. But Evil, though, as long as they send Ben and try to funnel him as much as they can, they might have a breathing chance onto that late game. It's still seeping into 10-minute mark. Kingdom Esports psyching themselves up for that turtle, psyching themselves up for that long lane. Vincent's own purple buff is in shambles. Louisa 4 levels ahead of Vincent.
This is a choke point. Traction Pulse will be able to come in onto Melon. He gets immobilized though. The taunt knocks him down. Onto Melon. And now here comes the Girls Power from the side of FMM. Look at Bear. Look at Malik TZ just outputting the damage, just taking down damage one by one. But now this time around, they might be routed. Van sends his SOD down, sends all the way. FMM gets caught though. Van picking up that kill at the same time. Kingdom Esports finally getting punished. 2 men down.
2 men down for the side of Kingdom Esports, but Bear played a huge hand with the fist crack onto 4 members of Evil. Unfortunately, though, Vincent was soaking up all of these damages with the taunts. You have double taunts to deal with, so you're keeping Ben alive while just soaking up that damage and returning that damage with your ultimate as well with the Appraiser's Wrath. Now, unfortunately, though, Evil is still behind. Yes, they picked up a little bit more resources. Let's take a look at the replay to see what went down. Traction Pulse used it a little bit too deep, and FMM tried to stop them in their tracks. Ben was wide and open. No one was able to reach that. SOD goes wide, chases them down. Louisa down low. Unfortunately, though, blocked by FMM.
Yeah, it's just amazing how, you know, the wall from the side of Bear is actually blocking the rest of the members. Actually kind of safe. Hold on a second. The Lord is actually already down very, very low. Powerful trying to do it. Here's the one that secures the Lord. Unfortunately for the side of Kingdom Esports. Now there's going to be Evil trying to pay the price for that one. Sailor spreading the damage onto the side of Kingdom Esports. In fact, he picks up a double kill. Loisa and Malik TZ goes down for that one. And he's going to lead even more charge against Kingdom Esports.
Big plays from Ben. They knew that the Lord was already popping up. Now, the minute spawning up, the Lord immediately dies and spawns into their favors, marching in on the bottom side. Ben also was just waiting for the right opportunity to just deal with that damage. He's coming online. He's locked in and ready.
Man, CC was, if CC secured the Lord, that Lord is supposed to go for the side of Kingdom Esports, right? If CC didn't secure that Lord just now, and Sailor is allowed to just leave down the damage like that, man, it makes it so much easier. And now all of a sudden, Evil is fighting on the side of Kingdom Esports map. Sailor up with the damage. FMM once again punching back, tries to out-heal with that with a vengeance. With the revitalized now, the Lord still marching down at the bottom. Nobody from the side of both these 2 teams are down yet.
Ben has been busy as well. Look at the opposite side of the top lane. T2's been broken down. SOD goes wide. Louisa able to escape for now. He does have that Finch's poise, so he will be able to escape with his life. But man, Evil's been busy. taking control of the side lanes, taking control of the split pushes that Kingdom Esports are
Pulse
unable.
right into a Vincent taunt. Man, Melon doesn't have any place to run, and now Bear letting down the wall, trying to block it out, and now he has to run. AOG coming outside of Powerful, trying to block off the escape, but the damage has been done. FMM and Melon goes down.
Good gap closer from the AOG, especially from Powerful, blocking off the advances from Malik TZ. So creating that space and pressure for Kingdom Esports to just get that retreat. Without Louisa, without that main damage from the Ling, it will be a little bit tough for Kingdom Esports to win out all that fights, but it will be broken down by a 5v4 from the side of Evil. If Ven doesn't land the SOD, at any one point of time, Kingdom Esports will be able to disrupt their entire gameplay. The fact of the matter is, Granger doesn't deal that much DPS when you're facing up against the tanks, so I think it's biting themselves in the foot in that late game. We're seeping into the 12-minute mark, 60 seconds till the next Lord spawns up. Evil finally having that lead that they crave for.
Yeah, finally, right? This is the late game that we're talking about, that we've been hyping up for the past 10 minutes, right? And now it's finally here. It all started from that Lord Steal coming out from Gear, right? And Gear starting to become this problem that Kingdom Esports unable to deal. Melon's positioning is a little bit too much forward, and it allows attraction powers from Sailor, and then after that, Vincent, what a follow-up for that taunt.
A very good non-committal ultimate coming in from the Kimmy. I mean, what else is there to say? You could have that ultimate, use it as and when you want. Whenever that green dot is at the ready, just throw it in. If you catch someone, great. If not, man, it's going to be a short cooldown. Anyway, I'm going to be waiting in for the next ultimate cooldown once again. 10 seconds until the Lord spawns up. Evil controlling that top side pressure, maintaining that top side pressure. Look at where Powerful is trying to block up the entrance.
Oh, Kingdom Esports, look at them. They're all on the run. Bear left alone for his own devices. Ben just pinning him down. Sailor picking on a shutdown on that one. Kingdom Esports, man, they're on the run. They were on the offense just now, Churros.
I think this scene really paints the entire picture. Kingdom Esports is trying to maintain that lane pressure on all sides of the map. And now, Evil, they're fighting as 5. The magic is coming through. The magic is showing. The magic is coming to life. But now, Kingdom Esports, they're splitting themselves up a little bit too thin. They're gonna Crimson Beacon, get out of the way.
Vincent looking for a pickup right here, but he gets picked up instead. Glorious Perfect coming up from FMM, trying to turn the fight around. Malik TZ Rhapsody goes on Vincent. The taunt, but the damage from Sailor, man, just melts FMM like butter. And now Loisa on the chase onto the Sailor, goes into the Embers of Blaze. He's will be shut down, but don't forget, Van is also coming online. The SOD lands all the way in the back line, and he picks it up. He goes for the kill. Bear, the only one left from the side Kingdom Esports, left to defend the base.
4 members down for the side of the Kingdom. They want to cycle it through. 10 seconds till FMM spawns up. Bear might not be able to do it. He does not have the fist crack.
No, but don't think so. They don't really have the minutes unless Bear can do something, especially when they get pinned instead, and the pinner gets pinned down, and that's basically it for the side Team Evil as they take game number 1.
What a game, what a call from Team Evil, ditching that Lord and knowing that they can take that Badang, knowing that he does not have the ultimate. A very, very close shave, a very close game, especially in the early game when you have Kingdom Esports showing supreme dominance and absolute performance from Evil to counteract and come back from this game.
The playoff buff really coming from Team Evil, my man. Churros, this is exciting, right? Team Evil rising up into the ranks. They were bottom seed at the start of the day. And finally,
it's just because they didn't play one game, and the rest of them has already finished like 4 games. So it's not really, it's a small sample size.
True. Small sample size. But if you see the performance that they've done for the past few weeks, especially against the other challenger team, man, the odds are not looking favorable for them. But Evil, because of this, man, they're looking really solid right now. We doubted the Vincent Frederick pick, but hey, he kind of make it work.
I'm sorry, man. I mean, when in doubt, go back to basics, right? Go back to the tank junglers. You know that you can play this. You know that you can make it work. Just go with your guts. I think Coach Carrot actually did a phenomenal job drafting for the side of Evil. I think if it was an assassin jungler, I don't think it would have been the same way. The story could be written very, very differently. Let's take a look at the statistics on both sides. Louisa has been busy. Bear has phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal plays coming into this matchup as well. A 4-man to 5-man kind of fist crack and lock everyone down the back line, but it wasn't enough. And I think the damage really shows where you pick Granger, a sort of like a bursty kind of hero against huge major tanks, and 3 to their name. It's going to be so difficult to break through.
It makes Sailor's role so much easier to play, right? He's basically hiding behind the Gato Kacha, the Frederick, and to a certain extent, the CC as well. Yes, I know CC is really I don't really like this hero at all, but she does work well as a frontline.
Hey, we're in the same boat, man. I doubted Fredrin, you doubted CC, so I mean, they worked out 13 to 9 kills, and you have the Kimmy actually having 7, 2, and 3. But now the question to you is Kimmy still a valuable priority target? It kind
Definitely.
of seems like a lot of teams are just forgetting about it and
Yep.
just leaving it on the tables.
Exactly, definitely. Just take a look at this one, right? Like the fact that even though yes, you lead the Kimi out and you can see the damage that Kimi can potentially do, but there's also ways for you to counteract against this Kimi, right? I think partially Loisa also target. We talk about target prioritization, right? Loisa wasn't able to target onto Sayla just because Vincent comes in, and don't forget it's always a traction pulse. There's long range non-committal implosion. Caught Melon twice. And the Vincent follow-up, there's no way Melon can run, especially when she doesn't really pack the Purify. You pack the Flicker so that you can actually double Flicker with your ultimate into a team fight, right?
Yeah, and not only that though, you have double taunts from Powerful and Vincent. If you layer it in very strategically, you have like Vincent like, oh, I'm gonna taunt first, and then you taunt, and then Powerful goes in next. It's a very ultimately long stun.
Yeah, it is. It's like a perma stun right there. Melon couldn't even play the game at all. He's in the early game, even though Melon was able to do a lot of damage, was able to zone out Team Evil. But once you like what we mentioned, right? Once you go to the later parts of the game, Team Evil would definitely truly shine.
Yeah, to be honest though, it has all to do with Ven. If Ven wasn't as proactive as he is in the long lanes and split pushing and maintaining that lane prio for the side of Evil, I think none of this would have happened. That one fight down the purple side as well, where Bear actually caught out 4.
Yep.
He missed out Ven.
Yes.
If he would have caught Ven, it would all be over for
Yeah,
Evil
definitely.
because the lead would just snowball tremendously.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, to be honest, looking at that one, I mean, everything that Kingdom Esports was playing is correct. I think whatever, in terms of execution, is
In the
correct.
early game, they were
team fight,
dominating.
yeah, the team fight was correct. But I think at the end of the day, if you can't remove Kimi, that's where the problem starts to arise. If you can't remove Ven in the team fight, that's when the problem starts to arise. Or if you over-invest in getting that Kimi, and that's because you have to go through 3 frontliners.
Yeah, I mean, you overinvest in getting Kimmy, no problem. You're always facing a 4v5 because Ven is on the opposite side of the map. At any one point in time, he can throw his SOD and join in the fight. But if no one targets onto him, he can just go in for the turret base, and then it provides a lot of advantage for the entire side of Evil. So I think the Moskov pick was just delicious coming into this matchup. But at the end of the day, I would say Ven MVP. As much as Sayla did a lot of damage, did the most kills in in-game MVP, I feel like without Ven, this would have been totally scripted differently.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's very hard to award which MVP, right, for this one, man.
Either
Like,
Sayla or Ven.
I don't look forward to the work of a producer, man. He's like scratching his head, not too sure which MVP to give.
you
Do
do
it
like
Ven or
half and half?
do it
Do
go to Sayla?
AI merger of the faces. Go like Ven with like Sayla glasses, and then doing like the Sayla pose.
You've planted a weird image in my head.
I mean, you could do that, like just AI superimpose both people together, and then
I don't feel comfortable with
it's like
that.
a Filipino
I don't feel
Sayla.
comfortable.
But
I
man,
don't
what-
feel comfortable with the picture in my mind.
Dude, it's what an exciting game. What an
is.
exciting
It
game this
is.
was. Because it was brawls all the way through. It kind of reminded me of the previous game with FLSG, but it was much more tactical and strategic for the side of Evil especially, because they lose out a lot in the early game. 6-0 was their peak scoreline against Kingdom Esports. But once they got the ball rolling, they knew how to play. The adaptation in the game and on the fly was what attributed to their success.
I personally feel like Team Evil, yes, you're right. There's a little bit of a blessing in disguise, right? If you saw in week number 1 and week number 2, in terms of the performance, and taking a step back, just taking a look at the whole game, the whole MPL Singapore Season 9, the whole Evil's journey, the villain's journey right here,
The
right?
villain's journey.
Like, yes, they only played one game once, but you saw whenever they played that one game, or be it like against the challengers team, see, they don't feel like they're ready. But when finally week 3, they've done their practice, and the playoff buff comes in, locks in, and that's where they truly shine. And imagine if they had to deal with 2 games. If they need to play more games in the first few weeks, man, I don't think they'll be able to, give us such a good show.
I would say, okay, MVP of the game, Sayla as Kimmy, 7-2 and 3 KDA with a 77% kill participation. I like those numbers. I like those odds as well. But at the end of the day, Sayla was just phenomenal in using the traction pulses to not only deny but to set up for the rest of the
Yep.
team. And the villains should be proud of themselves
Yeah,
right
definitely,
now.
right? Like,
And, honestly, and I want to
Yeah,
give
let's
a huge
call
shout out to the Evil fans because they're the only ones like bringing the drums, bringing the hype onto the venue. So if you're going down to the venue as well, down in Lot 1, Chao Shi Kang, please, there's one more match, or actually not even one more match, but like, you know, a couple
Wow.
more games to be played.
like to be honest, I know we're a bit excited about tomorrow, but let's focus about the game right now, Churros. Like, I feel
Yes, sir.
like it feels like, you know, Team Evil really found their Mojo Jojo, right? Like, they really found their juju. Like last week, you know, we crack about bad jujus. Yeah, that's what we talk about with that eye. Yeah, I can send you judgment right here. It's fine. You can judge me all throughout because bad juju is all about. But I think right now, I really like what Team Evil is going through, right? The villains definitely should be proud of themselves. Wave that flag even harder, man.
Yeah, shout out to the Evil fans who are always there since season 3. I think
Season 3, yes.
they're the rowdiest fans, but I love it. I love
Yep.
We should have more fans like this. So huge
Yep,
shout
yep,
out
yep.
to all of y'all down the venue, and hopefully they are actually at the venue. If not, I'll be, you know, I don't know what I'm saying right here.
Come on, Churros.
Okay.
Like, but I'm sure that Kingdom is also starting to build their own fans as well, right?
Mhm,
Like,
mhm.
I love what I'm seeing in terms of their social media push as well. So I really hope that, you know, some teams are starting to do that. But we got to talk about game number 2. Kingdom Esports is getting a bit of an else right now against Team Evil, and Team Evil is starting to become the Titans that we used to know. Last 2 weeks, they were baby Titans, and now they're big Titans. How
Yeah.
do we deal with big Titans?
I think it's adaptations on the fly. Evil had some kinks to work out, especially in the previous weeks. Last week, in the first week, very inconsistent.
Yep.
I think a lot of teams were counting them out. You say it's the playoff buff coming early. I would say it's because they had new players in the fray with with Ven as well as. Man, I'm having brain fart moments right now. But with new players coming to the fray, it kind of shows
Vincent.
like Vincent. With Ven and Vincent,
Remember 2 Vs
2 Vs
for victory.
for victory. But then again, with 2 new players, I think chemistry is a huge factor for
Definitely.
Team Evo's success. Because in the previous couple of seasons, it was like, oh, the magic of team fights very difficult to break down. Even Coach Youngin, huge shout out to Coach Youngin by the way. He was saying like, oh, the one thing that makes Evo strong is the magic of team fights. No matter how you fight
Yeah.
them, they always win team fights.
Yeah.
And to some reason, a lot of teams are unable to break that down.
Yeah.
And for now, I think for Team Evil, they're finding their groove. They're finding their mojo
Yeah.
yet again. But then again,
They're
for the,
finding
side
their
of,
juju.
for the side of Kingdom Esports, I feel like they're still banking a lot on either FMM to set things up or Bear to set things up before they actually go in.
Yeah.
I think the confidence in the rest of the team is just not there. You can see that in the replays as well.
Yeah, and definitely, like, remember when we started off, Kingdom Esports, this is a very emotional, very momentum-driven kind of team. And you're just waiting for Bear one day to just wake up and say, hey, you know what? Who cares if I lose? I'm going to look at one game at a time, and that's where Bear stonks will be stonks. He will rise up in terms of the ranks as an EXP laner. And also another shout out over to FMM as well. This kid has been really, really good in terms of his rotations are right. His high loss, I think right now is not the fault from the side of Kingdom Esports. Because you saw Kingdom Esports setting up everything right. Right? And that's the problem about Team Evil, is that there's just, you don't know how to crack the Team Evil magic.
Yeah. I'm just thinking like, okay, what is it about Team Evil that...
That's what, bro, we've been trying to figure that out from
Man.
6 seasons ago.
I mean,
I need fingers.
it's. I feel like it's 99% target prio and 1% luck, and that 1% luck is always in their favor. Ven was in the right spot at
If
the right time.
1% is
The-
always in your
Dude, the
favor,
role-
isn't that 99% luck?
Yeah, but
like,
like,
why-
they're
like,
shifting the script. That's what I'm
wait,
saying.
no, hold on. I need to correct your math right here. If it's 1%, I don't understand.
I'm still thinking
Like, if
about
you're
it.
if you're so lucky, you can always hit 1%. Isn't that like 99? Isn't that the other way around?
But it's still like, okay, let's say like
That's
you
why
are,
we don't understand Team
you
Evil.
are you're spinning a loot box, and like the
Uh-huh.
best item is like 1%, but you always get the best item, but it's not 99%. It's still 1%. You know what I'm saying?
Loot box guy, ladies and gents.
Yeah,
loot box guy.
but have you asked yourself how much have you spent on loot boxes? From gachapons, spin to wins.
Oh my goodness.
Please spend responsibly. I don't know where I'm
Oh
going
my
with
God.
this, man.
I
You're
don't know
just
where
throwing
you're
me in the deep end of pool.
No, I'm not. You set it up yourselves. I just called you a loot box guy. Immediately, that whole line came out. All right. You know how much you've terrified and basically traumatized. The
I
Twitch
know.
viewers?
I traumatized myself. That's why I don't go on Twitch anymore. I don't go on Twitch because I'm worried I'll see myself.
Yeah,
And my
it's-
brother's like, bruh, you're so
It's so
freaking annoying, man.
Yeah, but of course, let's talk about the game right now as we're waiting for the roster of this game number 2. I really want to see how this cookie crumbles. I really want to see how the series particularly land. I want to see more adaptations coming on Kingdom Esports. I personally feel like Kingdom Esports feels like they deserve better. I feel like they can go the mile, but right now they're stuck at the centimeter, and it's very hard to move.
They're stuck at
that
the inch.
centimeter.
Stuck at the inch.
Oh yeah, sorry. You need to follow the
Imperial
system. If I use the mile, then I need to follow the imperial system. Okay,
Amen.
can I just rephrase that? They want to go for the kilometer.
It just doesn't sound the same.
True that. That line doesn't sound the same.
It doesn't sound the same. You go for it. You're fighting for the kilometer,
Uh-huh.
but you're stuck at the centimeter. No, it doesn't
True.
work. It just
True
doesn't
that.
work.
True
it
that.
just doesn't work.
True that.
But at the end of the day, I feel like Kingdom Esports, their draft was on point. I was actually
Yes.
favoring their draft
Right.
because of the Ling pick on top of the Fredrin. Ling is also known as a much faster jungler than the Fredrin. It's just that the early game,
Mhm.
Kimmy or Sayla was leashing
Yep.
Vincent's jungle farms. That's why he was farming much faster, especially from the purple buff. Once you get the first rotation, it's all over from there.
Definitely.
You should, as a Ling, get that level 4 fast.
Mhm.
And judging from the level difference, at the mid stage of the game, I remember that Louisa was actually level 14 while Vincent was stuck at level 11.
Yep.
But that
doesn't matter.
script changed.
That doesn't matter.
Because you're such a tanky boy, you just can't be taken down,
Yeah.
and that's your only job. You're not going for kills, you're going for the taunts, you're going for the setups.
Correct. You're basically relegating yourself all the way down to pos 4, whereas Ling is struggling alongside with his own gold laner
Yeah.
to be pos 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think generally, tank junglers feels like a very favorable pathway for Vincent, and I'm looking more for it because right now it allows Sayla to truly shine, and not only just as a Kimi, right? Maybe as other mages as well, like a Juicin at the very least, because that's where he struggled, right?
Yeah.
And then after that, maybe you need more DPS in terms of you need to compensate. Because don't forget, powerful, you don't really see him on enchanters. You always see him on initiators. You see him on tanks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, though, I feel like, then again, is the problem actually the Kimmy? Can you afford to give that up in game number 2? It's going to be difficult for either sides because right now, we're flipping the script. Evo is going to be second pick in the red side.
Yep.
You have Kingdom Esports going on the blue side. So in this case, would you be willing, as Evo, to give up the Kimmy over on their side and go
No.
for a Ling on your own or even a Hanzo?
To be honest, all right, Churros, I think Team Evo really truly shines on the Kimi because now if once you relegate Vincent into something of a tank role, you need more DPS. The more DPS comes in the form of the Kimi. And as of now in MLBB, there's no other majors fitting that role if Coach Carrot were to draft a tanky jungle for Vincent once again. But maybe they may go for a Hanzo this time around because don't forget, Vincent can play the Hanzo, also acts like a pseudo tank. Don't forget.
Yeah, yeah. Just drawing out and baiting out all the crucial ultimates and resources
Yep.
away from
Yep,
Kingdom
yep, yep.
Esports. We're jumping into the draft as Coach DJ. First ban off the tables is Matilda. Target banning onto Powerful. I know he doesn't really like to play the Enchanters, but Powerful is still able to play the Enchanters. His hero pool is pretty wide, if you ask me. But on the other side, though, Evil might be looking out to ban the Kaleas, the Juicin. No, not the Juicin.
Baxia,
Baxias
Lucas,
and Lucas.
Suyu. Yeah, I personally feel like now you start to see a lot more red first phase bans onto the Baxia, right? Because MPL Singapore Season 9 today, we started to realize that a lot of these coaches are doing their homework, right? Baxia is just really strong at the first pick. I think that's something that Team Evo should look out for.
Yeah, I think Kingdom Esports are also looking for that, unless they want to open up off-meta bans to deny it over from the side of Evo,
Are
and then
you-
open up the Boxer for themselves.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Are you
maybe a
hint-
Fanny?
Are you hinting that Team Evo may go for a cheese pick? Because it feels like it. Because if you're red pick,
Yeah.
you love your cheese
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah, they're opening up the Baxia.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, maybe giving up the Baxia might be interesting. But then you can't pick up a Enchanter anymore because Baxia ultimately denies, and its core primary basis
True.
is just denies and disrupts the healing factor.
Yep.
Unless you go for a Florin, which mitigates that regenerative healing.
True.
Regenerative
True. True. Nah, it's more like the AoE stun.
counter,
AoE stun.
anti-heal.
Yep, it also works very well against a
what
higher
they call it.
booster, right? Like because like
Yeah.
your last minute heal basically throws off the calculation of assassin players as well.
Yeah. Because you want to go for the last hit advantage, but then the heals actually is a double heal, by the way. So you have that healing mitigation or anti-regen mitigation, as well as the extra heal coming in. If you have the favor, it's all over the map because it's global anyways.
Yep.
So you have triple the heals coming in from that. The Kalea is still on the tables, and I think it was played to true success for the side of Evil, where Powerful was picking that up as well. So might be able to go for that one if they give up the Baxia, but then the sustainable factor is in question, especially for Baxia versus Kalea.
I think if you're opening up for a Kalia, I think if Team Evo is able to force a pick onto a Kalia, then I think Team Evo should open up the Baxia pick so that you force Kingdom Esports to make a decision, right? Do you go for the Baxia? If you go for the Baxia, sure, I will bring in the carry. I'll be able to deal with it, and then I don't draft more regen. I draft more DPS. I draft more front lines, and I literally waste one pick. Well, I don't burn off one ban. So that could be also one strategy that Carrot also go for.
Well, the ball's in the court of Kingdom Esports because right now they only have one ban. They're opening
There
up
we go.
both Baxias as well as the Kimi. So pick one, trade the other. Kingdom Esports, what are they going to go for?
Yep, Kalia is also on the table as well. FMM did play that as well, albeit not to great success. But it's a prior pick that you really want to take away from Powerful, because if Powerful can play the Cho, you can play the Kalia as well, because technically both of these two heroes are very similar in terms of execution and what they do in the team fight.
Yeah, I'm taking their time on this, and rightly so, because this is going to be a very tough pickup. You're taking one, trading it for two. That's why the red side is generally more favored, because yeah, I can give
I love the red side.
I can
love
give up
second
one
pick.
hero, because I'm going to take two anyways. So
Yep.
Kalea is getting picked up. If Evil picks up the Baxia right here, I feel like the Kalea is pretty, I wouldn't say useless, but more...
It's gonna nerf Kalia's
It's going to nerf
healing,
Kalea's healing.
right?
Yeah.
I think Baxia is just wide open for Evils to take. And apart from
Kimi.
the Baxia as well, you can pick up a Kimi. So you have one frontliner for Kimi already, and instead, no, they're gonna prioritize the Joy instead. Joy this time around is gonna be Vincent going back onto the Assassins.
Interesting, because I don't really feel like the Joy Baxia kind of works for the prio pick, because right now you have the Kalea being used up by FMM, who can target the Joy, who comes in with the Rhythm of Joy, unless you go in and layer in your ultimates after you bait out the crucial Tsunami Slam away from Kalea, and that's, I think, what the Baxia is used for. On the other side, though, Kimi's still wide and open. Melon can just snap pick that up away from the hands of Evil, unless he wants to go a little bit more artillery, but then you're wide open target for Joy.
I think you go for Juicin right here from the side of Kingdom Esports. The Kalia works very well with these kind of majors. The Juicin and also the Farsa as well. But nope, they're not going to go for that one. They're going to go for the Phobias, taking away from Gale once again, counter picking, and also securing the Moskov away from Ven. There's also still Harry from the side of Team Evil that they can potentially take, but there's also a Kimi. So Team Evil must make decision wisely. Which one do they go for first?
Yeah. I don't think they'll pick up the Harith, because Joy already provides the magic damage.
And also the Phobias, that's also in tow. So that's
Yeah.
also something that Team Evil also have to take note.
You want to pick up the high loss right here, then you secure the sort of like zonal potential together with the Baxia. But there will be the Burno
Okay.
up against the Moskov. We've seen this quite a couple of
Same
times.
idea. Big bursty damage, but it's not AoE.
Yeah. Okay, second phase of the bans. Both teams don't have their mages just as of yet. I think artillery mages will be a huge contest for either side. Kimi definitely will be on the books. Yeef definitely on the books. You also have maybe even Farsa on the books as well. A little bit difficult for, Farsa we banned out here. Because Kingdom Esports, they don't really have anyone on the back line that is wide and open for Farsa's taking as well. They could
Yeah.
also pick up the Valentina for themselves if they want to.
You know what would be really interesting coming off in Team Evil? A Faramis pick coming up from Sailor, right? Sailor, cheesy. You also get your Cult Altar at the same time, but you also provide that damage, that utility which we know Sailor for.
Hey, yo.
Check it. Check what?
Valir.
That's cool.
Double tanks. And now Valirs are actually coming up in the Mythic Glory, Mythic Immortal levels. A lot of mid lane players are actually playing the Valir to a lot of success, especially to deny the Baxia coming in. Baxia rolls in, you just push him away, and it gives you a lot of time and slows, especially with the utility that you bring as well.
Not only just that, it's also perfect against,
for Joy.
Against Kingdom Esports as well. Kalia tried to dive you could just Purify, and then after that you could just continue on.
But risky play because a lot of teams know how to deal with the Valir.
Definitely risky.
It's just, you know, the CC immunity that you have as well as the pushback. It provides a different layer of gameplay. It will be tougher for you to lane wave clear, but with the Kalea, I don't think there is a problem, especially for if you're Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, Team Evo feels like they're gonna take a Juicin instead because you want to counterpick that away from Kingdom Esports. Juicin in the hands of, you know, Kingdom Esports is very nutty. You've already given like 3 prior picks if you give the Juicin over to the side of Kingdom Esports.
But you don't have the reach though. You need to be able to create space, especially to save Moskov from himself. Because Moskov is a very, very close range hero. If not, he is one of the closest close range marksmen in the entirety of the game. Bruno can extend his range with the Malefic gun and creates a lot of problem for them as well as healing factor for himself. But they will take out the Kimi instead. So Evil, now they have that pick onto the mage. I think they won't go for the mage first. They want to be able to counteract to the mid lane pressure. So Xela counterpicks a mage against Kingdom Esports to prepare to sort of like have that early game rotation, but no, they will go for the Juicin.
Yeah, they have to counterpick the Juicin. You cannot afford to give it over to Kingdom Esports. 3 of these fire picks right now. Kingdom Esports, they're lacking in terms of the mages. Yves can also technically work in this one. You Tsunami Slam right back into the real world manipulation. You can also explore the Vexana as well. Just once a Tsunami Slam go down, you land your ultimate. You provide a secondary body because especially when you're fighting against Team Evil right now. And also you waste the mana of the Juicin if the tag hits, the passive hits onto the Vexana's ultimate.
I think also Kalea gets an easy access to the back line. I feel like Kingdom Esports knows that Evo is going to pick up a Gato Gacha for themselves. At least it kind of works as well. But Vexana gets picked up alongside the Hayabusa. It's been a long time since I saw, personally, the Vexana, but it kind of disrupts the gameplay with the Eternal Guard, too.
Yep, Eternal Guard is something that you really want to bait out. I think that's also rising up as a small little counter against the Juicin. You want to waste her mana, especially when you procs his ultimate. I like the Hayabusa. It provides you with the iframe and access onto the Joy, onto the Bruno, to a certain extent the Juicin as well. The iframes are too invaluable to waste. And looking at what Team Evo may be going for, since Badang is already banned away, you can also go for a Gato Kacha. So now you got like, you're going back into your regular programming right now. This is the standard Team Evo that you see in game number 1. And yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed. I want to see more cheese picks coming up, but Team Evo is not going to risk it at all, Churros.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I still feel like Evo's draft is a little bit easier to accomplish. You layer in with the Boxer first, and then AOG to block off all the exits and the entrances, and then Joy comes in, steamrolling herself with the Rhythm of Joy, and then Bruno and Juicin just comes in from the back line and just free hits. But on the other hand, KE has a lot of dimensions to play with regards to the split push advantages that they have with the Moskov, as well as the Vexana to disrupt the Boxer's rolling. So Vexana shouldn't be a main target for either Baxia or Joy as of in the early game, and they would be able to find a lot of success in the late game.
I think Moskov is the main target right here from the side of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah.
Because Vexana has a very long cooldown in terms of how much damage she can output, unless she has an Eternal Guard up. But we shall see. We're going to go into game number 2, ladies and gents. This is a do-or-die moment, technically speaking, for Kingdom Esports to be able to deliver an upset against Team Evo. The rise of the villains is here. And man, if they win this, they're going to go 2nd place in the seed.
To be honest though, I like what Evo is cooking up. That's gear on the Baxia in the EXP side. Double revitalizes for powerful and gear as well. So early game pressure down the objectives will be a lot to handle. But look at Bear taking a lot of damage from Gear right off the bat though, and just zoning themselves out of the way. And Gear just using the gold creep just to maintain that stacks. You know that the first skill, maintaining the stacks, is one of the hardest things to do when you're in the EXP. And Gear creating that space and pressure on top of Phobius or on top of Bear is where it's at, you know what I mean?
It also counters the sustainability of the Phobius as well. So I really like what Team Evo is really cooking right here. I really agree with you. Sending Baxia all the way up top is a really good thing, but it also makes themselves really predictable right now. You only expect the Baxia to be rolling all the way to the middle portion, which means that for the side of Kingdom Esports, Malik TZ knows that he has a good laning phase. However, he's facing a lane bully, which is the Bruno.
Yeah. I don't think the gold lane should be much of a problem until the 5-minute mark, but we'll be able to see Malik TZ actually join in a lot of the objective fights. This turtle going to be spawning up in the top side of the map in 20 seconds. Now Evil trying to ramp up the aggression. He got a nice little taunt onto FMM. Pop that flicker. Valuable resources wasted from the hands of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, right now, still a bit of a touch and go, still feeling each other out just a little bit, but they're gearing up for the first turtle fight very, very soon. In terms of ultimate checks, Gear doesn't really have ultimate yet, but looking at Powerful, I think that's the main person that needs the ultimate first, because as a Gato Contra, your AOG does really change a lot of things.
Oh, Sayla with the Crimson Beacon.
Oh, there we go. Sayla will be able to pick FMM all the way up. Powerful joining the fight as well, popping a Revitalization to heal for the rest of the team. But look at Sayla as a Juicy just picking up the members of Kingdom Esports one by one, like he's playing a claw machine.
That's what I thought too. That's exactly what I thought. Sayla with the claw, just disrupting the team fights, and the Turtle God wasn't
he's
enough.
ongoing as well. Iframes coming up on the side of Loisa just to be able to survive that one. And what a momentum given on the side of Team Evil for now at 2 kills in the early game.
On the bottom side though, Ben dealing a lot of damage from Malik TZ. Just pushing him away from the wave. He might be able to lose out from quite a little bit of key resources on the bottom side. As mid side, Vincent just testing a little bit of damage onto FMM. Still not level 4, still no Tsunami Slam. As Evil up on top with 1k gold lead.
Yeah, still a little bit early right now, but you can start to sense the momentum swinging over to the side of Evil right now. But we're taking a look at the gold lane priority. Definitely Ven does have a better time. Mid lane though, Powerful AOG right in the last moment. Powerful pushing that hero to its limits.
Talk about sliver of health though. Evil just really toying with that. The villains are really shaking up how this match is playing out. Still 1k gold lead. It's anyone's favorite. It's anyone's game at this point still. But Sayla on the juice in, just showing a lot of new dimensions to how they want to play it. You talked about the claw, and the claw has been so instrumental and so annoying, especially on the 2 tanks that are in their face for Kingdom Esports. Yeah,
it makes it so much easier to execute as a juice in right now. Powerful showing himself down in the bottom lane for now. Haskell's already secured by Ben, but Malik TZ is just spreading out the damage. 1v2, no problem from this boy.
Flicker was already used up. I heard the flicker sound, but
yes,
I think he flickered right into the wall. So it wasn't a lot of movements right there. I think he was expecting Gear to come down, but Powerful was right there instead.
Yep.
And now, in the end of the day, 30 seconds until the turtle spawns up, looks like the rotations are coming through, especially for the side of Evil. Much more mobile, much more adaptable to the situations that they want to play.
Yep, ultimate checks as well from the side of Team Evil. Everybody has their ultimates as well, so expect a very messy brawl around the turtle pit, Churros.
Early rotations definitely should come from Evil soon, as Ven taking control of the gold lane, making a beeline over to the mid side to funnel himself even faster. But don't forget, Malik TZ still has the SOD, so if he lands that into the turtle fight, the objective will go over the hands of Kingdom Esports. Now Sayla is in question right now, he's holding on to the Crimson Beacon.
Still looking at Gear will do that first. Gear will be gonna slam all the way to the other side. And look at Sayla just picking off FMM right there and then. Gear left on his own devices for now, but still AOK. He provides so much zone against Team Evil as Vincent secures the turtle for themselves.
Is there no way for Kingdom Esports to get even closer, playing on the passive? And I think it's way too much for them to handle. Now Powerful and Gear taking full control of the jungle creeps. This 5-minute mark, they are leaving the EXP lane in favor of protecting Ven and getting him to scale up as fast as he can.
Oh, a decent fight coming up from FMM right here onto Gear, just tagging on its own. But you can start to see Kingdom Esports struggling to land the damage onto Team Evil, Churros.
A little bit more push down the top side. Powerful is there for backup. Bear versus Vincent and Powerful. Wave slow pushing in as Turtle spawns up in 80 seconds. It does look like Gear is now in the roam position.
True that. Yeah, Powerful is actually sticking all the way top in the EXP lane and Gear. But that's
Remember,
the adaptation, right?
There's the modus operandi. Remember in the first game against King's Vanguard, this is how they like to play. Powerful in the purple buff and then Gear down the orange buff. And now the jungle is in control on the side of Evil.
Yep, 2 roams right there, right? Like when you mentioned, as a goal laner, I'm very happy. I got 2 roams peeling for me, man.
Yeah, like Gear actually finds himself down, playing the roam position.
What am I doing here? Have you ever opened the door, walk in the room? What am I doing here?
Yeah.
That's exactly what Gear. What am I doing here?
Dude, but actually this reminds me of like, okay, now you have the pos 4 and pos 5, and now the EXP side was supposed to be a pos 3, but Gear's job isn't to deal that damage, it's to disrupt your utility. Boxia right now, throwing yourself to pos 4,
Yep.
you also provide the secondary layer of support, especially onto Ven, who needs the extra time and space to really get your core power spikes, and I think this creates that opportunity for Ven to scale up fast.
And I cannot stress this enough. It feels like DPS mages really works very well for Team Evo. It feels like Sayla is very comfortable with this because of how Team Evo likes to play. 3 protect 2.
Yeah, I do have a question for you now.
Yep.
That Vexana and the Eternal God doesn't seem to do too much. Even the Terrify onto the Boxia or the Gato is not enough to take them down or sway them away because Sayla is always there. So what do you think of the Vexana pick now where we're seeping into the mid game?
I think the Vexana pick is meant to deal damage over the Droid. I think the problem is that there's so much frontliners from the side of Team Evo to basically deal the damage towards the backlines, right? And Juicing is left uncontested right there. But that's where we need Malik TZ to start joining the fight. I'm looking at a very late game centric for the side of Kingdom Esports, but looking at Team Evo, they need to try to snowball in the mid to early game.
Yeah, I think the passive from Vexana should be one of the core factors and defying factors for a lot of these team fights. But at the end of the day, you don't really have a lot of minions to explode to deal the extra bit of damage. Now, Evo, 3 kills to 0, 3k gold ahead.
Hey, we've been here before.
Ramping up the aggression, Gear is sitting happily in the orange buff. Ben knows they can freely farm because Malik can't even get close into the jungle. Gear's always there.
Look at Gear. They're literally, this is having like, Team Evo is playing like as if there's double roam. It seems like, oh, nice pick up Tsunami Slam right onto Vincent. That's a shutdown. The first kill given over the side of Kingdom Esports as well. Gear coming in for the flank at the same time. We'll be able to crack open in the mid lane for the side of Team Evo. The Eternal Guard will be landing and Sayla goes into ultimate form, trying to zone away the members of Kingdom Esports, but the damage has been done. Team Evo takes down the mid lane turret.
A little bit unfortunate for Vincent. He did not know that FMM was there. He was only eyeing on the fact that Louisa was trying to slow clear that top side. Now the T1s up top, mid, and bottom are cleared up. Turtle spawns up. You have Vincent right back in action, making beeline towards that turtle. Once they take this out, I think Evo has full control of that turtle, of the jungle area.
It's more important for Kingdom Esports to try to do this, right? But Vincent has already activated the ultimate, and that could potentially be a problem for Team Evo. Not a lot of burst damage anymore.
What can this Hayabusa do? Like, try and go for that backline or take out Sayla, take out Ben process, but Ben is actually on the front line!
FMM getting kicked down by the balls from the side of Evo right now. Not only just that, the turtle also taken down by the side of Team Evo. Kingdom Esports has to scram.
We talk about the villainous death ball. This is what Evo is bringing to the table in the last game. The last game of today. One more win, and they solidify themselves at top 2. AOG lands and tries to deny
zoning
himself.
as well. Vincent goes into the ultimate, try to wave clear as well. Churros, this death ball is looking like a durian getting rolled down, and Kingdom Esports is not going to be able to hold on to it.
Is that a pun towards Boxia, the spiky turtle?
True?
True.
I did not expect that. My puns, I cannot stop them.
To be fair though, this is still in the early game. You have a Moskov in your possession. We've seen how Ven played the Moskov in the previous game. Now the Clock of Destiny already used up. Oh, Tsunami Slam.
That's a pickoff right there, but here is that the main target. You can see the amount of commitment by the side of Kingdom Esports. Counting with Jace, FMA Ultimate, Melon Ultimate. These are 2 massive ultimates that Kingdom Esports used to deal Evo.
Look at the trifecta, the triangle that Evo is actually building up. Ven slow clearing up
Venn
on the
diagram.
turrets. The Venn diagram basically going. So Vincent using Rhythm of Joy, trying to find Louisa, dealing a lot of damage actually.
Oh, but Vincent ultimately gonna get paid right the price. AOG right down there to secure that kill. Team Evo may have been a little bit overconfident right there. Kingdom Esports putting a spearhead down the bottom lane.
Does look like Evo has full control of this game in a very dominant performance. 30 seconds into the Lord spawns up. Kingdom Esports 4,000 gold behind of Evo, sealing the 5 as the Malefic gun built up for Ven. That's a huge power spike from that Bruno. He can hit from that backline safe, but he's not on that backline. He's always in the front and dealing that damage because he knows that his team is there for him.
Churros, remember when Muntan has to nerf the Bruno's attack range? Because of the appearance of Malefic gun, and now this is a massive power spike. Look at Malik TZ, 2 balls right in the face. He cannot actually join the team fight.
It's a little bit unfortunate for the side of Kingdom Esports. Now they have to figure out a way to make a beeline towards that Lord as Evo trying to psych themselves up to take this major objective. I don't think they can do so. Play a little bit more passively, play towards that high ground.
SOD.
You have that SOD
No
blocked
way.
by Powerful. No way he's going to go in.
Nah, he's not going to take it unless he's a mad lad. But look, this the Kingdom Esports literally delivered the Lord over as the silver platter overside Team Evo. All the objectives, 3 turtles, 1 Lord. It has not have been a good team fight from the side of Kingdom Esports that I would say, yep, that's a good one. But we need to see more going to the later parts of the game.
The way that Malik TZ plays the Moskov is very different from how Ven likes to play. Ven is going all gung-ho, all ham. But Bear!
One more done, and he always has to force the Shadow Kill just to try to get out. He doesn't really have enough. But Ben, the balls track all the way to Malik TZ. Then this Bruno is out of control.
Talk about a superhero. Ven wearing that skin to justice as all 3 lanes start pushing in. Ven is just unstoppable at this point. Dealing that damage, 2 balls in, half your health is just gone.
Yeah, the Lord push is already going in. Here comes Powerful with the AOG. He's running away. Mena has no way for him to run. He has to put the flicker at the same time. Vincent will get dragged all the way back, but the damage has to be down for the side of Team Evo. Top side, mid side, already getting siege. Top side crack open for the side of Kingdom Esports.
Unfortunately, the minions are still going in strong for the side of Evo. Kingdom Esports, they have to find in them to fight that high ground. The only high ground that they have is maybe the Vexana, maybe even a Moskov, but there's no way in hell that Kingdom Esports is able to step 1 foot out of their base. The moment they do, Evo is right there with the magic of the team fights. The Durin will roll right in your face.
Yeah, Doisa right now has to be the one that's doing the split push, Churros. Malik TZ has no choice but to farm inside within the base. He's the only one that can consistently do the DPS to wave clip. But hold on a second, that's a concealed play, but he gets covered out by Sailor's Lantern.
Evo is in a safe position right now. Still has the T1 mid, standing strong, standing tall. The bottom side T1 still standing strong. You have the purple buff in question as well. Taking a look at itemizations, it does look like one more item until that Bruno really comes online and locked in.
No,
but right now,
online.
the damage that he's dealing is just twice as much as whatever Malik TZ is trying to dish out. So the burst damage coming in from the Bruno is just too much for Malik TZ to handle. He's already 2,000 gold ahead of whatever this Moskov is having. And take a look at Vincent against Louisa. That is a huge power spike for Vincent. Low 15 against level 13. Struggling to even get any of the resources that Evo, if they're kind enough, leaves behind. The villains are taking everything and pillaging your villages.
Yeah, basically, Team Evo is that one nasty player drinking the last red potion when everybody's dying. Last HP potion, sorry.
Fair. That's what I would do too.
That's what I would do too, if I play Dungeons & Dragons again.
I like that you bring that up because the orange buff just spawned up over the side of Evo, taking that one up as well. 12 seconds till the Lord spawns up. Look at where FMM is.
A bit of a sneaky play coming out though. Opening up the map, but that gives good information. But what good can this information give over the side of Kingdom Esports if they cannot actually contest this one?
Yeah, I think they're way too far behind. There's a lot of choke points down the Lord as well. Louisa wants to try for it though. FMM giving a little bit of information.
Timing. Okay, unfortunately will not be able to land. The SOD will miss. Vincent with the red tree secures the Lord for themselves.
My heart, my soul. But Evo actually read that like an open book. They knew where Malik TZ was and tried to deny that from happening. Sure, they gave up that bottom tier T1, but that is because they need to keep that Lord safe. This might be the do all die all. Is FMM giving a little bit more information to where that is. Might be able to proxy that next wave, but I don't think it will help too much.
Yeah, and Ben, don't forget, this is a Rose Gold Meteor. Now he has a lot more defense going against Melon, going up against, to a certain extent, FMM as well, right? But then again, you talk about this siege right now at the bottom lane.
Or one hit, and Louisa actually taking a huge burst out of his own health.
So much damage though. Here comes FMM. There's going to be a tsunami slam right in, but look at
Oh!
the damage coming over the Eternal Gun, coming to True. The turnaround finding on Kingdom Esports, but then again they have a Lord marching down the top side. Bear just unleashing pure hell on 3 packs on Team Evil.
It buys them enough time, but that burst coming in
But
from
the Lord,
Melon's too
ooh.
much. Oh, the base!
So close.
I don't think the minions will be able to do it. The minions will not be enough on the side of the villains. But Evil, though, losing powerful Vincent and Gear, this comes to show that Louisa's damage from the Shadow Kill is just way too much to handle. FMN comes in from the flank, throws it in with the Tsunami Slam, and the damage just came out of nowhere. There's a full barrage of combos from Kingdom Esports that deals that damage in. The only reason that Kingdom Esports was unable to advance was because the Lord was there. They look at their base, it's in shambles, the core just barely standing on strong, and then healing everything back up.
Yeah, this is the late game that we're talking about, right? Kingdom Esports is finally picking out the items, especially from the side of Milik TZ, and you start to realize how easy to execute for the side of Kingdom Esports. If Team Evil stacks like that once again, it is so easy for Melon to land down the Eternal Guard, so easy for Bear to land down the second skill, and then everybody knocks sky high. And don't forget the AoEs of the Vexana.
The AoE wombo combo from Kingdom Esports.
It's the one that literally kept them in game.
Yeah. I didn't know where the damage was coming from. Evil
Vexana.
peaked up at 8,000 gold lead after that Lord was taken out. But Kingdom Esports still showed that they still have that damage to take everyone down, especially since everyone was in a line. The starts a line, and Malik TZ was just free hitting from that back, taking out 2 for himself too.
Yep. Rolling in the deep for now, looking for people in the deep. Will be able to spot out Bear. Don't quote Adele next time, Jace. Reminder, I need to post it somewhere.
Speaking of which, 30 seconds till the Lord spawns up.
I don't think if you're Kingdom Esports, you contest this. You start to realize that you have the damage, but you really need to catch Team Evil off guard. Stacked up together once again. Maybe abuse the Lord timing because Lord actually knocks the enemies up.
Yeah. Or just wait 3 minutes and try to pull Kingdom Esports out, try to fight them in the choke point, because the only reason that I guess Kingdom Esports was able to have an advantage over that was because they were underneath their own base. And now Kingdom Esports equalized the score line, the gold lead negligible at this point, even though it's just 2,000. But Evil, any wrong move, gear goes down.
Yeah.
That is the manpower advantage that Kingdom Esports is looking for. But FMM called him a designer, looking for the right pass, looking for a right angle to find an approach.
Yeah, but I
Gear,
thought we called
sourcing that
Jay
out.
the designer.
Jay is the architect. That's very different.
What?
A designer is not an
wait,
architect, bro.
Wait, I'm confused right now, but I'm gonna hold on that
designer
thought.
and an architect is fairly distinct.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on to that thought right now. We're not gonna talk about career choices right here. Team Evil right now, they have the Lord priority on their side. Sailor has to activate the ultimate. Loisa going for the Shadow Q as well. Goes into Winter Crown. For the side of Sailor to bait it out. Bear getting dragged all the way there. Sony goes wide. No more reinforcement coming off from the side of Kingdom Esports. And now Team Evil will collapse onto Kingdom Esports, pushing them back.
No Ven, so they're going straight for that Lord. They know they need to play it more defensively and more tactically this time around. Now, Bear gone for 30 seconds, might be able to spawn up very, very soon as Vincent tries to blitz down this Lord. The top side though, Malik TZ.
Is this the best race?
It might not be. They don't really have a lot of minions. They're sending Ben back.
Okay, that's UA okay, but no, in a second, you don't see Kingdom Esports paying that back. Team Evil picks up this Lord.
A little bit of a slow approach from Evil, a little bit more tactical, a little bit more patient this time around, as Kingdom Esports really starting to hurt, really starting to show. As long as Malik TZ doesn't join in the team fights,
Yeah.
Evil will have a really good shot.
That SOD could have been in the favor of Kingdom Esports if it lands, Charles.
Yeah, dude. I mean, from the back line too, Ven was wide and open. He does have the win of nature, saving it for Malik TZ as well as Louisa. So it's just a matter of time for Kingdom Esports, but very patiently and a little bit more defensively. Like a cat, hiding from the rain underneath the shelter. The villains are rocking water.
I don't know where your analysis is going, man. It feels like a story. It feels like something I can fall asleep to. But Ben
Ben,
takes a lot of damage from the splash, but he's able to kick down at least the bottom lane turret. Now Kingdom Evil will be trying to focus on Loisa, goes into the Shadow Kill. Doesn't have the Winter Kill. Will be able to take down Sailor. Then the Ghosts have to proc the Wind of Nature at the same time just to try to survive from the Shadow Kill. FMM right now, a little bit of trouble right here. Vincent on the hunt right here. Kingdom Esports, and apparently still buy sometimes with the sacrifice of FMM.
Man, it's back to square one for both teams. Kingdom Esports, again, if they step foot out of the base, they will not be able to take Evil head-to-head, because any choke point that Evil presents itself, it is a disaster for Kingdom Esports.
Yeah.
However, right now, Malik TZ does have openings on the top side and the bottom side to be able to get a split push down. Evil has to watch their backs or their six. On the other hand, though, the damage from Louisa is really starting to hurt and really starting to show. That was a really close misplay from the side of Sayla, using the Crimson Beacon away from the Shadow Kill, but into the face of Ven, or Ven was trying to dash in to try to relieve the pressure from the Shadow Kill away from Sayla, almost went down in the process.
Yeah, the Wind of Nature coming in really clutch from the side of Ven though. Like Loisa, that the RNG landing onto Ven. Ven is forced to proc that. I think that's a one massive item, but now another 50 plus seconds all the way to the Lord. Kingdom Esports, are they able to step out of their base?
Might be so. They actually need that confidence to do so, because FFM is doing the Lord's work. Honestly, he's playing that cross-map plays, trying to buy the rest of Kingdom Esports some time, and if he can, find that flank onto the front line, because I feel like FMN likes to take out the setups, the tanks, in the form of gear and powerful, but so far, it's not really working out for Kingdom Esports. As much as FMM is very patient, waiting the rushes, giving a lot of information, Evo is just reading him like an open book. He knows the FMM is not right there, because he's like, okay, I'm off the radar, he should be in the map, let's send Sayla to try to find this out, because ultimately, the Kalea doesn't deal a lot of damage.
Yep, especially when, you know, Sayla use opening up the map just like that. I think it makes it so much easier. Don't forget, Gear is also that pseudo front line that also helps Team Evo to also open the map. But now we have to talk about this Lord. It is very impeccable for Kingdom Esports to basically... Is that like a revitalized pop just like that by Gear?
Oh, healing everything.
That's
bugs
massive.
up. Oh,
That's
man.
massive though. You could walking into a team fight like this.
You might not know though. You have to block the SOD from that Lord. Luisa is right around the corner, powerful, trying to zone himself out as well.
Yep, Sayla also doing the same powerful, will be able to meet on top of the Bear as well. Bear goes into the air, goes into Winter Trunkian, but Shadow Kill. The Wind of Nature coming in a little bit clutch, but powerful activating onto his own Revitalize. Vincent takes down Bear at the same time. Vincent pushing down Loisa, that makes up a double kill. Winter Trunkian on the side of Melon. It's a cheesy shutdown for the Ven. Ven is going wild on the side of Kingdom Esports as Team Evil marches from the mid lane.
Oh, Tsunami Slam onto Ven though.
Okay.
Has that immortality. Sayla is right there to try to push him away. Ven over the wall.
Malik TZ desperately trying to defend at the same time. The splash damage doing God's work onto Vincent. Vincent goes into the immortality. Goes in, sacrifices his life, but to no avail as Team Evil marches down a complete wipeout by Head and Shoulders onto Team Evil. What a beautiful ending to this seeded.
Oh man, a huge sacrificial play from Ven, giving himself up so that he and the rest of the team can confirm takedown that Moskov, which is basically the final boss away from the throne.
Yep.
A clean sweep for Evil. This is 2-0 on their score lines. Let's take a look at the points though. So, starting off with 7 points at the start of the game, earning 3 points because of a clean sweep. They are now second in the bracket. Later on, we'll be able to show the graphics, but right now, it just goes to show, starting from the bottom, now we're here.
Starting from the hip, literally, like if I can actually show you the before and after graphic.
But to be fair, low sample size because they only played like 3 games.
Yeah, but then again, you start to see this is a very solid Evo that we're talking about. This is basically the playoff buff. And you know, Youngin actually popped into my stream last night and he said, hey, he got a feeling that Evo's going to 2-0. Hey, there you go. Coach Youngin is right.
He's got 4-0 today.
Yeah, they got 4-0.
Literally. Man, that was a heck of a game. Just constant back and forth. Out of every single game, Evil really showed up this time, showing strong adaptations to their gameplay. So showing that they have that patience, they have that discipline, they have the sacrificial mind to give themselves up for the greater good.
Yep, Ven really deserving that play, man. But you gotta have to give credits, man. Malik TZ, there's a chance where Malik TZ could have just, you know, do something right there and defended everything against what Team Evil gave. But like when I mentioned, Ven coming in clutch, Vincent as well, just proccing the immortality, just coming in really well against Kingdom Esports. So basically give the final nail onto Neji's head.
Yeah, to be fair though, all the kills were funneled onto Vincent and Ven, but it doesn't really tell the whole story. Gear at 0-2-4, Sayla 0-1-10, Powerful 0-2-10. Look at how Sayla in the early game, having that claw, just lifting everyone up, throwing them
No, that was
into the
Kakashi.
little bit of arcade, and I think it was just immaculate play from Gear, Sayla, and Powerful. It just
Yep.
doesn't tell the entire story. I feel like the MVP definitely has to go to Ven at the end of the day. From the early game into the late, it was just Ven being such a nuisance towards the entire side of Kingdom Esports. But not counting Kingdom Esports just as out as of yet, they played a heck of a game. It was a really phenomenal performance, especially from FMM to buy a lot of time, 21 minutes worth of time, in fact, especially from the late game onwards. Mag TZ slowly showing up and snowballing through to that late game and dealing that damage and trying to find an angle for that split push.
I feel like Team Evo really found the perfect composition right here. I feel like for the past few days in MPL Singapore Season 9, the regular season, they're struggling, right? You still feel like they're experimenting right before our eyes. But today, they woke up, they put on their boxing gloves, and they fought.
Yeah.
And they really win this one, and I would say a little bit more convincingly as compared with what we've watched for the past few weeks.
Convincingly.
What's next? The Venn diagram again?
I'm trying to find puns for this, but
Please.
huge congratulations to Evo, the villains, taking it by their stride, taking 4-0 out of the entire games of today. But unfortunately, though, one team out of today is not going to make it to the playoffs.
Yep.
At least as of now.
At least as of
yet.
now, yeah. But like, at least we would like to congratulate the 4 teams later on. Later on, we'll be showing you the graphics as our production is hard at work as well. But of course, the MVP, man. I think we all both unanimously agreed that Van was really outputting the damage.
The Venn
Starting from the
diagram.
early game, he was able to just snowball out of control as the Bruno. And you don't expect the Bruno to have a very good transition all the way to the later parts of the game. But he held his ground really well against a Moskov.
Yeah, to be fair, though, like, fighting a Phobius as well as a Kalea, both really tanky, beefy boys. I mean, Kalea is a girl, but like tanky, beefy girl
And boys.
and boys.
Yep. Boys and girls.
I would have expected the burst damage to not do as much as it did, but one solid soccer ball to the face or the groin basically just mitigated the half to like maybe a third.
He was kicking down everybody.
Man.
Van was kicking down everybody, but of course Vincent, right, on this joy was able to secure the 3 kills, allow their team to snowball, puts a lot of pressure off Van at the same time. So that's also something also that we have to shout out for, especially, you know, Luisa was able to out-retry him in game number 1.
Yeah. So we'll be able to see the MVP right on the screens, and I think we all can agree Ven played a heck of a game, and hopefully he is the MVP. If not, I will look like a fool.
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think so. It's not yet.
Not yet. No, we're not gonna go about that. But truth to be told, I feel like this is a really good showing from the side of Team Evo. I'm looking forward to what they have in the playoffs as well. For the side of Kingdom Esports as well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be a bit harsh with my words. I expected more. I really expected more because I've heard good things about Luisa. I've heard good things about Malik TZ as well. Malik TZ's performance throughout the week has been very consistent as a gold laner. Yeah, but unfortunately they have to fall here, but they're still not out as of yet.
I just thought about it. Like both of these two teams have imports and just filling the roles of the jungle as well as the gold lanes. And I think it's safe to say like Evo's gold laner and jungle is able to adapt much faster, especially around the chemistry that the team likes to play around. And I think for the side of Evo, because they're very objective oriented, they're very team fight oriented,
Correct.
it fits the style of Philippines even more so than Kingdom Esports. That's why they're able to adapt much faster.
Maybe that also could
Maybe
be the
that.
case, right? But don't forget, Powerful as an in-game leader, man. I
Yes,
feel like even after
yes.
Powerful
Slay King.
retires as a player,
He'll take over Carrot as the coach.
he is a good coach. He
Yeah.
is a great coach. You
Yeah.
remember we always joked about the book. That's why, because he's also doing a lot of hard work in the background, analyzing gameplay. He actually needs to also analyze even more than us, right?
Yeah,
We just analyze hero picks, right? But he has analyzed pathing.
Man. Ven as Bruno, MVP of the game, 5-1-4, 17,000 total goal with 64% kill participation, dealing so much and doing so much at the end of the day. Coming into Singapore and being a new team, trying to adapt to the playstyles of the rest of the Singaporeans, I think it's no easy feat, and
Nope.
this really goes to show that he is a really strong contender, especially in the gold lane.
Yeah,
Vanix has to watch out.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is like, you remember when we talked about this, right? Today, Team Evo showed a very different side. Like, they're showing new hero picks that we don't expect. They're also showing that a very different play style that we don't expect. You see how they've grown so much, and it makes me really happy for them, right? It makes me feel like that I missed this because he was a Team Evo fan as well.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he wasn't here to see it casting beside us, right?
Yeah, there'll be tomorrow as well, though. A lot of teams are facing up against the community teams in the not seeded stage, the challenger stage.
Yeah, the challenger stage will be facing each other.
Challenger stage. Oh yeah, because they already faced up against the challenger teams. And then there'll be the last chance qualifiers. Oh, unfortunately though, we won't be able to see the teams that are making it to the playoffs play tomorrow.
Yep.
It's gonna be the final last relegated team down to the last chance qualifiers, LCQ.
Yep. So once we pull out the graphic, let us explain in terms of the tournament format because I feel like
He's the
this
master. He has a
particular
PhD
season-
in the format.
I feel like this season has been a really very interesting one. It really gives a lot of opportunity for people to basically go ahead and also show each other, and also allows a lot of community teams to shine. Just take a look at Team Evo, down at 5th, now at 2. What the hell?
Dang.
Yeah, and now, of course, Team Flash being first, 11 points after beating RSG. Singapore goes down just a little bit, but they're still in the playoffs. Kingdom Esports and also King's Vanguard. Yes, even though the points are the same, but based on the head-to-head, which happened
Kingdom Esports
on the first day.
King's Vanguard 2-0.
Yeah, 2-1.
2-1.
2-1. And that's the small little things, the small little details that push King's Vanguard off this seeded team. So they're not out just yet, all right? They still have a chance, but their chance will have to rely on the rest of the challenger stage.
It's looking exciting. FLSG, Evil, RSG Singapore, and Kingdom Esports making
Congratulations.
their way, a one-way ticket to the playoffs, happening from the 5th to 7th June down at one of the malls that will be revealed much later on.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're just trying to memorize
They're
it.
anticipating.
Yeah, you're anticipating, but of course, you know, let's also, since we also have this team standing up, let's also talk about the tournament format, especially you'll be casting tomorrow with Abstract tomorrow.
Oh my gosh.
You have to remember this.
I
alright?
will.
Yep, so we're gonna, because after that will be the challenger teams gonna face up each other, because, yep, there you go, here's the playoff records. Oh, thank you,
Okay.
production. So right here, seems like we've already got the seeding out already. Team Flash actually have a big priority, a big advantage as well. Yes, even though it's an upper bracket and a lower bracket kind of thing, it feels like you're basically, since you're seeded all the way at the start, yeah, you basically have a head start, right? Flash and SG Evo earn a head start because of today,
Yeah.
and that's massive.
Huge props to them. They do have sort of like a second life into
No,
their
3
name.
lives
3 lives
in a sense.
after
2.5 actually, right?
Well, they are the villains after all.
Yeah,
And
they're the
cats have 9
villains.
lives. That should be their mascot.
Man, if you're RG Singapore, you must feel very, very bad.
Super pressured, man.
Yeah, because now if RG Singapore drop against a challenger stage winner, you go down to the lower brackets finals, and you play one more game. Whereas Flash and Evo,
No,
they
no,
don't-
you get relegated straight.
you go down.
You,
You go down to the lower brackets finals.
and 2 winner goes up.
Then the winner goes up. So Team Evo and
Okay,
Flash
okay,
has
okay,
to
okay.
play 1 less games.
Okay. I was looking at match 3 winner, match 4 loser. So it's gonna be the next one. So if you lose in the match 1 and match 2, you're basically eliminated. Only the winner, the loser of the second tier match with Flash SG and Evo will be going in to match 5.
Yeah, so this is very interesting playoffs, and
Yeah,
that's
this is
probably
tournament
what-
lives are at stake.
Yeah, tournament lives are at stake this time round. This is the playoff brackets. Don't forget, this is very exciting. Like what you mentioned, happening on the 6th of June all the way to the 8th of June. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow's schedule is where we'll be resolving the challenger stage. Don't forget, every week there'll be two teams that are playing against each other, but the week 1 and week 2 challenger teams have not faced each other yet. So Churros and also Abstract will be a casters for tomorrow. They'll be resolving for the first 4 matches, which is Absolute Zero going up against Ignite, Absolute Zero would then going up against Everlasting Love, Sovereign going against Everlasting Love, and Sovereign going up against Ignite. After this segment is done, that's where the top, the first seed of that particular standing will go into the playoffs.
Yep.
The other 4 at the bottom will go down to the lower last chance qualifier, or short for LCQ. Don't forget, today there's also another LCQ game happening, community game happening. The first 2 seed of that LCQ games from today will be joining into the 4 teams that basically lost in that challenger seed, and that's their last chance qualifier. If they don't make it right here, and don't forget, this is not a round robin anymore, it's a best of ones.
Yes.
They will not have a chance to go into playoffs.
Yeah. Very, very tricky situation for all teams. So good luck to everyone who's participating tomorrow, especially for the community teams, as well as, we're watching 2 matches tomorrow, or 2 different types of matches, because it's going to be the challenger stage, and then the last chance qualifiers.
Yep.
Ultimately, 2 teams out of 5 will be making it towards the playoffs.
And don't forget, Churros, Kings Vanguard, yes, even though they're a seeded team, but now they are at the mercy of Absolute Zero, Ignite Gaming, Sovereign, SG, and Everlasting Love.
Yeah.
If these 4 teams are able to gather enough points, Kings Vanguard may not even go into the last chance qualifier. May not even go to the playoffs at all.
Yeah, I mean, not a good look for Kings Vanguard, but hey, looking on the other side of the coin, community teams beating an MPL seeded team, that is a huge vibe check factor, huge hype moment for them.
Check.
But hey, at the end of the day, it's a very, very tough series for all the teams. Congratulations to all the teams that are making it over to the playoffs.
That's right.
We are going to be signing off right
today.
now.
But of course, don't forget, ladies and gents, this is MPL Singapore Season 9 is powered by Muntan Pulse Nova Entertainment, partner in esports, Head and Shoulders, Singapore Esports Association, official venue partner, Capital Lands. My name is Jace. This is Churros. Thank you very much for watching for today. Tomorrow is going to be another nail biter. I promise you, don't miss out, because you'll be in the good hands of Churros and Abstract. We'll see you tomorrow.